Hi guys. Today we are still continuing the current affairs. We have had back and forth argument on AYADIN deportation, but finally today it was confirmed that he was deported. After that, there has been a lot of fireworks from both sides of the political divide. There are those who were trying to argue for and those who are arguing against. We have seen several tweets, some even contradicting the earlier position. And we just wonder what is exactly happening. Our today's topic is who is fooling who? Is the government fooling us, or is the other side of the hustler nation fooling the nation concerning the deportation of AYADIN? We have seen Grand Mullah tweets that differ. We have seen the deputy president tweet to apologize on behalf of the government. And we are asking ourselves questions whether he is the right person to apologize on behalf of the government. So today, that is the topic, and you're welcome to participate. We know it's an emotive issue, but let's debate soberly. Let's get the argument right, because at the end of the day, if this thing was to go to court, it's about the facts. It's not about how you feel. It's about the facts that are on the table. So we want to know whether, was it right for him to be deported? Was it right for the deputy president to apologize on behalf of the government for AYADIN being deported? Is he concluding that maybe an injustice has happened, or should he allow the government to go on with the investigations and get and leave no stone unturned? So you're welcome to add flesh to this topic, and let's be sober when we are debating this. Nobody has the answers. We are all seeking the right answers. Okay, don't come with a preformed mind. Just be open for discussion. Thank you. Simon.
Yes.
Naona umefika mapema leo.
Leo nimetangulia. Siku zingine nakaa backstage hadi.
Fungua uso ni kuone kwanza kabla.
Sasa acha nifungue. Dogo tu.
Ama umechomeka na bibi?
Hapana. Ndio hiyo.
Yes.
Umeniona sasa?
Poa. Habari ya jioni?
Mzuri.
Uko poa?
Niko poa.
Yes. Unaonaje hii story Kenya bwana? You know, the earliest bird catches the worm. You can have a privilege of
naona hii story.
Anything before we begin officially with the other group.
Let me know. The guy has a history since 2000. Was it the year 2000 when his name appeared on the New York Times?
Kindly guys, ukiingia una mute ndio tusikuwe na echoes. Thank you. Welcome Sadok, welcome Shadi.
Kwa nasema this guy akona history tangu 2001. Alikuwa posted kwa New York Times akiwa linked na kukari sijui explosives kitu kama hiyo. Again he was stopped in Germany. You see, so history yake si poa. Again, you cannot purport that you are the deputy president of Kenya, sindio? Your first priority of investment should be in Kenya. Why should you bypass Kenya and go and invest in another country while there are numerous opportunities in Kenya? Like that company sijui ya kutengeneza vaccines, mbona ageileta Kenya, mbona anaipeleka Uganda? See, there's some question marks.
So according to you, government imejudge motive ndio mbaya ama the whole thing, the guy existed illegally in Kenya?
To me, the the motive of the trip. In fact, he was in Zanzibar. He was in Kenya like 3 times. Again, the motive of the trip is not known. You see, that's the problem. Because even if you're in any country, for example, even when you go to the UK, the purpose of the visit must be clearly known. What are you coming to do? Yeah, you cannot just go to UK, say I'm going to visit. They usually confirm with your
But wametuambia
host.
motive yake is an investor, is a modern fruit farmer. He has come to invest, maybe create job opportunities for Kenyans. Maybe you could be the beneficiary of this privilege, this investment.
No. Kuna kitu kama hiyo kwa sababu mara, even his storylines are conflicting. He wants to invest in vaccines at the same time you are a fruit farmer. Really? If you are an investor, you have a target market. You see, if you invest, for example, in petroleum.
Thank you. Welcome, Duke. Welcome, Duke. Yeah, we'll continue.
If you invest in petroleum, you have for example, when you come to Africa and you want to invest on something, you have to invest on something which is specific. If it's petroleum, it's petroleum. If it's in terms of food
Ngoja
processing.
kidogo. Kindly ukiingia unaingia kama umemute. Kindly for order of the debate. Hello? Mnaingia kama umemute kindly.
Tumeingia
kama umemute kindly.
Tumeingia, mmetuachilia sana nje bwana.
Yeah, and okay, this nini a challenge here, but can we kama umeingia mute kindly? Endelea.
So what I was saying, any investor in Kenya, you usually has a specific something specific to invest on. You cannot just come and say, Mara, I'm going to invest on petroleum, on food. You see, it doesn't make sense. Even you, Wekesa, if you are an investor, for example, you will go to Mozambique, for example, and there is coal there, and you have the money to invest so that you can drill that coal. You will go specifically to that country to go and drill coal. For example, in TZ, there is Tanzanite and the other one is diamonds. You will go and invest on either diamond or Tanzanite. You see, you cannot afford to go, for example, in Kenya.
Dominic, mute.
For example, AYADIN. Okay, tell me what if he was coming to invest in Kenya. Which company has he invested in? I have not seen him investing in any company linked to. For example, he's not investing in vegetable. He's a fruit and vegetable something investor, but I've not seen any company linked to him. So his visit to me is suspicious. Yeah, that's why the government stopped him. They needed to know the motive. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome, Duke and Sadok and Dominic, Mike, and Jeff. Yeah, today's topic is still on the current affairs. Our investor from Turkey was finally deported, and there has been a lot of reaction on social media. Some defending, some mocking him. We have had several tweets, some contradicting the positions. So we just want to debate soberly who is fooling who. Is the government fooling Kenyans, or is the team that are associated with the investor fooling Kenyans in this whole saga as far as deportation is concerned? Let me begin with Duke.
Yes, good evening, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity. Mike to mute. Oh, he has gone.
Kindly, the rest you mute the mic.
Okay, for me, I can say the government is fooling us because they have accused this person of terrorism. And this person happened to travel into Kenya. Maybe, as the government is saying, if he was indeed traveling with the intention of committing the crime of terrorism, maybe he was having some individuals within the nation who he was working with. The reason why I say the government's the one which is fooling us is because it has not given specific details. For instance, if this person is a terrorism, they say he's a terrorism because of APCD. He came here with this intention, so they are able to specify the specific crime or involvement of this individual. Also, to add on the fact that the government is fooling us because this person has been deported even before being presented to court. The constitution is very clear. A person cannot be deported, cannot be imprisoned or detained without being presented in a court of law. So the fact that this person has been quickly deported without being presented to court, it means maybe there was no evidence. That's why the government failed to present a person in the court of law, because they don't have evidence. And that is what has been happening when it comes to cases of corruption, because there is no case of corruption where funds have been recovered or individuals have been convicted, because everything must be based on evidence and facts. Therefore, for me, it's the government which is fooling us. Also, I want to respond with what Ndungu said. Ndungu said that it's a mistake for a person to invest in several opportunities. I disagree with him, because you can actually diversify your investment. They say those who are doing very well, they have several investments, so that if one line of business fails, there is another which is generating income. So there is no provision which prevents a person from investing in as much as possible opportunities if he has the capital or funds for him to invest on that. That's my submission.
Thank you. Any question on that? Or we proceed? I think because you're going to submit, you can.
Yes, there's a question.
You have a question? Who is that? Who is that having a question? Kindly. Yeah, and us to have a fair debate. Everybody has to get an opportunity to say what they want to say. Usiseme umekasiwa. This is a democratic channel and everybody has an opportunity to speak their mind. Okay, next let's have Dominic kindly. Dominic, you have a problem with your mic. Can you, Dominic, kindly mute first.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it seems you have opened more than one site. Kindly mute.
Okay, let me enter.
No, work on it and come back. Work on it and come back. Work on it and come back. Okay, next we have Sado. Who is that?
Wekesa, let Okumu, you are the noise is coming from Okumu's side. Let him mute the mic.
Okumu, mute ama uende backstage and then you will come back. Kama you have an issue with the mic, kindly we want to have a debate that is everybody hears what we are saying. So let's have Jeff first, then we can welcome those other people who have issues with mic.
Yeah, thank you everyone for this great opportunity. I think on this issue of maybe deportation of this Turkish guy, the government doesn't play us. I think it's just common knowledge that every Kenyan now sees. The common knowledge where each and every person here in Kenya, especially us who are down here, we don't have any connection up there. I think these guys are just playing with our minds, because there's no way you can bring in an investor in Kenya, give him a Kenyan passport, facilitates maybe he's flying in and out of the country, goes to Uganda, place an investment there, and then when he comes back to Kenya, you arrest him, put him in detention, then very early in the morning, you guys just say that, oh, the guy was willing to go. And then on this issue of maybe investing in Kenya, I find it very difficult when the second in command in this country take an investor out from Kenya, take him to Uganda, place an investment there, make a call to a bank that started in Kenya to facilitate a loan for that investor. And then you are being told that the next government must be formed with hustlers. I think a political class always takes Kenyan for a joke. There's a way that maybe they've masterminded their games, but whenever they spread a certain lie in our that we always digest in our ears and maybe put in our mind, and we think, oh, that guy is great, he's fighting for us. As Kenyans, we need at least to be very sensitive, especially during this time and period where there's campaigns are going to start. They'll come with more light than that. No politician, no politicians have got Kenyan issues at hand. Nobody. The only opportunity they are looking for, invest their money and look where they can get the return for their money. And then as after voting for them, they get their salary no matter what. Because as we say now, we find that more MPs are on this UDA party. I don't know called UDA party. Others are still talking it. You are elected on a Jubilee party, you are elected on an ODM party ticket, and then now you form your party. The constitution is very clear. The constitution of Kenya is very clear. But we keep on violating this constitution. We keep on saying that, oh, this constitution is good, is good, is good. This constitution, there is a problem. That's what I can say. With this constitution, there's a problem. There's just a way that as mimi kama common mwananchi, I've not seen it, but those political class, the lawyers, and senators, there's something to know about this constitution that us don't know. Because the constitution says that you, if I'm elected,
Brale, kindly mute your mic. Brale.
Can I continue now? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying that with the current issues at Kenya right now, I think we are in a bad place. We Kenyans need to sit down and think of ourselves, to think of our future, the future of our kids, the future of our grandchildren, and where we want to place Kenya to. If at all we are gonna have this thing called political class and common mwananchi, the hustler versus the dynasty, there's nothing like hustler versus the dynasty. MPs who are calling themselves hustlers, these are people who are on payrolls, and their salaries are more. How many times do they go to parliament to make laws that maybe can sustain a common mwananchi? No day. These guys flying on chopper, they drive on gasoline vehicles, a V8, and then they come and tell you that, oh, okay, sir, I think Kenyans need to think about their future. They think about their country, and we have to stand firm for our rights and each and everything that is on
So answer my direct question: who is fooling who? Is it the government fooling Kenyans, or the deputy and his team fooling the rest of us?
To me, I think the government of Kenya for now is on an overhaul of something. But the deputy president with this team, those guys are fooling Kenyans. They are fooling me. They are fooling you, and they are fooling any other Kenyan. There's no way Sudi can fly from Kenya with the Didi Nyoro going to Uganda with an investor, and people need investment in Kenya. Why?
Geoffrey, mute your mic. Geoffrey, mute your mic. Godfrey, not Geoffrey. Godfrey or Malwa?
We must think about it.
Okay, thank you. Mugambi, are you around? Or Duke had a question, just briefly?
Yes, I have a question to Chair.
Yeah, kindly ask.
The guy who was deported on the accusation of terrorism, not investment. And your claim has been based on him investing in Uganda, something of such kind. So the issue is that this person was accused of terrorism. And up to now, we don't know which kind of terrorism. And we are, for instance, if indeed he was a terrorist, for me, that person should be imprisoned. Because if allowed to go to the nation, he can even corrupt.
Kindly mute. Imbaga, mute.
He can work with other terrorists so that the Kenya can also be harmed in the future. So my question is this. What terrorist activities was that person involved in? As a Kenyan, I've not been informed of that kind. Also, which individuals was he working with within the nation? So that's why I'm saying it's the government which is fooling us.
Just to answer you, Duke, I think the guy because the Turkish embassy has not come out clear. Neither the Turkey government come to condemn or say our guy was mishandled or any or something like sort. We have an NSIS in Kenya. We have the Interpol, and the government cannot display any secrets of the government. They cannot display to you point blank. How do you call openly? That's something that we can argue from today, tomorrow, or any other thing. But there are things that government cannot share to the public. They are not allowed to. Especially coming to the issue of terrorism, they cannot. So if the guy was maybe is being deported on a basis of being a terrorist, then there's something that government knows about that, being that.
No, you have not answered the question. My question is that it's not about secrecy. When you have been accused, you are accused about a crime which you have done. So when a person is accused, you cannot be accused in secrecy. If, for example, you are arrested, you have to have an explanation. You get arrested because of a mistake, because of a specific mistake. And that specific mistake has to be introduced to court so that you can be convicted or imprisoned or fined. So when you have been accused of doing a crime, the accusation should not be in secrecy because it's a process. Evidence is needed in court for you to be convicted. So you want that a police officer arrest you and says, I'm arresting you because of secrecy, because of something. The crime must be exposed to act as evidence for that person to be convicted or imprisoned. For me, if he's a terrorist, he should not have been allowed to move out of Kenya because he can even collude with others and come to revenge in our nation.
Duke, thank you. I think
Can I add something?
somebody else will help you to answer even as he makes
Can I-
submissions.
Can I add something actually on that question?
Yeah, Yegon, you add and make your submission. You came earlier, and then Yegon, then
Okay, thank you
Mugabe,
so much.
then we got to.
Thank you so much. Just to say something in regards to what the Duke has just said, in regards to the Turkish investor. Actually, Jeff should be aware that the Turkish embassy has clearly actually gave out an information that actually the investor is well known. So actually, that investor has been allowed to go back to his country, and he was willingly moving out of the country. He was not deported. That should be the information that you should be having. So no one deported the investor. But just to mention this, that actually the government was not able to find any accusation regarding to financing terrorism, of which it was the earlier investigation that they were trying to actually bring about. And to clarify something here, it's because there are two different investment in regards to actually what my earlier what Ndungu had said earlier. In regards to the investment, there is different in investment in which the Turkish investor was doing in Kenya, and there is difference in the investment he was doing in Uganda. Those are two different investment in two different countries. So actually, if the investment in Kenya is not the same as what he was doing in actually the neighboring country Uganda. And actually, if you as at now, East African community could have actually clearly responded to that issue of terrorism, if at all that the person was actually a terrorist, so to say. But actually, on this issue, we ought to be very careful as a country. More so, the people who we depend on these investors. We are here. We are trying to look for government jobs, but we are not getting. But if we chase out these investors, we shall remain poor forever. because they will fear to come, because the next time you come to this country,
interjection, please, Wanawekesa. You say here that we don't have
Okay, go ahead.
evidence that that guy was not a terrorist. That guy was a terrorist. But do you have evidence that he was an investor?
Yes,
because
I do.
I don't see this topic making a lot of meaning, because those who are on the Tanga side are calling that guy investor. Those who are on Kieleweke, they are calling him a terrorist. So at the end of the day, it depends on which side you are. Whether you are on the government side or you are on the terrorist side, it depends. But let me tell you, gentlemen, the only sure institution that we can rely on to get information is the government, not individuals. So as Kenyans, your safety is guaranteed in the government. So this issue of saying that guy was a suspected terrorist, and there is after investigation, there was nothing that was revealed to the public whether he is a terrorist or not. And there is nothing that is also revealed into the public whether he is an investor or not. But you can read the motives. You can even read the moves that this guy is made silently. If this guy was an investor that was coming to invest even in Kenya or in Uganda, being a deputy president, he would have unveiled this investor to the government so that he could invest, not taking him to Uganda, where the Uganda government has not even called that guy an investor, because the Uganda government was supposed to be aware that there's an investor that was going there with 15 billion is going to invest on fruits. So the government of Uganda is also not aware of the investment. Kenya government is not aware of the investment. So it's only the Tanga people and the deputy president who are aware of the investment. So don't tell us that he's not a terrorist, because you also don't have an evidence of him being an investor.
Okay, sorry, just to answer you on what you have just said, allow me mention this. Actually, if at all the person was a terrorist, as by the law, you are not allowed to let a terrorist or a terrorist financer out of your hands once you have you have that evidence. So if at all the authority had evidence, that person would be still with the authority as we speak at the moment. Why allow the person to go out of the country? So actually, it's wrong to just say that the person actually the government is not reveal the information. The government actually in nature, the government communication should be clear to the public when such move is done, more so to a country that we have actually had a good relationship for a very long time. Otherwise, actually, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Ibwanga, you want to ask a question?
Yes, I have a question to Yegon.
Okay.
Yegon claims that this AYADIN guy was an investor in Kenya and Uganda. Can Yegon come forward and tell us which type of investment had this guy done in Kenya and in Uganda, so that we differentiate? Because as I know, we've just got to know this guy after the deputy president was denied that privilege, or was barred from flying to Uganda with that same guy. But most of us didn't know such a guy was existing. So when I see people come forward and try to justify how this guy was an investor in Kenya and Uganda, I really wonder. So kindly, Yegon, tell us which investments was this person running in this country. It is good you be clear on that, so that we differentiate between what the government is saying and what those who are siding with this guy are saying. Kindly.
Okay, just to answer on your question, based on the investment that he was doing in Uganda,
Who
the
is talking?
investment plan.
I hear echoes. If one person is talking, the rest mute, even if you is responding to your question. Go on.
Okay, I was responding to the questions that have been just asked. Actually, just to clearly indicate this, actually, the investment plan that on Fasin that was to take off in Uganda, actually was to be financed by one of the banks that originated from Kenya. So the plant that was to be the investment which was to be done on Uganda was actually on Fasins. And be aware that the Kenyan government gave a work permit to the investor. And for you to give out a work permit, you must have verified that this person has actually has a record of performing or has a capability of performing certain. There's a threshold, that's to mention. There's a threshold for every investor.
Mr. Yagon, you are not responding to the question. You said that this guy is an investor in Uganda and Kenya. I've asked you a question. Which investment or investment companies does this Harun Aidin guy have in Kenya? You've not responded. You are just giving a generalized assumption based on what people are saying online. So I want you to name even one company that is being run by this guy. So don't go to the issue of work permit here and there, or tell us which type of investment was this guy planning to start in Kenya.
Just to answer your question, it is actually, if at all right now you are given a work permit and you are told to invest, there's a wide range of investment that you can do, and it is based on the preference of a country. These issues of actually that you have just indicated that this person was an investor, actually as per the government, actually, and be aware that for someone to carry out an investment, the country in which the country must be willing to actually accept that investment to be piloted in the country. For instance, actually, just to inform you this, that the investment of a vaccine plant was the first. Actually, he had prioritized that one in Kenya, but since the government was not willing to take up that, the Ugandan government was willing to take up.
You're not answering the question. I was asking which type of investment.
Just giving us a story. That is story here.
Yes. So, Wekesa, maybe just to respond to Yegon, I believe the government knows a lot than what most of us know. And there must be a genuine reason as to why the government decided that this guy should leave the country to Turkey. People are asking us, people are making comments of, okay, they should have taken this guy to court and all that. We should be people who don't forget so fast. When was Miguna taken to court? And we know well that Miguna was deported to Canada, yet he was born into this country. So the same people who supported deportation of Miguna are today telling us that this person should have been taken to court so that they ascertain as to whether the charges that were being laid against him were true or not. Which charges were laid against Miguna? Yet he was deported, and some of the people who are bitter today were celebrating. So we should not be people of double standards when it comes to, as in an issue that maybe is favoring your political side or not. So I believe the government knows a lot, and the government cannot come public and tell us all the reason as to why this guy was deported, but they must have a reason as to why they did so. People are saying about how our diplomacy, as in diplomatic ties with Turkey, is going to break. I don't think this is a person we should be putting too much premium on him, as if we've done something bad to him. We've just decided that no, We don't want this guy to continue being in the country because of 1, 2, 3 reasons, of which I believe might have been communicated to the Turkey government through the Turkish embassy. So we, the common people, may not enjoy the right or the privilege to know what exactly did this guy do to warrant his deportation back to Turkey. So this issue of investing in Uganda, investing in Kenya, he was planning, blah, blah, blah. These are just politics. We know people are looking for finances of 2022 campaigns. So they will try to coil all kind of narrative to suit their political narrative. But we understand the government cannot just wake up and decide to deport an investor in such a manner. So I believe this guy had done something that was not good with the government of Kenya, and that is why he was deported back to Turkey. All kinds of narrative to suit their political narrative. But
Ukiingia studio, mute kindly. Okay, let's move to Rubia. No, Mugambi, then Rubia. You are allowed from a distance. Mugambi. The topic remains AYADIN deportation, and we are asking ourselves who is fooling who between the government and the Hassler government. Because I hear it's also a government. It has apologized to the Turkey nation over the deportation of their own investors. So who's fooling who?
So can I?
Kuna swali kabla tuendelee. Okay, Mugambi, let's take one of your minutes for a question.
Huyu jamaa wa actually ameenda wapi?
Jamaa
ametoka, ako backstage, ako backstage.
Huyo ndiye nilikuwa nataka atuambie, because anasema this guy was
investing
in Kenya. Nataka tu atuambie.
Yegon.
Huyo alikuwa anasema huyo jamaa ameinvest in Kenya.
Yegon.
Yes, ndiye nataka atuambie hizo investment zenye ziko Kenya ni gani, hata moja. Hatuwezi kubali terrorist wakuja Kenya in the name of investment and you are not giving us hata jina ya kampuni moja yenye ameinvest in. Huyu jamaa amekuwa akiletwa na ukora, analetwa na nini za sijui kama ni VIP ama ni nini, but I don't know venye amekuwa akiingia Kenya na ukora. So kama mtu ako na evidence against the government ndiye atuambie. Mimi niko nataka kukutana na huyu actually. Najua nimesikia actually, so I wanted to know what is this actually. But
he was lying, that's why actually ilikuwa mingi.
But sawa, nitakuja tena nikipata mwingine mwenye ako na evidence.
Okay. Sawa, can I carry on?
Okay. Sawa, I think
Mugambi is here. Can I carry on?
Yeah, carry on, Mugambi.
Okay, let me begin by making the following points. Number one, this guy is a terrorist and remains to be a terrorist. This guy can never have any student to be a Kenyan investor for the following reasons. Leave alone the foreign investors, even a local investor, when you want to invest, first of all, you must have your money, start up your investments, and then go source for the funding. This guy came to Kenya. His passport has never been stamped twice. It is only stamped when he is getting in. Anytime he is getting out, it is never stamped. So which legal person or which genuine person events such things? The second question. Anytime that he has passed our borders without the passport getting stamped, does it mean maybe he was bringing some of the illegal things in Kenya to be used maybe by the tourists as he is, or by some kind of militias that are being trained somewhere in Uganda Number 4, I have heard people crying and saying that this man is an investor in Kenya. And we can't trust any single investment in Kenya or even an office that he had set up to begin his investment. His sympathizers, our leaders, so the academic dwarf Sudi and William Samoei Ruto, who is now not in government, has been telling us that this guy had some investments in Uganda. My first question to ask the people who are supporting what Ruto is saying: why should an Ugandan investment use a Kenyan deputy president to source for money from a Kenyan financial institution to invest in Uganda? That shows this terrorist, together with his people, they were trying to do the business of money laundering. Number 4, when this guy was arrested, remember, if we have a serious investor here in Kenya and he is arrested in Uganda, the Kenyan government will come out strong to defend him as the investor. This guy has been said that he has invested in Uganda 15 billion plus. When the guy was arrested, the Ugandan authority made a statement that the account for the purported company has been frozen because they have sensed some kind of money laundering. That means even the Ugandan government that they purport the guy is investing has disowned him, meaning he has zero investment in Uganda. Number 4, there are people who are asking, why do we say this guy is a terrorist? The first thing to answer that question, when I want to know who is Wekesa, I hear Wekesa today, I will go down the history of Wekesa. Has this Wekesa ever invested anywhere? Has he ever been arrested with certain allegations? This guy in the year 2001, he was arrested and blacklisted in Germany as a person who has been arrested and involved in terrorist attack. Therefore, in Kenya, if the German government arrested him as a terrorist, what makes us assume that he is an investor, not a terrorist? Number 5, the last thing. If you followed the news last week, but one in Mombasa, the security apparatus, the regional police commander, displayed some regalias that a person had bought in an auction in the port. The things that he had bought, the bulletproof vests and the headgears or the helmets used by the Navy and other security forces for their specialized activities. So the question is, who had imported these items that this guy bought during the auction? It means before the government caught this terrorist who has been deported, he had imported those military regalias and the armed forces garments to be used for training in Uganda for the militias from Kenya to cause havoc in the country. Whoever have a question will ask me after I finish. Then there are people who are saying that this guy had work permit. I want to remind us here that in the year 2013 to 17, this government was run by 2 gentlemen. Ruto commanded 70% of the government. Uhuru commanded that because Uhuru wanted backing for 17 to retain his seat. Therefore, after Ruto got to power, I have all beliefs to say that he put his people anywhere, including immigration. And that's why when this guy came up and he was caught, Ruto's people, they were the first people to say that this guy had a permit, meaning they know what they were doing or they know what they did. So all those things makes me say this guy is a terrorist. To finish, I want to give a question, an answer. And Sudi was saying this guy is a fruit farmer the first day. The second day, he was a vaccine investor. He was a biochemical investor in Uganda. Because Sudi was telling us is his guy. Doesn't he know what was he investing in Uganda? That tells us that there was something more than what the common man or the Raia knew. About the government, who is fooling who. Ruto, from his own confession, he told us that Uhuru sidelined him from government and he is not in government. So today he had no moral authority to apologize to a terrorist on behalf of the government. So Ruto was apologizing to his fellow terrorists because they had maybe unfinished business, and therefore this government we should believe anything that is coming from Uhuru and all government machineries. Second, we should at least believe what is coming from Baba because he is working with government. Number three, we should never believe everything that is coming from Tangatanga, UDA, Itumbi, and anyone else telling us that they are government. They are not government out of their own declaration. Thank you. Anyone with a question can ask. Any question?
Invite one or two questions.
Question?
There can't be any question, Bana. That is very clear explanation. I don't think anybody can have a question.
No question, then
I think this guy is lying to Kenyans. There's no clarity he's talking about. What he's saying that anybody associated with the Tanga is a liar and should not be trusted. So I doubt his sincerity. He's talking from the mouth, not from the heart. You know, as Kenyans, we should encourage.
Who is talking first of all? Who is talking?
Wamalwa. Wamalwa.
Wamalwa, me, I
Hello?
think I need to get Mugambi from the context. He's only talking in the context of this saga, not that the whole Tangatanga alliance. In the context of this saga.
Okay. So what I mean is, we understand that Tangatanga communication comes from Itumbi, and Itumbi is #1 propagandist. Therefore, I mean whatever comes from Itumbi dispenses it to the Tangatanga followers should never be supported by anyone. Not everyone who is in Tangatanga, but Itumbi because he's the communication director.
Wamalo, are you aware that there was a tweet? There are several tweets that have changed. Like Grand Mula made a tweet in 2 hours, and then after that 5 minutes, he made a completely different tweet. Because they are sharing information just to firefight, but they are not putting the real content.
Can you go to the next person? He's not in. He has left.
Okay. The next, Rubia, had I given you the chance? You are the next, no. And then
I see. Duke has a question for me. Duke ask the question.
First of all,
briefly, Duke, and then we go to Rubia, kindly.
Yes.
Mugambi, you have concluded that this person is a terrorist because you want us to give you information why he's not a terrorist. And you have said he was arrested in Germany. That's a fact. He was arrested. He was actually detained in Germany when he was 29 years of age. And later he was released because it was found that he was having a luggage which he was given by a different person who was belonging to Islamic State. Actually, that he was arrested and then cleared because he was not found guilty. So the reason why we are saying we are not aware whether this person is a terrorist or is not a terrorist is because we do not have an official communication from the government. That's why we are saying it's the government which is fooling us because it has not communicated to us officially that this person is a terrorist because of ABCD. This person is an investor or is not an investor. So it's the government which has failed because it has not clarified facts. All the information we are discussing here, we have gathered it from the media. So the government has
Okay.
failed. We have official communication from the government.
Okay, Duke. You have told me that I'm alleging only that this guy is a terrorist. Who comes in a foreign country with unstamped passport? If you are not a criminal or a terrorist, wait. Number three, there are some people who are saying this guy, why was he not taken to court? I want to remind them that when there are two brothers who are arrested, they had more than the document that this terrorist had. They were not taken to any court, they were deported directly. In Kenya today, we know we have something we call judicial activism. If government takes anything to court today, there is a high likelihood of that case failing. And the best thing that we could do to reduce many patients is to send this man where he came from. And lastly, when you tell me that this guy was arrested in 2001 and released, if you go today, he is listed as a terrorist suspect in that country. And that makes us believe he's a terrorist because there's no way you come to our country, then you leave without the passport getting stamped. Maybe he was coming through the airport, going out through the Somalia border, coming again to the airport. That's the only definition who can tell us that that was the reason as well it was not stamped. But as long as it was not stamped, that guy is a terrorist. You may say that we don't have the information. Say me as Duke, government has not given me the information. And if I have the information from the government, I should not give Duke because there are systems that are always used. Number three, when we have any arrest in Kenya, government does not come out to say these are the allegations, including the corrupt leaders that we have. They are arrested, taken to court, and the right offices are given the charges. So telling me that there are no charges that are not being given to you, the charges have been given to the right people, and the right people has taken the right actions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we move to Rubia. I know we are trying to answer. We may not answer conclusively, but at least it makes sense.
Thank you, the
Rubia.
panel and Wekesa. My contribution is this. I know, I'm not sure that the guy is a terrorist, but I'm sure that guy is not an investor. He's not an investor. I'm very sure about that. Because look at the inconsistencies that is surrounding the whole saga or the whole person. Since they were caught red-handed at the airport, they have not had any clear explanation of what their intentions were. Up to now, it's not known. You heard that the guy was going to invest in Uganda. First, there was information of fruit farming, which was not actually satisfactory. And then second, there was the issue of investing to go and manufacture vaccines in Uganda. So if you look at the whole thing and the stories that are coming out of it, it is evident that this guy is not for any clean, is not with any clean intention. Mugabe John has actually said everything. Me, I don't have those evidences. I don't have all those information that he has. But from where I sit, that guy does not have clean intentions. And this one now drives us to a question that why is the deputy president just too much into becoming president of this country by whatever means? I think you can read the signs. He wants to ascend to power by whatever means he can use, which is very, very dangerous for our nation. There should be no such desperation to be president of this country, as if If you don't become president, then there are so many things, or some of your things that are going to be destroyed, and some of your plans that are going to be destroyed. It is not right for a country. Elections are here, they will come and go. We are supposed to do free, fair, and transparent elections, not somebody organizing terrorists to come and help him win the elections. That is very wrong. And with that desperation, you can just read that there is no clean intention of that Turkish guy. We've also heard that he has got a criminal record in Germany. He's listed there. So there is no point. In fact, if when Mugambi said all he had to say, we ought to have changed this topic to something else. We don't have to discuss this thing because it is actually discussed exhaustively by Mugambi John. And I don't see me, William Onge, I don't even have points now. Mugambi has said everything. I know the guy is a terrorist. The government is an institution that is most trusted. We cannot trust an individual. It is the government that where we can put our trust. But an individual like Mugambi or Duke coming up with information which is not even consistent. Today he tells us that the guy is a fruit farmer. Tomorrow he comes, the guy is a sugarcane farmer. And you ask yourself, why, if that guy was an investor, why was he going to invest in Uganda through Kenya, escorted by our deputy president? Don't we? Uganda also has got a vice president, or has got a president, and there is a way that investments are done.
So Rubio is fooling us.
You, from the way I'm talking, you know that is the Tanga guys, and there's a lot of malice in those guys. These guys should be watched, and I think President Uhuru Kenyatta should crack the whip now, because these guys are taking us for a joke. This country is not theirs alone. There's a lot of Kenyans who don't subscribe to their ideas, ideologies, but they come here all over the medias. They are everywhere with bloggers, blogging Ukora and Wongo. That is why sometimes when I get people discussing nonsense here, I just tell them that is nonsense. You knew ujinga watu wanasema. By the way, I apologize for yesterday, but if you are here to discuss real issues, discuss real issues. There's no way somebody can tell us that the way we have seen things are going around with all the lies. You just see this is a lie, and then you come and force us here with a lie. Like this guy who was who was here, that this guy had been given a work permit. A work permit. In fact, if he was a wise terrorist, he would have used somebody else with a clean record. But because he has to do that thing himself, he had to come. We have terrorists all over the world, and they use very wise means of doing things. If you know you are listed, you don't come. Now let me just educate him a bit. If he's listening, he would have used somebody else with no questionable record, and then that guy comes. That guy, of course, he will get a work permit. He can even corrupt his ways to get a work permit. That is not an issue. But the issue is, we are asking you, can you give us one evidence of one investment, or even set up in preparation for an investment? He has nothing. He has nothing to table as evidence. And then you want to force this thing down our throat that this guy is an investor, is invest fruit farming, my friend. Who can buy to such nonsense? Hizo ni ujinga yenye watu hawafai wasikilize. We cannot take our time to come and listen to such things. I think he topic Nania Mugambi John has given us evidences, and if somebody has something contrary to what Mugambi said, just come with your evidences, and they should be systematic. You should not come here with the jostled up evidences that you bring this, and then you start saying actually what, my friend? Let's somebody else take up.
Okay, I want somebody who thinks the government is fooling us to ask Rubia a question, not the other way around. Anyone who thinks the government is fooling us? Okay, ask Duke.
Yes, the reason why they feel that the government is fooling us because, as Rupia said, he is not sure whether the person is a terrorist. For me, I'm not sure whether the person is a terrorist, and I'm also not sure whether the person is an investor or not. So, Rupia, do you feel that it's right for the government not to provide information officially to us about the individual, whether it's an investor or not, whether it's a terrorist or not? Is it fair or is it right for the government just not to say anything officially? Should a government function like that? I'm only blaming the government for not coming out to give official facts that this person is not an investor or this person is an investor. This person is a terrorist. All we have is from the media. That's my question to you, Rupia.
I think, Duke, you are rushing, and I understand you are from the Tanga side. You want things to happen today and today. You want to see things happen. But the government, through its agencies, investigated. Up to now, they have reached somewhere, and they made a decision to take that person back to the sender. So let us just wait. If the government will give their official position on the guy, they will. They will, even tomorrow, even next week, they will. But you should not rush to draw conclusions. What we should not rush to do is that we say that that guy is not a terrorist. And when the government gives its official position, then they say the guy is a terrorist. And then you come back here to tell us that that guy is not a terrorist. As who? So you don't rush on things. Just wait. Just keep your cool. But as at now, the way you've seen things, people are talking everywhere. That guy is somehow a terrorist. He's a terrorist, by the way. All indicators are showing that he's a terrorist. So don't defend that guy. Yeah.
To support you, this guy is supposed to understand that this mechanism of the government, they're working as intelligent, they're doing everything to know that this is happening in our country every day, every moment. The president received the brief every morning. Now, when the government is coming out to say that we have this and this, it's not the government responsibility to tell every individual in the country, this guy have this and this. They have the whole capacity to know what this guy is doing. It's not necessarily to be investing in Kenya, Uganda. That's not the work of the government. But they want to know this guy is in our country to do what? They particularly what he came to do in our country. They know already, but they cannot submit to everybody. But they know. So hata wale wanapika mdomo wanajua wamepatikana. Unaona? Washapatikana but wanajua na government isemi. Unaona? Sio lazima tutangazie. But wameact kwa sababu wamefunika vitu mingi sana. Hawataki tuanze kusosana, kupikana, kufanya nini. But intelligent are very aware. Nini inaendelea? Unaona saa hizo ukipika simu ile ya private. Tuko na capability ya kukuambia ni fulani alikuwa anapikia fulani amefanya kitu fulani. Kwa nini wasijue mtu kama huyo amekuja na anafanya nini? Wamejua. Sasa tusianze kulaumiana hapa hivi na serikali inaumia mahali watu wanaanza kuoka sheno Kenya. Kenya itauzwa, mnipe share zangu. Siko Kenya, mnipe share yangu. Mkiuza Kenya. Unasikia? Kenya itauzwa. Haya, nyinyi kaeni hapo mkifikiria mnapiga mdomo na Kenya inaenda kuuzwa. Sasa kama wanaenda kupiga hesabu Uganda tutapitia wapi? Kenya uswe tunasatoa pesa ngapi? Kenya inazua pesa ngapi? Inaenda kupigwa mnanda. Kama mtu anasatoka nje akuja atembee kwetu akienda kila kona round. Hapa pale penye niko ukitupa karatasi ya sweet huwezi chukua taka 5 kama hujarudishwa kwenu. Na huyu amekuja country yetu, nini anafanya kikubwa? Sisi ni kutupa karatasi tupai. Utajipata kwa country yako. Kufanya kutema mate utajipata kwa country yako. Hawataki mchezo. Sasa nyinyi mmeleta upuzi Kenya. Mnaalau watu kuja kufanya uchinga kwa country yetu. Wanaharibu country yetu. Kenya itauzwa. Mkipatia watu nafasi Kenya itauzwa. Mnipatie share zangu nikaange na pesa yangu kwa mfuko. So Kenya intelligence inafanya kazi, si hadi ifanye kazi. Unajua tumekuwa top rank sijui kitu kama 5 ama ngapi. By kitu kama wakati wa Moi kitu kama 1989 1988 around there tulikuwa top kwa investigation with intelligence. Sasa hivi tumerudi chini kwa sababu ya nini? Watu walichukua familia zao wale wako top ranking wakaeka kwa intelligent. Sasa wanaweka kwa manufaa yao, anaweka mtu anaenda kuchunguza mambo yake, wakimfuatilia mtu mwenye ameweka hapa akuwa anamwambia ni nini wanatafuta. Ruto kuna watu wengi sana kwa intelligent. Khalwala kuna watoto wake wawili ndani ya intelligence. Waje niwaambie sasa mjue. Hao watu wamefuruka intelligence za hii ifanye mzuri. Lakini tuko na click ya watu wamejeka kwa intelligent kujitafutia mambo yao. Si ati ni Kenya wanashughulikia. So sasa intelligence imekuwa divided. Haiko ilikuwa strong kitambo. Lakini ingekuwa strong kitambo ingekuwa tuko sawa saa hizi. But saa hizi kila mtu anatafuta mambo yake aambiwe vile intelligence inafanya kazi. Unaona? I've been there for some times. Nilikuwa nafanya kama external na nikatoka. Nikakuja shughuli zangu. So Kenya mkiuza na ngojea share zangu mnitumie Dubai niweke kwa mfuko, hata nikipata kitu nasanua huku hivi na niendelee na maisha yangu ni sawa. Mimi nimeendanga tuonane. Na ukifukuzwa Dubai utaenda wapi? Sasa fanya hivi, Canada wamefungua milango nataka cross. Niendange pande hii nyingine. Shamba ni kubwa, walisema shamba ni kubwa sana. Kenya nikuje kufanya nini? Shamba ni kubwa pande ya Canada. Tena wenye wako huko si original wajaji hata tena wanasema wamekufa wameisha. Tunasumbuka tukiendanga hivyo. Tukienda kuitwa huko terrorist ni sawa tu. Tunaitwa hata pia sisi terrorist pande hiyo nyingine. Bali sisi ni wakarimu, hatukangi maneno mingi, tunataka ile kitu na tumekuja kutafuta ni pesa. Na tusaidie watu wetu.
Tunasikia Dubai watu wanapigwa sana bwana, wa Kenya wanaumia huko sana.
Hapana, huko ni nini? Ni Abu Dhabi, kitu ilifanyika Abu Dhabi ilikuwa kitu moja. Wa Nigeria waliua local. Ile kukosana tu. Nigeria unajua washtukangi. Wanafanya chochote. Waliua mwenyeji. Sasa ukipatikana kwa barabara unatembea ukiwa hiyo unajua ni capital ni kama ni headquarter ya states zote. Hiyo Abu Dhabi ni headquarter ya state zote. Siko hapa, but hiyo ndio kubwa, hiyo ndio baba sasa. Sasa walifanya makosa wakaua mtu. Sasa hiyo kuua mtu, wakipata mtu wote wa Mwafrika ndani ya jela miezi 2 nyumbani kwenu. Sasa hiyo ndio inafanyika huko, lakini si Dubai tuko free, tunafanya chochote anything. Hatuna shida. Hatuna shida, hatuna effect kabisa. Unajua kwa state zote sapa, ile state iko na freedom mingi kabisa. Inafanya chochote kama mtu wa kawaida, ni Dubai peke yake. Hizi zingine zimekasiwa.
Okay, thank you. Now we want to listen from Bernard, then we go to wacha nitoe bana ndio nione majina.
Sasa kumalizia huyu jamaa alifanya mzuri sana kwa nini kumdeport kwa sababu ya nini? Hata kama sio terrorist na afuate sheria za Kenya yetu, si lazima akae kwetu.
Can you answer my recurring question, who is fooling who?
So watu wamekaa mahali wana full Kenya. Kama mimi ndiko right, haiwezi kupali kitu yote kifanyika ati walalie kwa sababu wanataka kuembrace mtu mmoja kwa country. Wacha akae kando, afanye mambo yake but asisumbue wa Kenya. Unajua vice president saizi hana power yoyote, yeye anaanza kutuambia APCD hapana. Yeye akae kando, afanye mambo yake, afanye siasa, but kama mimi ndiko right kuchukua hatua ile amechukua kwa sababu tukikuwa affected wote kwa mtu mmoja, kwa manufaa ya mtu mmoja ama watu wawili watatu wamekaa kwa boardroom wamefanya tunataka kufanya hivi. Unaona scandal ile ilikuwa anasema ati bunduki zimekuja na kesa sijui sinataka kuuzwa, nataka kufanya hizo vitu. Kwa nini vitu zote zinamuaffect na asitoka nje atuelezee mzuri wanamwekelea kivipi? Unaona asemangi yeye alirukanga tu polepole akajirusha na akatoka hapo. Hii nyingine ndio hii imekuja. Kwa nini anahusika? Haya, kitu kingine, Kenya watu wamesoma wengi sana. Kwa nini tu mtoto ya Ruto aende kuwa ambassador wa Poland? Na tuko na watu wako na masomo Kenya mzima. Kwani Kenya imekuwa ni ya watu wachache? Sisi wengine hatujaenda shule, hatuwezi kuwa ambassador. Lazima tu familia kuwa ambassador.
Thank you.
Tunasikia uchungu mahali.
We have got your point. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bernard, take over. We are still asking the same question between the government and the Hustler Nation. Who is fooling who in this deportation saga?
We have been. How is everybody? I'm grateful
Kindly,
for the
if you're not
privilege
talking,
to.
if you're not talking, mute
I
your
am
mic.
talking.
Those who are not talking,
Sorry.
mute your mic.
I'm grateful for the privilege again to make my contribution on this platform. I salute everybody and their contribution. And my take is simple. In every saga like this one, everybody wants to pull in their direction. Waswahili wanasema mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake. And in this kind of scenario, when there is an office that is going directly against what the government is doing, and that office happens to be an adjustment of that same government, then there is something very wrong. And I think the DP's office has been caught with their hand in the pot, and they have a lot of explaining to do to Kenyans, and that's why they are coming out trying to save their face. It is becoming very clear from every passing day that the DP's office is becoming a security threat to this country. And if we don't take right measures, things are going to fall apart. We cannot be having somebody who is second in power tweeting and calling press conference and going in church meetings to contradict everything the government is doing. That is not valid. If he's playing the opposition role, let him play it rightly, not to save his skin or save his office. It is becoming very, very disturbing to have a person who is looking for the position of the highest position in the country cannot even handle such a small matter of managing the government secrecy. Government does a lot of things, and there is a machinery on what happens. And at times, the government is wrong. But the officers in the government cannot be going on the media to expose the same government for the faults that they are doing. And the DP that we are having now is not the DP that we had in 2013, 2017. There are a lot of things that took place 2013, 2017. We never saw the DP coming out and saying all this. What did he say about Pepe Pendo? What did he say about the staffing of what is this the field? When Baba was coming back from the US, they took human waste and went and filled into the field. What did DP say about that? When Miguna was being deported, what did he say at that particular time? Now, if he is trying to sell the narrative that anybody coming near him is being persecuted by the government, then why him? Why him? Is he the most, whatever? He's not the longest serving politician. He's not the main person upon which everything in Kenya is revolving around. There is a lot that has taken place without him. So why is he turning everything to be around him? This is a clear indication of the times that are to come if we don't take care of what is spilling out right now. The man from Turkish has been found to be in the country wrongly because his immigration status are wanting. And any country that is serious about its borders will take care of you, especially when you default on the immigration status. So, and you can be arrested for any suspicion. We don't even have to get evidence to arrest you. We arrest you first because we suspect you. Then from there, we look for evidence. So what Mr. Duke is asking for, it's not here or there. The moment you are suspicious, any serious government will arrest you and then find out why you look suspicious. And thereafter, if they can establish, they deliver you to the court of law to defend yourself. But the government doesn't have to find evidence in order to begin the arrest. The arrest is purely on suspicion. And somebody is having some feedback. Please mute your mic until it's your turn to speak. Thank you. Now, those are the immigration rules. If you are coming to the country, you must be stamped in. If you are leaving, you must be stamped out, so that everybody's accounted for, whether they're in the country or out of the country. The moment you begin to sneak back without getting stamped or sneak out without being stamped, then you must partake in being suspected to be up to no good. And that is enough reason to get you, if you're a foreigner, get you deported or get you prosecuted. Those are the choices that the government is left with. And so I don't think the government is fooling anybody. The DP's office needs to come out clear. In fact, I think the DP's office needs to be investigated, and the DP himself needs to be watched. If these are the kind of communication we are receiving from that office, I want the Matiang'i and team and the DCI to concentrate on what is going on around the DP. Why is the DP always around suspicious things and then comes out with guns flaming, fighting vehemently as if he's the one who has been accused, defending people for political reasons? There is a difference between politics and government governance. When it comes to administrative matters, the government need to speak with one voice. They need all to rally together and be able to deal with the situation as an administration. You cannot be playing politics with the country security. You play politics with the country administration issues. You play politics with almost everything. Now you're playing politics with the very lives of Kenyans, trying to hoodwink them that you are now there, you have changed, you have gotten light from heaven. You have seen that if you begin from the bottom, you can get to the top. We send you to the top to bring us something down here. You spend 8 years at the top. You cannot come down here and begin to tell us you have now realized that if you don't begin at the bottom, you cannot get to the top. All that cannot be allowed in our current Kenya. What is the interest of Kenya with this man that the government need to call a press conference and give a presser about the person? I don't think this thing has gotten to that level where the president or any senior officer needs to call a presser and inform the country about the person. That is a simple matter. The security forces have done their work. They have seen the person has questionable character. Let him go and be dealt with in his own country. Why should we take on prosecuting a case when there is a country where this person originates from, and that case can be better handled there? I think it's a brilliant decision to send the person back home, and if there is any terrorism cases or terrorism suspicion about him, let his country of origin deal with the matter. As long as he's out of our vicinity, then I think we are better off. On the other hand, the stakes are very high for the DP's office, and so the government has to play safe in dispelling the information that they may be getting. Some of those information may implicate or expose some people and probably put the whole scenario of governance at stake. And so the wise thing to do is, instead of spilling the beans to everybody or exposing somebody, and then he begins to cry foul that he is being targeted for political reasons, let the evil of the person find them out. So the government, I think, is doing the right thing to deal with this person, get rid of him quietly, and then those that want to defend them, let them make the noise they require. But when the truth comes out, the person involved will be exposed by himself. You don't need to push somebody who is standing on the cliff. Let him fall, and then it will be known he was pushing himself. There are people who want to stand on the cliff and then make noise so that if somebody touches them and then they fall, they say they have been pushed. I think the government is good. Keep off, but don't relent. Let the DP's office be watched. That's my take.
Thank you so much. Whoever thinks the government is fooling our hustler nation, can you ask a question to Bernard? Jonathan?
I think, how are you guys? Good work. I think the government is not fooling anyone. It's just that the government is keen and very careful for
No,
the
I was
security.
very specific. I was very specific. Let's have people from the other side ask question first. Then maybe if you have an addition, we can give you a chance. I was very specific. If somebody thinks the government is fooling the hustler nation, kindly ask a question to Bernard. Ndio msiseme we were unfair. I've seen people say this is an ODM channel. We don't select the panelists. People come voluntarily. Me, I'm just adding people who come. If you come, you are in the backstage, we add you. I don't even have your political history to know whether you lie on the government side or on the hustler nation side. So musitete vitu hazimeki sense. Some of the people wanateta kwa comments huko, sijawaona hapa kwa backstage wanatafuta kuingia. So just be serious. If you want to come in, come, and kama tumekunyima chance utasema, lakini kama hujakuja usiongelee mbali sana, usituokopee mbali, kuja tu tuongee polepole. If there is no question, Duke, you are representing your team, ask a question.
Because I see it's as if I'm the only one who is the government to blame. Let me
Kindly ask so that they don't feel like the discussion is one way. Ask question.
Okay, Bernard, this guy was deported to Turkey back. Now, assume it's a fact he's a terrorist. And the terrorists have international networks. Maybe he's working with the local terrorists, some in Kenya, maybe some others in Somalia. How has that solved? How has that made us out of the trade? If for me, I feel that this person was compelled to give information of individuals he is working with here in Kenya all around the globe so that they can be put into the book. The mere fact
Betty, mute your mic. Betty, mute your mic.
Okay, let me do so.
Yes, that's the question I'm asking. Is it right for the government to, if this person was indeed a terrorist, is it right for the government just to take him back to his mission without prosecution here? Because he may feel bad and maybe use other means to revenge if indeed he is a terrorist. That's my question.
Sorry, the government deals with the cases according to how well they can be prosecuted, and it's not every case that that you get an arrest and then you get prosecuted immediately. Because the person was arrested first and foremost on suspicion, he is in fact not a terrorist, but he funds terrorist activities. So it was really a money issue first, then the immigration issues came up. So I think if the government really deported the person, is on the ground of immigration problem and not the terrorist issue. And then on the other hand, handing the person over to his country of origin, the government must have exhausted the avenues of, if he's a threat to the country, then he will not be let to go. So all those things must have been deliberated before that decision is made. And we cannot also live in fear of external aggression by simply arresting somebody on suspicion. As a government, we must be able to protect ourselves, and the decision we make must be equivalent to that understanding that this person, even if he's out of the country, a country is safe. If the country wasn't safe, he wouldn't have been let to go.
Bernard,
And
let me just
to add
clarify
on
the
that,
point.
Duke,
Wacha
to add on
niongezee,
that,
wacha niongezee kidogo. Kuongezea kwa hiyo, Duke ndakana uelewe kuwa huyu jamaa ameshikwa, ako na allocation, and all ambassadors who are in Kenya, they normally have meeting with the president. And whenever anything arises, they normally call the meeting very fast to discuss about it. Wako na vile circulation wangu wanaongeleshana. So huyu jamaa decision ya kumdeport sio Kenya peke yake, wameita paka watu yake. Nimefanya taki shemba nikiwa na KK, ukuje uelewe hivyo. Sasa tunaelewa hiyo vitu za security, mata zake watokangi watu wa nje, but they normally talk, chat, and then they figure on a conclusion, and then they make a decision to do what they're supposed to do. So msilaumu Kenya, na ambapo watu wao pia wameitwa kwa meeting, wakawaambia tuko na hii na hii na hii, tunafanya hii ndio uamuzi. Huyo mtu labda walikuwa na kumfunga hapa hivi achibu mashtaka hapa hivi, lakini ikaeleweka labda achibu mashtaka akiwa nyumbani. So mwelewe, sio terrorist ya suspect, but the suspicion anapa account hizo suspicion, aenda achibu mashtaka akiwa kwao.
So my question again is still, who has the mandate to interpret the accusations? And you know, we have the bodies who have the mandate. If you have been accused, is it individuals or just the police who said to deport you?
It's the court.
Do you know the procedure?
It's the court. Any interpretation is done at the court. So the court will interpret and will declare him innocent or guilty as charged. But what I wanted to add was this, that there's somebody with some echo. Masinde, can you just mute, please? Yeah, what I wanted to add is this. Once you are a suspect and you are arrested, you are not guilty, you are not innocent. But when you are arrested, you will be interrogated, and a suspect of that magnitude, the interrogation the police will do is to look at your links, how you have been moving, and the people you have been talking to. So if there is any terrorist that was left, that the guy was actually linking up with all the time, I think those are people who maybe they have been brought to book, or they will be brought to book, but now they have been circled because the police is able to follow up. So that should not be a worry. An interpretation of the accusations or allegations is the court and the judge that does that.
Then you are trying to say that made a mistake because the court should have decided based on the allegations or the invalidity of the documents of the individual. It's the court which should have decided whether the person should be deported. So, provided that the person was not agreed with the court, and you have agreed, yes, that the court which has a mandate, then it means that those who deported it made a mistake, because it's not everybody which is mandated.
Duke, let me ask you this. You know, there's something called Security Council in our nation.
Yes, yes.
Do you know that there's something called Security Council?
Yes.
And Deputy President should be, unless he has denied, he should be part of the Security Council. and whatever is decided in the Security Council is final in terms of the national security is concerned. So it is not even the nation takes measures to protect its own citizens.
It is fine.
And the deputy president cannot even call and apologize to another nation when it's not a decision made by the whole Security Council. Because the president is the chair of the other Security Council, and the deputy president is part of that Security Council. You know it. And those are some of the things that the nation, those are classified information that is not shared to the nation.
No, the security support the deputy and the other cabinet security council, but you know the functions of the Security Council. They are within the Constitution, and their functions are well spelled. They have to actually to advise the president on security matters, and that deals with what the armed forces can do. Whether it's more based on the external security threats. So it's not final. It's actually, yes, they can make decisions, but
you
as
think
part
somebody from Turkey is not external? You think somebody from Turkey is not external?
Yes, it's
you
external.
think somebody from Turkey is not external? Especially when it touches to allegations of terrorism. Is it not a security issue?
Yes, it's a security issue, but what I'm trying to say,
and that is a global security issue. A global security issue.
Yes, what I'm trying
that needs to be handled and such information are not divulged to the public, by the way, whether you like it.
What I'm trying to say, in Kenya, nobody's above law, even the presidents. He has to
Wekesa, let me, Mr. Duke, you need to appreciate we have been ably explained for. Not every case is dealt with in one straight line. Each case, especially when it touches on national security and it involves a foreign country, there are different modalities of dealing with it. It is not every case that ends up in court. And for example, if the embassies were consulted about the guy, and then the embassies proposed let the person be sent back home, that is an agreement between two governments officials on the matter of that particular person. So you cannot insist that he has to be taken to court for him to be deported or him to be taken home. That if it is an agreement between the two governments, it settles it there. So you cannot treat every case. In fact, we have criminal case, we have civil cases, we have different cases treated differently. We cannot have one way of dealing with everything.
Ben, let me tell Duke something. Let me remind Duke of something. I have asked him a question that when the Arthur brothers were arrested in Kenya, were they presented in any court? They were directly deported after the arrest. Number two, the government could have given a public statement to everyone if any of the three governments that this man was involved in, that is Uganda, Turkey, and Kenya, had queries as to why the gentleman has been arrested. Now, since none of the government has raised any issue, the government had no mandate to give information that is so delicate to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Thank you.
Well, Kesa, are you mute or something? We can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm talking to myself. The next person was, let me remove this banner. between Jonathan and Edison. Somebody Edison. Edison, I see you have cried a lot in the comments. You said we have denied you chance. Kindly remove the curtain. Let's see you and
Let
comment.
him show his face. Let him show his face.
Unless you are a security threat to us.
It cannot
Edison,
be a security
can
to
you
us.
unmute? Can you unmute? I think he has a problem with the network. Let's begin with Jonathan, then we come back to him, then we go to Kihash.
So what I was saying, guys, is I think the government is not on the wrong track because when someone comes to Kenya and then you hear that from other countries, maybe he was maybe deported or he was being arrested. So how can some guys in Kenya or some politician in Kenya defend someone like that? Because it's not so fair to say something like that. Because what I don't understand is how do someone just come to Kenya, then he started he was not maybe seen with the deputy president. I don't know if it's now or then he was starting he was started walking around with him, traveling with him to other countries to invest or to do some I don't know what. Then all of a sudden the guy was he was maybe a threat, maybe or alleged suspected to be a terrorist. So what I don't understand in Kenya is when something is it's time for politics for election. Yani, even a serious matter can come to be people will just start saying this is politics. Why is this like now? Why is this and this and this blah blah blah? So many blahs with politicians, but they don't understand it's very 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 dangerous to have someone who is alleged and suspected to be an al-Shabaab to be in Kenya, and then he's doing let's say invest in other countries. Why was he not doing invest in Kenya? Why was he supposed to go to Uganda? That's what I don't understand. And how can we trust someone let's say for example, I'm running and then I'm saying that I want to become a president, and then I'm giving people, I'm giving the suspect investors to invest in other countries and not in my country, and then you claim that you want to be in a very powerful office. I don't understand. So you are going. It means that I'm going to give everyone, every investor. I don't know who I have not checked their background or who they are. I'm just going to give them to invest in my country or in other countries. Is that right? I think that is not right.
Okay, the submission is straightforward. I think we move to the next person. Is your mic okay, Nani? This guy called Anderson. Let's go to Kihash first.
Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, very loud and clear.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have an opportunity to address you guys. And my first question, okay, not a question per se, is to say that the government has the responsibility of ensuring that the country is safe, both from external, internal attacks that may happen. But I want to know who measures this threat, because you have to be very careful, because this can be an avenue used to prosecute people who have a different opinion than that of the government. Because I'm asking myself, if this guy was a terrorist, why was he just only deported? Why was he not handed over to security agencies in their country? You remember even the Turkish ambassador said the guy is a businessman. He deals in fruits and all that. As much as I don't agree with the policies of the UDA guys, I think the way that this thing was handled was not the right way, and the government need to come outright and explain the reason behind that. Because as much as you say the National Security Council has the responsibility, nobody is above the law, not even the Security Council. So I don't believe the statement from the government that calling this person a terrorist is true. I think it's a way of trying to intimidate people who think differently with what the government says. And it's a very dangerous pattern that you have seen people who disagree with government are being prosecuted based on what they believe. The guy went to Uganda and he said that he has invested in Uganda. Why are not Uganda saying that he's a terrorist? Why are Kenyans? Why is it only in Kenya that you are saying the guy is a terrorist? And why not follow if he was a terrorist, why not take him to court and let the full process of hearing the terrorist charges against him not heard? And the second thing, why not hand him over to security authority from where he come, or where it's alleged he had committed the terrorist act? So those are my only concerns, and we should not let the government use the law to allow to prosecute people who think differently or do not agree with the government. That's all.
Okay, Kihas, a question. Is the deputy in order to apologize to the trader and the Turkey nation on behalf of Kenyan government for what happened to their citizen?
No, I don't think it's in order. According to what I believe, I believe the deputy president should have resigned long time ago, because he disagrees with the government that he proclaims to work in. I think it's very immoral for him to still be serving and earning a salary when himself has said that he has nothing to do with this government. It's immoral for him to continue earning a salary, having benefits as a deputy president, yet he does nothing. He himself has said all his responsibility were taken to somebody else. So as a person who claims to be a person of high morals, and I think he should just resign, because it's wrong for him to continue earning a salary for a job that he's not doing. No, yeah, that's what I would say.
Okay, thank you. Is there another question for him, or we move to the next person?
Just before that, there was a banner there claiming that Raila Odinga replaced the DP in the Security Council.
Yeah, kindly comment on that.
What is
comment
that?
on that. Comment on that, because we have so many Kenyans who are ignorant. As long as they make a comment, they are okay with that.
The Security Council is not a political office, and there is no way an outsider can be made a member of the Security Council. Not even to think. It is beyond imagination that Raila Odinga can replace anybody in the Security Council. That is an executive office arrangement based on the Constitution. You cannot handpick people and put them in there. The only people that enjoy the privilege to be part of the Security Council are cabinet secretaries and CSs who are attached to that particular docket, not every person on the street. So I don't think that's a claim that should be being peddled around.
Yeah, another Kenyan is claiming that Wekesa is refusing people and only admitting people of ODM. Kindly, people, and nobody is coming with their party membership card. So I have no criteria of identifying who is ODM and who is not ODM. Kindly come up and or come in the studio writing your identity as UDA. You see whether I will not admit you. Just use the name UDA and come to the studio. You see whether I will not. There are no people even here. I'm looking for extra people to fill the screen. There are still more 2 chances. So don't just complain in the comments. Kindly come and participate. We need you here. In fact, a one-sided discussion is very boring. We want a two-sided discussion. People from both the sides arguing their points. So you are very much welcome, kindly. Okay, let's have our ancestor. Between ancestor and Kenneth, who came first? I think
Kenneth.
it's our ancestor. Oh, Kenneth came first. I always think ancestors are earlier than the rest. Okay, let's have Kenneth, and then we go to our ancestors.
Thank you so much, Wakesa. Good evening, everyone. I know your mics are muted. Thank you so much once again. And I'm so glad that you've given me this opportunity to have my views heard. Now, the way Kenya operates, it's like not any other country that is governed by the rule of law. About the happenings, you can question yourself several times how things are done. Now, for a country, for somebody who wants to invest up to 15 billion shillings in a country, there is no country that can just send that person away, and especially Kenya. Number two, today you cannot just walk into a country that you want to invest 15 billion without the government knowing. Because number one, you have to get a permit, and number two, you have to get clearance from the immigration people. So what happens that this is an individual who was coming in, but now wants to ride on the coat of the DP without anyone knowing in the government? That is the question. Another question, if this guy had invested in Uganda earlier, this guy had a direct entry to Uganda. Why couldn't he, if he had planned that he was going to invest in Uganda, why couldn't he just fly from Turkey to Uganda direct, tell Ugandans that I had invested here before and I'm bringing another investment of a total of Kenyan shillings 15 billion. I don't know I don't know how much that will cost in Uganda. So there is a lot of ish that we have to ask ourselves. And then number three, the people who are in the security docket and the Ministry of Interior, those people are not fools. They are not stupid. So there are certain things that should not be given to the public. And when they're given to the public, they can create some kind of animosity, which is not necessary. So what happens when the government handles its issues, there are things that we are not allowed to know as the public. So do not think that when you look at somebody like Matiang'i, when you look at somebody like Kibicho, they're standard one pupils who can just handle things with a lot of ignorance. No, they know what they're doing. And then again, you have to understand that there is diplomacy when it comes to handling such matters. So the government cannot just tell you that we are deporting, this person is being deported. No, there are criteria. There are things that the people must do. They have to call the Turkey government, tell them we have somebody claiming to be a Turkish. His name is so and so, but we feel that he is not for good in this country. What next would we do? Then bring him back. That is the best that would be done. So you cannot be a crybaby. You cannot be a crybaby calling press conferences here and there. Now let me tell you what DP is playing. I'm not for any party, by the way, but I do analysis on maybe based on what I see and what I hear. Kenyans are very empathetic, and very many people take advantage of that. And if you check the 2013 elections, the duo were voted because of the sympathy that Kenyans had for them. Remember, Kenya is a country that people will be brought by the sad things without like today, if anything happens to anyone in Kenya which calls for sympathy, everybody will rally behind him and will support him. And this is the advantage that these people took when they said they were being accused falsely to the ICC, all those things. So that is the game DP RUTO is trying to play. He wants to tell everyone that he is on the right and everyone is wrong. And then he wants to win the heart of Kenyans that are so kind of emotional when it comes to, and that this is why you find even some leaders crying so that people can sympathize with them. So we don't need to play politics when it comes to the security of this country. I remember back in the days when we were talking about the Atur Margarians and the Atur Sargasians, the brothers. And when the truth came out, it turned out that whatever was being said by the then government was true, or by the opposition was true, because these people were suspected to be, how do we call them? To be hitmen. And then we saw people being given passes until somebody was given a pass of CG director of police or something of that kind. Look at that. Those are the things that can happen in Kenya. So let us allow the government to do their work without bringing politics in everything. I think that is my submission. On matters deportation, whatever the government does, they have a reason why they are doing it. And when somebody is in a place where he makes decisions, let them make decisions. Because I know even the deportation that was done, the president, I think, knew about it. Now, let me ask you a question. What happened that this guy had to be accompanied by some Kenyans to Uganda? What happened? And what happened that this guy had just to be like under the code of the DP to go and invest? This one tells you the kind of a country we are in. Can you today call the deputy president, tell the deputy president that I need 2 million from the bank to invest, and then he calls a bank to let you invest? He will not. He can only do that when he knows he's getting something from it. And that is how the country operates. Today, very many people are languishing in poverty. Look, he is accepting to give you a wheelbarrow that will earn you 100 shillings a day, while somebody comes from Turkey and then he makes a call to a bank to be given 15 billion. 15 billion. 15 billion. Now, just to clear, just to wrap it up, I once got a chance to visit Gilu's backyard, and I'm so impressed by what is happening there, because there is water in Ukambani, a place that some days I visited, and I could not believe when I went back there. Those people are growing fruits. Those people are growing tomatoes. Those people today, Gilu brought, CG has done something plant. So Gilu looks at you and then she says, you're growing tomatoes. I don't want you to suffer with your tomatoes because there is no market. I will be giving you market for it. We want to start doing tomato paste. We want to doing tomato sauce and everything. And that is the kind of a wheelbarrow that somebody should be giving you. The other day, I asked my brother that in a population of 1,000 youths, and they are all given wheelbarrows, are you seeing that scenario? And then I asked again, like today, very many people are in border. The border that was giving people even 1,000 shillings a day, today cannot give you more than 500 shillings a day. So let us reason, because if somebody looks at you and equates you to 100 shillings, I wouldn't really allow my son to get to that direction, because that is not the best thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that is very clear. Any question from the other side. So who's fooling who? Any question from the other side? Yeah, Duke has one question. Kindly, please ask your question.
You have said that.
Someone's mic is on. Someone's mic is on.
It's Kenneth.
Kenneth mute. Kenneth mute.
Kenneth, you have said that the government has a reason why they deported this person. My issue is that the government should give that reason. You know, Raila was detained for 7 years because he was falsely accused that he was involved in the 1982 coup. Just because the person who was the head of the Air Force was a RUTO. So somebody should not give info. An individual should not just give information or make a decision and say the government just knows. Because the reason why the new constitution was introduced was to eliminate that power from the president, where he was having power to detain without trial. So if the government has the reasons why they deported this guy, that reasons must be given to clear any doubt that this person was not the right person to be in this nation. So my question is this: is it right for just the government to have that information, not to share to us? What if we have somebody who's a bad person, who is the president, and then can arrest anybody? Maybe Ruto becomes the president and says Raila is a threat to Kenyan, and they detains him. So there is a reason why we have the separation of power and the protocols, because at one time we may have a very bad person in the presidency. So that's my question.
Thank you so much, Duke. Now remember, the issue we have here is not the issue of a Kenyan. You have every right maybe to explain to people about a Kenyan, but when it comes to another person from a different country, that is now diplomatic. The only explanation that the government owes is an explanation to the country the guy claims to be from. What is the population of Kenya today? We are around 50 million or 55 million, let me say that. Assume that the government wants to explain to you everything that he does or everything that they do as a government. Now he wants to be an open book to everyone. How many hours do you think how many days do you think the government can take to explain everything? Now, the next question I would ask is maybe to just give an eye opener. When Musando died, he was killed, he was tortured, yes? Kenyans asked very many questions and they never gave any explanation. That is the worst that can happen to any human being. Taking the life of another human being. The worst that Kenyans would do or the government would do was to detain this guy. That was the worst that they could do. But that is not possible because they had to get authority from his own country. And that is why people seek asylum. Like today, if I don't want to be detained, I would maybe go to another country. For me to be detained in that country, I have to get an authority from my country. And it is not Kenyans who can even arrest that guy. It is the Interpol who can give order for that guy to be arrested. Or if not that, then their country will issue an order for him to be arrested. And that is why even the ICC ordered that Bashir would be arrested, but that guy would not be arrested in Kenya. So it is something that we don't need maybe to delve in so much, because if we start questioning everything that the government does, then we are going to really mix things up today. The question that maybe we were being asked is the DP RUTO right to hold these press conferences about a government he's sitting in? It doesn't make sense. Sometimes your father can hide a lot of things from you, but you don't have the right to question your father because he knows what is best for you.
No, you know, you have not answered the question. You are just given too much information, because the fact that murdered without explanation, that's a mistake. So the fact that a mistake was done does not mean that we should continue doing mistakes. So
no, Mr.
I think he has tried
Duke,
to answer.
If I could say something,
Yes.
There is a channel
Yeah,
to which grievances like that are raised. The DP's office is involved with this man. The DP's office has members of parliament who are on his defense. There is a committee that looks into this matter through the parliament. If the person was unjustly thrown out of the country, then let there be a formulated question tabled in parliament to the relevant committee. Then we will know the truth behind that. But us asking it on this platform for Matiang'i or his team to come and explain to us why the person was deported, that is trying to ask what is too much.
Okay, let's move on.
Duke. We know we are here to give opinions.
Yeah, just in 30 seconds, kindly for other people to contribute also. What's happening? Duke, 30 seconds, kindly.
Okay. What I was trying to say is this. He said maybe Kenneth did not answer the question. He said we are 50 millions and nobody, but we are talking about this matter of national interest. We are aware. The constitution applies sometimes to the residences, those who are staying within the nation. For instance, if you go to another person's nation, you go to another country, you have to pay to pay. You have to work as per the rules of that nation. So sometimes the constitution applies to all Kenyan residences. You are staying here, even if you are a foreigner, it applies to you because the fact that you are within the Kenyan territory. So him being a foreigner does not mean, for instance, even in the US, we have illegal immigrants. But before they are deported, they are taken to court, and the court decides whether they are should be deported or not. So I'm trying to say that the due protocol must be followed.
I guess I just in a second.
Let's proceed because we're just going in circles. Let's proceed. I think whoever is going to contribute can also add flesh if he has the idea. Let's move to gender parity. Sarah, you're welcome on the platform. Kindly make your contribution.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening,
Good
Sarah.
evening.
Yes, how are you? I contributed yesterday and then all of a sudden I went off. So for now, I don't think I want to contribute about yesterday. Then today we are in another topic. So what can I do? Can I start from yesterday?
No, start from here. Maybe when we go to parting shots, you will comment on yesterday, unless it's related to what we are discussing.
I think it is related because about yesterday and today, the topic is only about William Ruto. I don't think it is another thing.
Yesterday it was about Baba. Maybe
It
this
was
the
Baba
other
and
day.
Ruto yesterday. So
No, it
here
was
we
just
were and
no.
Kieleweke.
It's only people who digress from the topic. But yesterday it was very categorical. Baba has stated that he's in the race.
I'm seeing
So,
Bernard is laughing
but
because he knows
sometimes
what
it's
we are talking about.
challenging.
No, let's
Sometimes
do
it's
this.
challenging to
Wekesa,
regulate.
Wekesa, hold on. Let's do this,
Yes.
okay? Because Sarah left unceremoniously yesterday, and she had brought up a very serious matter of especially my name was clearly mentioned. So I really wanted to defend myself, but she was nowhere to to be seen. So let her have
Because
the
of my
liberty.
security reasons, Bwana. You know where I live?
Yeah,
Start anywhere you
kindly
want.
contribute.
Contribute the
Kindly
way you want.
contribute.
You have the liberty.
Kindly contribute for. I don't think people who support Baba are so they
No,
are
let me give me
uncomfortable
chance
when it's
because this
mentioned.
is gender. Just give me chance.
Yeah, just speak.
So about yesterday, I wanted to speak something about those people who are born in 1970s there. If you heard about 1978, that is where the change of power came. Where President Kenyatta died, the person who took over was President Moi. So before there, I want to challenge some guys inside here because I think some of them were born 1980s. So very few are 70s there. Nataka kusema ya kwamba 1978, those people who were around Mzee Kenyatta, they really humiliated Daniel Arap Moi. But that guy persevered. And then I came and sit down. I looked over what they did to Moi. The people who are very close to Jomo Kenyatta. It is the same thing that is happening now to Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto. Those people who are very close to President Uhuru Kenyatta are the one who are fighting Deputy President not to ascend in power. So please, I'm talking here because where I live, my area MCA is an ODM guy. But there is no day that I will say, this is MCA Nini. Some people voted him, and then as of the Tanga, we had to accept because the majority were the people of ODM. So history repeats itself. History repeats itself. And to add on that, I think most of you have read this book called Shamba la Wanyama. Shamba la Wanyama, I think the Republic of Kenya right now are being led with this book. When you've read this book of Shamba la Wanyama, hii ndio Kenya ya saa hii. Hii ndio Kenya ya saa hii. So hakuna ile mwenye nitasema Uhuru ni mzuri, Ruto ni mzuri, Raila ni mzuri, wote ni sawa. Hakuna mtu mwenye ako mweupe kama pamba. So na kama hapa tuko kwa timu ya Tanga na Kieleweke ama ODM ama kitu gani, mimi hiyo sijui. But what we want to do now, we want to help our each other. How can you secure our republic? Because kuna watu wanasema, kuna watu wamelala hata njaa. If we can speak the truth, kuna watu wanalala njaa na kuna wenye wanakula chakula wakimwaga. Watoto wa dynasty wanapita ile magari, wacha tu aslaza wanaganyaga hata slippers zile Kinyara, bado watu wako kwa Kinyara. And I told you who was the admin of yesterday, who was the moderator of yesterday. I think it was Bernard. Bernard, I told you yesterday, personally, I come from this county called Baringo. Baringo, we have a lot of problems. The president was there for 24 years, but it is the poorest county in this republic. So we cannot sit down na bado tunapiga magofi tukisema, oh, tunataka kijana ya mzee, sijui kijana ya nani. Kwani watu wengine wako somebody like me, mimi niko na watoto. I can front mine. Because hata si lazima atikukua kwa sababu huyu ni kijana ya dynasty, haiwezekani. And for now, let me tell you, Bwana Wekesa, and I still remember that thing because of Moi up to now. There is this cattle wrestling in Baringo. And I think it was 1991 or 89 to 91. Watu walikuwa wanaibiwa ng'ombe na hawa Pokots. ilifika mahali all the Baringo people, we said enough is enough. We had to parade those thugs who are stealing people's cattle. We had to parade them in our headquarters in Kabarnet. And from that time, cattle restoring stopped until the other day. Because of what? So the area MP of that place is very close to the son of a former president. So anatuma watu wanaiba na anasema hakuna kenye mutatufanyia because tuko kwa serikali. So tunyamaza kwa sababu wako kwa serikali. Should we keep quiet because they are in the government? The government is us, not them. Sisi ndio serikali. And that is why we need to have civic education to educate our people. That even when we are voting for these people, it is us who are their bosses, not them being our bosses. Sisi ndio tumewatuma pale and we have authority to remove them. So, Mwekeza, let us not talk about saying ati huyu ni tanga. I'm tanga. And I'm not happy about these guys of tanga. Every step kitu ikifanyika on press. And I know if you want to win something, don't do it publicly. Do it in a private way. That is the way you will deal on other most matters. But kitu kidogo tu ikihappen, unastukia tu. Sijui kitu ya publicity, ndio watu wanataka publicity. Na ukifika hata kwa their counties, they are not doing anything. Let me be very, very frank today. My home county is Baringo. I have some MCS. Wenye tu wako kwa mambo ya tanga. Hawafanyi kazi. Kazi yao ni kuwa press 24/7. And I think you've seen them in Facebook. They are doing nothing. And you can see those other MCS and the MPs who are keeping quiet. If you check their areas, they have done a commendable job. Let's put, for example, my area. I'm from Baringo Central, and that is where the president has come from. But the other election, we never voted for Jubilee, but we voted for individual, and we came up with a party called Maendeleo Chapchap. Maendeleo Chapchap is coming from Ukambani, not from any other place. But we never looked for ati kwa sababu huyu ni Jubilee lazima tumpe. Huyu wa Jubilee alikuwa na madoadoa na hatuwezi kumpea, and that is what we stood and we told Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto, nyinyi mtetee ile yenu ya huko juu, but kuanzia Senate kutaramuka chini, mambo yenu ya suit msituletee hapa. And we stood. I was there. Personally, I campaigned for two big people, and they are sent to power because of two different parties. But this one of saying ati lazima tupigie mtu wetu, ni mtu gani? Mtu gani inakuja kutuibia hapa mpaka wanatuibia hata karibu vyombo yenyewe kwa mesa kwa nyumba? Haiwezekani. And we have to stand firm as Kenyans. Na tusiangalia ati huyu ni ODM. My neighbors here, I have so many neighbors. Waluya, Wajaluo. Saizi nikishikwa na kifafa hapa ama nivamiwa na wezi. Wenye watanitetea ni hao watu wenye wako karibu hapa. But not before the people of my area comes. The first people are my neighbors, and those are the Luos, the Luyas, the Merus, the Kikuyus. So, hii mambo ya kusema ati tunaimba hapa sijui Raila, sijui Ruto, sijui Gideon, na hata ukiangalia saa hii Bernard, nafikiri hata huyo Raila yenye unaimba hapa hakujui. With me, hanijui. Na lazima niongee ukweli vile kunaenda. Na lazima tuone vile tutasaidia hii serikali yetu. Hii mambo ya kusema nini, kila mtu ako na makosa kwa hii serikali. Hakuna mtu ile nitatetea. Ukifika Raila ako na scandal yake, wanasema ukienda hapa huko wanakusanitize maneno inaisha. Ila Waiguru walisanitize huko. Hii ya Nairobi ya kina Junet walisanitize huko ikamalizwa. Ukienda kwa Uhuru wanakusanitize huko. Ukienda kwa Ruto wanakusanitize. Ukikuja kwa Gideon they sanitize you. Sasa tutaifika wapi? Which Kenya are we? Sasa I'm happy with another gentleman inside here. Huyu mwenye ako Dubai. Mwenye alisema imefika mahali kila mtu apewe zake. Give me my portion nijipange. Or tuame Kenya, hii Kenya ipigwe rangi ndio turudi tena. So we will go to Sudan where wacha ipigwe rangi ndio turudi tujue kila mtu ataka wapi, na sasa hiyo imekuwa sanitized. Lakini historia ya kuchezeana hapa within another 5 years we will not be there. Niambia saa hizi if a whole president of Republic of Kenya anaenda kuomba 20 billion, surely kichwa yetu tukitingiza hivi iko sawa? We have people like kina SK Masharia. Those people can afford those money. Na wamulipe pole pole. It is too ashaming. Every now and then tunakimbia kuombaomba mpaka wakituona wajinga wazungu wakituona wanaona hii ni mapunda kabisa. Very ashaming. Hata wewe wekesa hata wajukuu wako bado wajazaliwa lakini wanadaiwa. Where are we heading? Tafadhali twende mbinguni basi, twende tukae na baba huko. Mungu tukilima viazi na nini mamiogo huko. So where we are heading, I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy. Some of us, like my first son, there's a country I was applying for him to go, but corruption everywhere. If corruption is there, mpaka mochari ndani. Mochari attendant anakuambia nipe hii ndio nikuchungie jamaa. Nini nyingine yenye hatuna tuko na corruption kwa hii Kenya? So nataka kuniambia hawa watu hawajui. Ukifika saa ya kanisa unakuta so these politicians wote wako kwa pulpit. I also blame this pastor. How can you give these people with such sins wasimame kwa pulpit? It is too shameful. Kama wakuje kanisa waombe na kama baada ya kuomba kanyaga huko Ayusha was a pastor. Huwezi kuja kufanya siasa kanisa yangu, nitakutimua mbio. Kwenda fanyia kwa gate huko nje. Too shameful. That is why God is punishing us. Very much shameful. And I wish some of us these media houses tungekuwa tunapewa ruhusa, tungekuwa tumetandika hii watu vibaya sana. But it is ni kujuana. Maskini hana chake, kilema hana chake. Tutafika wapi? Where will we? Hakuna mali tunafika. So please, when we are talking, let us talk as one Kenya. Sio tanga, sio sijui Jubilee, sio hivi vitu vingine inaitwa nini? ODM or NASA. Tunanasana mpaka lini? Tuliwahi tanga tumechoka. Tumenasana tumechoka. Imebaki nini? Ni kushikamana. So, Chairman, can you do something when we are talking in this forum? Because I've seen some messages people are giving out there. Watu wanasema hii mkutano ni ya ODM. Can you give everyone priority? So, nitachangia kwanza hapo sasa.
You see, listen, Sarah. Even
yes,
when you came, I didn't know which side you fall. It's after you have talked is when maybe I can try to place. So
don't
I don't know you guys.
I'm a Kenyan.
That's
Don't
why
place
I'm
me
saying
yes.
I'm just admitting people I don't know their identity. So even I didn't know whether you will contribute for ODM, for Tanga or for Kenya.
For now, go to our inbox.
Yes.
Check those people who are for Tanga. They come and pulpit with
I
these
have
people.
asked them to come here. I have not seen them at the backstage. I haven't seen them at the backstage.
Because
in fact, I've been
seeing
removing people here. I create for them space, but they don't come until I return the people I removed.
But I'm seeing people here wanasema Duke is the only Tanga person inside here. So amelemewa na hawa jamaa.
Because he has been consistent that they know him. The rest they are not known.
So what is there?
Wekesa, can I ask Sarah a question?
Kidogo.
Ma'am, now can you allow a question? Allow a question to come to your side? And my recurring question was who is fooling who between the government and the Hustler Nation? And then receive another question from Kenneth.
We are both fooling each other. We are both fooling each other. So there is no question of who is fooling who. We are both fooling each other.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sarah, let me ask you a question.
Yes,
my question number one is
yes.
When you already declared that you support Tanga. That is evident anyway. But the question is
no problem with that.
Exactly. When
and where
do you think?
Before you ask your question, where do you are you not in NASA?
No. I'm not in NASA.
You are in NASA. The way you've been keeping questions, you are in NASA. I've been following you. So it is NASA versus Tanga.
Sarah, you're profiling somebody.
Okay. Could I ask a question?
I thought
Sarah,
NASA is dead.
I
thought NASA is dead.
Allow me. Sorry. Okay. Let me ask the question now.
Yes.
Now, question number one.
Yes, sir.
When do you think the nation and the leaders realized that we have hustlers? When do you think we realized, or the nation or the leaders realized that we have hustlers? Assuming that hustlers are those who are poor. Assuming That is assuming.
There is no
Then
day.
question, no, let me ask the second question so that I mute my microphone. Then the second question is, the other day I visited Aror and Kimorer. That is in that is in Baringo,
That is
right?
in Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Elgeyo Marakwet, and then I got time to speak to the Pokot, the Marakwets, and also the Tugans, huh? But one of the things that they laid bare was the issue of water that affected kind of pasture. But when we had the government coming up with bringing solution to this about the Aror and Kimorer dams that were supposed to be constructed, I remember noting that the DP said the amount that was lost in that process was just 7 billion. Now you're talking about cattle rustling, but it's like the Pokots and the Tugans and the Marakwets, whatever they are fighting for is just pasture and maybe the culture there from the Pokots. Could you just maybe give us a brief of how maybe it happened? Because this is something that was supposed to help the public, but money was lost, and we are aware that the project stalled.
If I may say, this project of Aror Kimorer Dam is for Elgeyo Marakwet, not Baringo. And the cattle rustling that I'm talking about, it is not for West Pokot. It is the people of Tiati, it's a sub-county called Tiati in Baringo. And these people, they have support from their area MP, that is Honorable Kamket, and our senator. And if you see, even the MCS and the area MP, they came through the ticket of Kanu, because they say this is the person who helped us when we steal these cattle. They funded them, they give them support or what do we call they ferry for them. I don't think if it is to Nairobi to where we don't know. But they have support from Kamket and Nini. In fact, even the day Matiang'i came to Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, and West Pokot, the same nights, the same cattle rustlers came and went away with about 300 cattle. So are we in Kenya? I don't think some of us, we are not in Kenya. We are in another world. Secondly, if Matiang'i angeweka ile curfew ya 6 to 6, wacha ile yenye walilift, they lifted na walilia kulia, because hata sisi tulikuwa tumezama barabara ya Marigat kwenda Chemalingo tunaifunga. So hiyo ndio ingetusaidia. But saa hii serikali wameenda kukula kwa meza moja, wote wanahubiri injili moja. So tumebaki na nane, si ni Mungu. The other day, the late Mheshimiwa Kipchoim, when Kipchoim was alive, there was a meeting in Kabarnet High School grounds. They confronted Kamama, the former MP Kamama. Paka walitimwana makofi. Mama anatandika mwanaume kofi kwa sababu ya uchungu ya watu wake. And then from that, the person who was in charge of security that time, they gave Kipchoim some army officers to that sub-county of us. And then ilimsaidia sana. But when Kipchoim died the other day, Kamuren entered, wamekuja kuchukua ng'ombe mpaka hapa Araba. Ufuji some 2 kilometers to Marigat town. So after Marigat town wapi? Wamesema tutapumua chai, kukunywa chai Kabarnet town. Nini hiyo bado tunaongelea na tunasema tuko na serikali? Serikali gani? Mimi sitambui serikali hapa kwa sababu tuambiane ukweli. Our people have been killed. Kila siku tunachanga mchango. Like the last week, we had about 13 children kuwachangia mchango waende shule because they have nothing. They were flown. They have nothing. Alafu tunasema tuko kwa serikali, and we have these three people. That is the president. We have Raila is there, Uhuru is there, Nani Ruto is there, kina Kalonzo are there. Wanapayuka tu uko Nairobi, hakuna pahali pengine wanaweza saidia. Ukifika
thank you.
Yes.
A question.
Thank you.
I have a question for her.
1 minute. Yes, 1 minute.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, Madam Sarah. You have enlisted so many problems, and sometimes a leader like you are, you should come up with solutions. So what are your solutions for all these problems? Sarah?
She's hanging. I think it's her net.
Allow me.
Okay, she has a problem with the net. Can we have Ruben has been coming in and out. Can we have him contribute kindly?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's Ruben. Then
Thank you.
Ruben,
Wakesa,
then Jen.
Wakesa, me it's 1 minute only, then I'm gone. Please, if you don't mind, because I'm going.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that okay?
It's okay.
Yeah, me, I just wanted to say tusikae kwa studio sana. Saa zingine tukisha kaka kidogo tunaondokea wengine, kwa sababu mbona Wakesa vile huku umekuwa nini, umevamiwa, nimejaribu kukutetea.
Yeah, but challenge imekuwa nina remove watu inakaa na spaces wale wana complain hawakuji, wale nime remove ndio wanarudi. Umenielewa?
Oh, okay.
So they are not coming. They are not coming. I've been removing people and wanapata space wanarudi tena.
Kwa hivyo ni kukuingilia tu ya bure.
Anajua tumezoea hizo comments.
Oh, okay. Sawa, hivyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema maybe
We have tried to create
full.
space for them but they don't come. They are just complaining.
Okay, let me contribute.
That's fine, guys.
And I will start on the issues of Mr. Harun, the investors. And when we are sometimes talking about politics, one is a dirty game. And I remember on the issue of allowed 2017, when we were going to general election, there were so many, a lot of dirty politics poured on Mr. Raila Odinga and his team. And every time wakati unajaribu kupinga the serikali ama unaonekana unapigania uongozi, lazima all the data of politics lazima uwekelewe. Kama especially me from Central, tulikuwa tunaambiwa tutavaa vinyasa, of which I came to realize is wrong and it's not right. So that issue of like that investors, let's take it as it is pure politics and it is not funny. Tomorrow we shall be discussing Uhuru anaweza ruka kesho, aruke Mr. Raila Odinga na utasikia all the sorts of manners atawekelea, hutaamini. Ati ulikuwa unasema ni Mr. Ondi, ni Mr. Ruto ama ni hutaamini. Tulikuwa na Mudavadi allowed 202. I think kulikuwa na wakati Uhuru alikuwa amesema Mudavadi tosha. Alisemaje the following day kabla tuende kwa election? Alisema alikuwa asijui aliigiwa na nini na nini. So even this kind of politics being played around Mr. William Ruto, the following day can be on Naira or somebody's shoulder. So if we are supposed to be neutral, we look how matter. If government is wrong, is wrong. We are even if you are a criminal, even Saddam Hussein was a criminal, and he was given a chance to be heard. He supported terrorism. He was given a chance to be heard. So even Harun was supposed to be given a chance to be heard, because if we allow government arrest somebody just because of either politics or anything else, and the deport, and that person is not given a chance to express or agitate mwenyewe or serikali proof, the following day will be somebody else who is just against the government, will be criminalized. Na tukiendelea hivi tunatetea serikali, tunapiga. Me semi personally, William Ruto is a good guy. No, and I'm not, and I may not support him, but hata ukikuwa mahali huko ujue kama serikali inakosea. I believe Raila is father of democracy, na hii democracy amekuwa akipigania. Washa tuache kuichafua kwa siasa duni. Juzi tumeona Miguna akiwa deported na serikali, tutakuwa tukisema ati serikali inajua. No, we are supposed to fight for the democracy. Our democracy should grow, because even today I'm siding with the for example, today you are siding with the government because either Uhuru wako na Baba, tomorrow Baba can be out, and whoever is associated. Tulikuwa na Mr. Wajigi alikuwa anaambiwa ako na arms, ako na what, akatumwa security kwake. Why don't we create a fair field? Why don't we allow, we condemn any government venye ina pray? Juzi tulikuwa na Wajigi, alitumiwa nini, akatumiwa sijui GSU, sijui terrorism, wakaenda wakavuja kwake. If we continue with this, I don't think your candidate you are supporting is in the right position. Tomorrow anaweza rushwa nje, Raila anaweza rushwa nje mbali sana, na Uhuru aseme hapana, huyu mtu tulikuwa tu tunamtuliza tuone what will happen. We are supposed to fight for democracy, not in interest. Tunasema huyu today na support Raila, so whatever, or even if he do wrong, we will say, we will, like for the whole month you will take discussing Ayuding had a light, ajitetee mwenyewe aseme ama mawakili. We are supposed to fight for democracy, not siding with this side, with this side, because yes.
Yeah, someone wants to ask you a question, Mkenya, Imara, quickly.
I don't think I want to answer a question. I just want to contribute. So I would rather maybe allow him finish, then I would come in at the appropriate time.
Okay, I saw your hand up. I thought you had an issue with what you're saying. So, okay, thank you.
So,
okay, finish Ruben in 1 minute. We go to the next person, kindly.
In any issue, whenever we are heading to an election, wakati rais anaacha mwingine, expect all the sort of dirty politics, but after all that wao watashikana, wewe utaremain wapi? What if hata Raila apate and then aite Ruto? What will you say? Utarudia history ya terrorism? No. So we are just supposed to be neutral. We fight for democracy and not criminalizing anybody because of politics. And if mwenye una support don't think hawezi ita huyo mwingine, na nimekwambia even tomorrow Raila anaweza pata aite Ruto, ama Ruto anaweza ita, wewe utasema nani alikuwa terrorism? Hiyo story watakanyangia. So whenever you are talking, try to be neutral. Thank you.
Okay, a quick question from, before I comment, a quick question. Anybody who has a question? According to you, Ruben, so who is fooling who? Is it the government or the opposition? Or those who are against what the government is doing? Let me not say opposition, because in Kenya, we for now, we don't have a real opposition.
What I'll say, it is government foreign citizen. One question you should ask yourself: when Ruto was flying to Uganda, this man was cleared in Wilson Airport, went to Uganda, finished his business. He was not arrested. The embassy of Turkey came out, said this person, we know him. This person was cleared by Department of Immigration, and I think he had a deadline allowed 2028 all the way, and he was not arrested. But if you can see the kind of politics, the kind of dirty politics being played by this Jubilee government, you will see, if like you associate yourself with this side and they are not happy with that side, the following day you can be criminalized for anything. and this it can apply even tomorrow to your preferred candidate. The government was supposed to stop him. How an foreigner passing through all the airports have that document stamped by Department of Migration came to Kenya? Unataka kuniambia they just realized this person is a terrorist kwa sababu ameonekana na William Ruto shwari? Unataka kuniambia hivyo?
Let me ask you this way, Ruben. The guy who bombed US, how did they end up in the Pentagon? You know, and Pentagon is the most guarded area. Do you think, did they pass through the immigration?
Yes.
Because now that is not Kenya. This is a highly sophisticated country, but they still have found their way into Pentagon, the security hub.
Okay, what I can say, let's for the first I don't know your name, but let me tell you, let's stop one. What I'll answer you, let us stop hypocrisy. What we are now in, we are in a transitional government, and the Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is trying to anajaribu kuruka Mr. William Ruto. Unaona, na hii issue yote, this that of politics, na ukiangalia 2017 even Raila Odinga kuna mahali walikuwa wanaazozitiwa na hizi kind of
Ruben, I asked you a
yes.
security question and you're answering a political situation. So where is the hypocrisy?
Okay, what I'm telling this kind of this story of terrorism, it is a party, and that is why I'm answering on you on political angles, because this one is just played as a politics. Let us play all kind of dirty politics to William Ruto, so that we associate him with terrorism, we associate with him with the corruption, with all kind of manner, so that the people of Mountain cannot vote for him, and then we will be successful. Yes, Adam, that one we cannot. Hii huwezi asanisha na politics, it is a politics. Na ujue hiyo wakati ameazozitiwa na terrorism, it is a mileage to the opponent.
Okay, thank you. Let's have another person contribute. Robert has been here for long. Robert, it's your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wekesa. And my co-panelists. Mr. Wekesa, I want just to respond briefly to the question that I've seen you asking, Mr. Ruben, that who is fooling who. According to my understanding, I think the government owes as a responsibility to explain to its citizens what actually transpired. And the government here includes even the deputy president, because he's in government as the second in command. So, and I would not support this kind of scenario to happen to any Kenyan or any other foreigner in these countries, because you see, it changed our image as a country in so many ways. Whether someone is perceived to be have conducted some wrongdoing in this country or not. Maybe just to give you a good example, a son of this soil was deported about 3 years ago under similar circumstances. And up to now, it is not clear to the citizens of this country what transpired, why Miguna, despite the numerous court orders has never been allowed to actually come back to this country. So the government has a full responsibility, whether the matter is sensitive, and for this matter, we cannot actually commensurate it as a classified matter. This is, if someone is a terrorist, is a terrorist. There is no other name that you can clone it that is not a terrorist. And if he's not a terrorist, it is not a terrorist. There's no way you can also brand him as a terrorist. So the government needs to come in clean and maybe tell the Kenyan citizens, without the side shots, without the politics that are currently going on between the principal and the deputy, so that it is clear to the Kenyan citizen what this man came to do here in Kenya and how he was deported. What were the reasons? So to me, it is the government who is fooling his citizens. And the government here includes the deputy president. Thank you.
Okay.
Allow me to add something, please. Something small. Please.
No. Wait, there are people who have sat here for long. You'll do it in the next round. We are going round. The next person is let's have Kenya and then Jex. Mkenya, are you hearing? Imara, unmute.
Just unmuting myself. Yes, thank you. I have. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, the topic is, I see people are asking that the topic is pinned up there. It's AYADIN deportation, and now between the government and the side that is having grievances, who is fooling who?
Well, I want to address myself. I hope you're able to hear me now.
Yes, you are loud and clear. Proceed.
Yes, I want to first address the topic of the day. Then I would come to other issues within a very short time, because I know there are people waiting. Now, about the AYADIN case, it would be prejudicial to make judgments, because all of us here are talking from a very scanty information point of view. We don't know what really happened. The government spokesman or the channels of communication of the government has not come out clear to tell us actually what really happened. We are hearing this guy paid his own ticket. Some are saying he was deported. And so with such kind of misinformation or inadequate information, we're not really able to make a fair judgment. But I want to underscore the following. One, I think the government is embarrassing itself in this matter. I feel the government should really come out clear, because when they don't speak, their silence is construed for many other things. And that's why this Tanga group is getting a lot of mileage for nothing. Where on earth would a deputy president earning salary from the same government apologize to a country on whose account? And so I find this is quite embarrassing to our nation. And I think the government should put his feet down. If this guy has been suspected for terror activities, because our security agencies don't profile people on terror. It is the Interpol and International Security Organization and apparatus that shares critical information on international terrorism. And so if this guy has been having issues and is suspected to be abetting terror, I don't want to support that he should have not been deported or arrested. But I think are deporting him back to his country does not solve his terrorism background. He should have been arrested and prosecuted if he had such questions. And because this matter was shrouded in mystery, everyone would believe even a falsehood, even if somebody came with a narrative that because he was associated with the deputy president, and so that's why the government targeted the deputy president. It might be true, it might be false, but because it is shrouded in the mystery, I think this is a game of chess. I don't want to really listen to the Tanga Brigade because they are not any better. We have so many of our Kenyans suffering in the Middle East. None of these people, none of these lawyers who are parading themselves into cameras have come out to defend them. We have even Kenyans whose bodies have been brought to have been killed in Middle East by rogue employers. None of these leaders have stood up. If they love Kenya so much the way they tell us, if they have the solution as they claim they do, none of them has stood up and say, there's a problem with our sons and daughters going to work in Yemen, in the Middle East. Now they are defending a foreigner. I find that to be a bit embarrassing. And so I think this is purely politics. Each camp wants to gain. And as usual, the government will keep mum because they know Kenyans have a short memory. After a short while, we will forget and we will move on. And that is their tactic. The Tanga Brigade are going to harness as much points as they can get from these people. The Sudis of this world, the Ichungwas of this world will harness. They will come and play victim and gain political mileage out of this thing. So I think the government should have come out clear and the government should have sorted this matter out. And so on who is fooling who, I think the government and this team are just playing circus on us and whipping our emotions. And it is unfortunate that Kenyans are even forgetting that we were in the Olympics. We should have even spent time off this craziness and celebrated Akina Eliud Kipchoge for what they have brought to this nation and allow these misleaders to do their stuff. We know them. We know these people. Ruto will tell you he has a bottom-up economics. He's not a saint. He's been in the government for all these years. We know his track record. We can follow him. He's not a guest in this state. Raila will tell you what you'll say, but they have been here all along. Everyone has been here. And so there is no magic. Kenyans, even if your brother was to become a president today, you still going to wake up and go to work. You will not sit and eat because your mother is a president. And that is what we need to decode. I'm going to my second point. Secondly is, as a nation, this nation needs more than politics. We need more than economy. If we would sort our socio-cultural issue, if we would sort our software, because that's where the problem is. We have a problem with our patriotism. We don't really seem to love this nation as much as we claim. This is our motherland. Our solution should not come from politics. Politics is supposed to set an enabling environment for us. But now we politic a lot. Kenyans will love politics. If our TV stations will stop doing politics for 1 week, Kenyans would go and rant on Twitter. There will be an online war because that's how much we love politics. And imagine in the 5 years, we only have 2 years for work because we have 2 years before election and 1 year after election doing politics. I want to address what's going on in the government between Jubilee and Tanga, all these factions. These people who are lecturing us about how bad Uhuru is, about how Jubilee is not doing well, you know, if you participate in an illegality, you cannot be a victim, you are an accomplice. Hawa ndio watu walimba kumira, wembe ni ule ule. Si walimba wembe ni ule ule. Some of them are here, they were doing wembe ni ule ule. Now they are coming to preach to us how you believe government is bad. You are part of the problem. You are the people who got us into this hole by voting this government in. You need to take your share of the blame. Now, if we voted this, if you did a mistake by voting the Jubilee government in, why are you telling us that now you have a solution in the second in command? That Ruto is going to be the solution. How sure are we that you will not take us to the ditch again? How sure are we that it's not going to be another wrong mistake? So what I think, whichever the case, whichever the politician, Kenyans, we must rise above and begin to demand accountability. The problem with us is not even the government. Government cannot sort our problems. Government will not tell you to switch off the TV so that your children can study. Government will not tell you, now listen, I want to give a scenario as I come to the end of my analogy. We complain about corruption in this nation. Let's look at it this way. Do you know how corruption begins? It begins from the house. The parents are too busy to be with the children, so whenever they come, they grab the children.
What's the topic of today? Can you clarify the topic, bwana moderator? Wengine tunapotea ama tunapotezwa.
Yeah, kindly, you can comment on other issues in passing, but you major on the topic because we will have so many questions, and in the process of answering, we will go divergent directions. So can we try to limit? If you have any issue to pick outside the topic, you pick it in passing. But if you major on it, it confuses the listeners. Kindly.
Thank you. Now I will not digress.
And I read for you. I wrote for you that AYADIN deportation, and I asked you who is fooling who between the government and in the light of that deportation, and you know the saga. Maybe you could discuss the business that is going on. It's okay, but don't buy everything that is anti or pro government and bring it in.
Thank you very much. I think I have tried to tackle that, but I think I may not really digress to where I was going. I would respect.
If you are done, then let's give another person
then
a
I will
chance.
just give chance to other people.
Okay, thank you. Then you will respond to other people's comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What I was saying, as I finish, I want to finish so that I don't take too long, is that we have been in this nation too long to understand how governments handle stuff. Unfortunately, our government doesn't seem to really learn. A proactive government does not allow such matters to slide, especially in a time when the nation is so volatile, when we are as divided as ever. If I were in a position of authority to handle this matter, I would urge the government to come out and shed light on these things so that the whipping of emotions that we are seeing doesn't happen. Because how do you want to believe that when Sudi and the co say it is the government going after the DP, that it's not deconstructed as terrorism? How do you want to believe? Secondly, some people are saying this guy paid this ticket back. He was asked to cover up on the embarrassment would have caused the government. And some people are saying this guy has been deported. And because there is scant information, people are bound to make assumptions. People are bound to believe whichever lie has been said. And so I want to tell you, and you people will prove me right, the government will not come out to speak on this matter. They will keep quiet as usual because they know Kenyans have a very short memory. Itapita kama zile zingine. Bottom line, as I finish finally, government should be standard in how it deals with the people. And as the people of Kenya, the standard should be, do not create a law to punish your enemies because you are maybe in an authority, because you will be in the same position tomorrow. The people who are now complaining about the law being applied on deportation, if you had Kipchumba Murkomen on the day that Miguna was deported, you can go. History never forgets. Internet will never forget. You will see what they say. If you go to Ndindi Nyoro's Twitter, you will see what he said. You go to Moses Kuria's Facebook, how he was in the budget committee and they were ordering a lot of tear gas. And today they are in the same predicament on the issues that they defended today. And so they cannot come and begin
Okay.
lecturing
Thank
people on
you.
honesty. They are not honest.
Thank you.
They are not
Thank you.
honest. And so this is
Yeah,
politics and it should be treated as such. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I
We have
think,
to ask him questions.
yeah, ask him and he answer in brief because I know some people are more detailed than others, but we also need to manage time. Thank you. So ask him in
Okay,
brief.
okay. Mkenya daima amesema kwamba Wakenya tunafaa kubadilisha our software. We have to love our nation so that because some people claim to love the nation and yet deep down their hearts they don't love the nation. Mkenya daima pia amesema kwamba how will we know, Oscar Sudi akisema kwamba it is the government plotting maybe to deport the guy, how will we know the truth? Ningependa kumuuliza Oscar Sudi amesema mind yake kwamba it is the government plotting to do the deportation ama ni government wamemdeport. Wewe kama mwenye unapinga hiyo maoni ya Oscar Sudi, serikali unaunga mkono imefanya nini kukudhihirishia ya kwamba si wao wamemdeport? Walimpeleka kortini ama walimpeleka wapi? Because kama unakataa hii side, you have to tell us the other side of your coin. How do you think? And then you measure your arguments kwa tangatanga. You even put tangatanga where it doesn't belong. People who are complaining. Let me tell you something. Whenever we go to elections like next year, in 2017 kulikuwa na TB mnatialala na hiyo ingine ilikuwa ni sijui wembe ni ule ule. Kuna wenye walipenda wembe na kuna wenye walipenda TB. Now that wenye walipenda wembe wanalia, TB wakienjoy, ya kesho hujui. So huwezi kuja kututishia hapa wenye tunaunga mkono ile side ingine. Eti tukiwa na slogan tutakuja kulia. Alafu wenye wako na slogan pia sijui watafanya nini na nini. So when we go to vote, kila mtu ako na right yake. Leo ni wao wanalia, kesho hujui ni wewe utalia ama ni nani. So mimi nilikuwa na kusuggestia as I ask you a question. Kama ni kweli unapenda nchi yako unavyotuambia tuipende nchi, then wewe pia ukituelimisha hapa, you have to, lazima utuelimishe yani kihaki, as in kama unamaanisha what you are saying, lakini huwezi tuelimisha hapa and then you blame us on the other side. It doesn't make sense for me at all. You've just spoke out of hate of the tangatanga, lakini penye nimefurahia ni hiyo place umemalizia kwa kusema kwamba you totally blame the government, but in all your statement you are blaming tangatanga. So at least nimepata point moja whom you blame on the issue. So point yangu ni hapo kwa Oscar Sudi. Swali, Oscar Sudi amesema ni serikali imeplan kumdeport, ukakataa juu ni mind ya tangatanga. Wewe mind yako ya kiserikali, who deported the guy? Did he deport himself? Ama tushasikia ya tangatanga Sudi amesema, na Sudi kwa sababu venye unamrate amesema uongo. So point yako ya kiserikali, who deported the guy according to you?
Can I respond? Yes, Wekesa, can I respond? Hello, can I respond now?
Wekesa amejimute bana. You can just respond.
Okay, now, unfortunately, I do not know your name. I would have addressed you by your name, but let me say this very quickly, that everyone has a bias, including me. I have a bias. I have a degree of bias. The way I am persuaded, persuasions create bias. So I may not really come clear on which side, but I think discussing sides is the basic level of discussion. And that's why I want to try to construct issues from another angle apart from discussing these sides. But on Oscar Sudia was saying, I began by saying that the way the government is handling these matters is quite embarrassing, because if you allow the Sudis of this world to be appearing in the press to deconstruct issues like this, and Sudi is already having a bias. He has a side. He can never speak against his side. They have been complaining about
Mi
the
sisikii
government.
chochote bana, nasikia tu
I don't know if you can hear
ama
me.
net yangu.
Are you able to hear me now? I'm saying that the government should come out clearly and disseminate the correct information, and not allow this matter to be discussed in Twitter and with people who are not in the security. This creates a lot of confusion, and every side would run with their own narrative, which might not be correct. That is basically my point. I am not saying Sudi is wrong, because I can't talk about the government. The government has not issued an official statement. They only said the guy is linked to terrorism. Actually, the guy's brother was jailed for some issues back in their country. And this terrorism issue, you can actually check it online. They are there. And so the other thing was, how did the guy come into the country? Kenya has a porous border. He could have come from anywhere. But because he came and these documents were not perused, that does not mean that if he's on the wrong, he cannot be deported or arrested. Those are the things we want the government to talk about, instead of allowing Tanga to cry hoarse and to milk nothing out of this issue. Thank you.
Okay, I'm quite satisfied, but not fully. So, Mr. Wekesa, at least you can give me like 1 minute or 2 minutes to put my last thought on that, then I quit. If you allow me, please.
I hope it's 1 minute as you mean it.
Okay, so mimi
There are
kitu
people on hold.
Yeah, I know. So according to the little history that we know, the guy hajakuwa mtu msafi sana. Yes, ni mtu amewahi shikwa, like alishikwa sijui in Germany in 2001 na luggage yake ilikuwa na so many weapons, but the guy had a lawyer in court mpaka akaachiliwa. Kwa nini nchi yetu ya Kenya hatungeweza kumpeleka kortini, at least tujue ukweli wa mambo wapi? Kama ni ukweli walikuwa wanapanga njama na naibu wa rais, hapa sasa tungepata mwanya wa kumwendea hata William Ruto. Lakini a real government with all officers in office wana behave sijui, you arrest somebody who is a terror suspect, you don't arraign him in court to disclose the information, you deport him. So when we want an information from him, will we go to Turkey, bring him back to Nairobi Milimani Law Court so that he can testify? Ama hii kesi imeisha tu hivi, wa kublame DP tumblame, wa kusema anaonewa tuseme tu anaonewa, but we don't have facts. So mimi nilikuwa napendekeza kwamba jamaa angepelekwa kortini, atuambie ukweli, kama ni kukataa akatae. Alafu last week pia nilisema kwamba kama alikuwa Kenya, akaenda na DP hapo kwa island inaitwa Zanzibar, akarudi Kenya akatulia, mpaka hii time anaruhusiwa kwenda Uganda, anakuja tena Kenya, ndipo anashikwa. Kuna mtu alilala kazini. Then finally in the last 30 seconds Wekesa, the people leading Kenya right now ni schemers, and I see if not somebody, then some people are gonna lose jobs. Venye president alienda Mombasa, maybe alienda kupanga vitu zake. Kutakuwa na, I don't know how to call it in Kiswahili, there will be reshuffle maybe in the cabinet ama kwa hizo security organs, na kuna mtu amekalia kiti ambacho si chake, ama amekalia sana na wakati wa kuiachia mwenye anafaa imefika. Story na Aydin will make people lose their jobs, and I don't want to mention names, and let me leave it at that point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have 3 people to contribute, and then we can do a full round with there was a second topic, so we can do a full round with the second topic. So we have Jex, and then Themba, then Elias. The rest we will do a full round with the next subtopic. Ndio watu wasifeel uncomfortable na hii topic sana. There are many other topics we can discuss.
So
Okay,
am
so
I
we
next?
begin with Jex. We begin with Jex.
Okay. Good evening, people. How are you? Mkoaje? Good to
Tuko
see you,
poa.
Bernard. Good to see you, Ekesa, Sarah. Sarah, I think yesterday you were Bowen. You have made my evening. Demba, good to see you. And the many joining us in various forms. Now, as a Kenyan, I have questions I am asking myself. One of the biggest questions with all this is, am I safe? You hear there's a terrorist around, you hear there's someone who is able to do a lot. Because the word terrorist means someone who can easily kill a multitude by a click maybe of a button in terms of bombing, by shooting and all. A terrorist is not just a simple word. It's not a thief. Terrorist is a big word. Now I ask myself, am I safe? You, wherever you are you safe? It's not. It's one thing to call someone corrupt, and maybe we'll go through the court processes and all. But calling someone a terrorist, we know such names. For example, if you hear Osama bin Laden, that's a terrorist, my friend. That's not a name you just mentioned, and the dust just settles like that. The US invested a lot in capturing these terrorists. Interpol does not take that word simple as we want to bring it out here. So I ask this question tonight. Are we safe? This is a nation that we have suffered from Westgate attack. This is a nation that students died in Garissa. This is a nation where in 1998 we had serious bombing. People lost their lives. We had the D-suit attack. These are serious issues, my friend. So just saying someone is a terrorist and then you don't prove it in a court of law, deport him, and that is the end of the matter. Honestly, I think we're taking our nation for a joke. Honestly, we need to be serious by the end of the day. This is not even about Ruto, Tanga, Baba, whoever. It is not about them. It is about you and me. What will happen when we lose our people because of an attack? Who will we link it to? Will we now say the deputy president is now a terrorist? No, these things are not just things that we just say and let them go under the rugs like that. We need to be serious. You know, even how we are handling this matter, other nations looked at us. They wanted to see how do we handle this issue rather. Uganda looked at us. Tanzania looked at us. Africa watched us as we handled this issue. If this man was truly a terrorist, if we don't have a capacity to deal with him, ICC is there. Interpol is there. Why did we deal with it so casually? So as much as we want to believe he's a terrorist or not, even the handling, it's like to scare, there's a thief in the area and the best we do is give him fare, rudi kwao mashamba. Have we stopped the crime? Or we have just deported the crime to other nations? If this person is a criminal, have we helped by sending him to Turkey? So I am a worried Kenyan. I don't know what Wekesa or anyone would say to help me feel safe, because this is not an issue of Baba, Ruto, or anyone. It's a matter of life and death. We know what terrorists can do. We know them what they can do. So taking it lightly and just treating the matter, tumezoea the matters ya kina Gachagua na Moses Kuria. Yeah. the Kamata Friday, those ones we are used to. But this one is beyond us. This one is not a joking matter that we just take lightly. Honestly, I had high hopes that, and I think I commented somewhere and said this one was a make it or break it moment for most of us. Why? This would have either proved we have a rogue DP in terms of him aiding a terrorist, or it would have made the government be seen from a dark side. But treating it casually and just deporting this person. So I ask here tonight, so what's the difference between this Haron guy and Miguna? They were both deported. What's the difference? There was no court hearing, no fairness in the two. One person kwa sababu alisaidiana kuapishana, he was seriously taken away from our nation. This other person, because he's associated to the DP, we just say the name terrorist and everything else does not matter, honestly. We should be a nation that is governed by the rule of law. We need to be a nation that protects our reputation. The other day, we saw MPs abusing Uganda leader and how they do things. That is wrong. We are not in Uganda. We are Kenyans. We need to live in peace. However they chose their leader, whatever they saw in Museveni, it is them as the Ugandans. It is not us. It is not for us to judge. But when we talk wrong and fall against them, what happens if we go to war with them? Honestly, Bernard will tell us that the Bible says it is good to live with harmony with our neighbors. That is what Bernard will tell us. So should we praise when there is disharmony, when there is bad mouthing of our neighbors, even if we don't like the way they do their things? It is the Ugandans. That is their nation. Our business should be Kenya. Let us deal with one another at tangatanga, kieleweke. Lakini kishapita border, let us deal with our neighbors in the most respectable way. Why? You don't know who will be president tomorrow. You don't know what they will choose to do. We have seen nations like Israel and Palestine, what is happening. But we will be here saying, oh, it is us to think outside the box, not just praising everything simply because that this person is not from your side, simply because this person is not the candidate you support, but because his name has been mentioned, you are here celebrating. Honestly, we need to really come of age to differentiate between politics na vitu zenye si za siasa. Terrorism is not siasa, my friends. Hii si about mileage na sympathy votes. Hii ni serious. What will happen if tomorrow tusikie kuko na a bomb ambayo ime explode somewhere? What will come to mind? Who will be the first suspect? Who will people think has done this? Even if the government decides to do it on its own, who won't believe that it is Ruto who has done it? So we need to think, my friends. This is not about Tanga. It's not about ODM. It's a matter as serious as COVID-19. The way it's killing people, it is as serious as that. I have no apologies, but I would not sit here and abuse the Ugandan government. I'll not sit here and encourage us to misbehave internationally. Wacha tuchafuane hapo, wacha tukanane mimi na Bernard, but ikifika ni international matters, our nation, venye tulikuwa when our athletes are fighting very hard to make our nation shine, we should also work very hard to make our nation shine, not just create scandals after scandals. Dubai or hatupendi because of how we behave. You remember what we did to their prince? This is now Turkey, honestly. I end my point.
Okay. Mugambi, you have a question to Jex?
Yeah.
Jex,
Jake, good evening.
Good evening to you.
So I have a question for you, and in relation to what you have touched about Uganda. It is on record, Mr. Sudi did Nyoro telling us one of their missions to go to Uganda was to get mentorship from the NRM officials on how they run their political party. So my question comes here. As a Kenyan, would you be proud of how NRM runs their political issue in Uganda and how they suppress and oppress the opposition? Answer me that.
An additional question for Jakes. What has a Uganda government communicated?
Allow me to answer one at a time. I am not good in doing bulk questions. Actually, you told us the other day BBI cannot be multiple questions. It has to be one question at a time. So, so don't give me multiple questions.
Understood. Can you answer that one?
Whew, Paul Bernard, I just, you know me, I'm a good friend. Anyway, so what have you asked me, Mugambi? You have asked me what Sudi and Nyoro are doing in Uganda, copy-pasting their NRM, whatever, and seeing how they work. That is your question? Is that what you're asking, Mugambi? Okay. So according to me, as much as I wouldn't say I don't support Tanga Tanga, it is it is a joke that statement came from them. And honestly, I think that statement ought to have come from the other side. But all in all, I wouldn't be here judging anyone. The question, my point is, by the end of the day, I would sit here and bash the Uganda government because hata sisi tuko na weaknesses. We are not good. Tukianza kuchongolewa huko nje utashtuka. So venye Uganda wanafaa wa defend nchi yao, pia sisi tunafaa to defend nchi yetu. By the end of the day tuko na mistakes, tuko na issues, lakini tena tusiende to copy paste other nations that I wouldn't term them that they are so high in the hierarchy of good governance. I think that's how I would say it.
So, okay, my question was, I wanted yes or no. Would you be proud?
I think I've answered.
That would you be? I want a yes or
Mugambi,
no.
I want to help him.
Yes, Ashley, Asante, you can help.
My answer is, that is for the voter to decide if they want to go and get their tips from Museveni. When it comes to the election, the voter has to decide if that's the kind of government they want. So we cannot have the state zero grazing its citizen on what someone wants. If you want to present us that model, if someone goes to Rwanda and they want to present us that model, another one goes to Museveni and wants to present us that model, they can bring it as long as they're not going to their army to show them how to fight. If it's just the model that Museveni is using in Uganda, I don't think Uhuru has a right to interfere with Ruto if that's what model he wants to go there and get. Someone else will go to USA and get that model. Someone else will go to Mexico and get that model. And then when it comes to the election, the voter themselves have to decide which candidate has presented the model that they want to follow, and then the majority will win.
Ashley, thank you for trying to answer my question. But when you talk about the model, we know the voters of Uganda cast their votes, but the model of NRM captures the victory irrespective of which side wins. Meaning this
the good thing about this.
Listen, you are trying to assist in answering a question, and you have talked about the model. And the model that we know of Uganda is, regardless of who is popular or not popular, NRM must win. And this is what Sudi and Nyoro were going to learn and to get the strategists from that side to come and implement in Judah. So do you want to tell us that we should keep quiet and see our country going back to the dogs?
No. As long as ICC has the strong mechanisms, unless Ruto gets in power, then we don't have to worry because he is not in power. And that's why I say someone like you has already decided this is not a good model. So we will not give him the opportunity to get to that position where he can rule like Museveni. Right now, he doesn't have access to that mechanism. So what all the country needs, and yesterday we talked about making sure that our IBC is operational, where once we vote, that those votes will be cast and they will not be disturbed by anybody, because I don't think Ruto has that much access to who wins and who does not win at this time because he's not president.
Okay,
So what you're saying is irrelevant.
Mugambi, just one moment. Allow me to give you a history of our president.
Okay.
You have asked us a
Mugambi,
question.
let's finish with the Jacks and then we move on.
Your question,
I have one question.
Before you add your question, listen. Before you add your question, there's this thing that at times we keep on dwelling on, and you are doing it so well, dwelling on the negativity part of it. I don't believe that Museveni is all crappy and full of shit. He has something good, and that's why probably, because he has never gotten a 0 vote, whether he steals the rest to top up, but there are people who agree with him. There are people who have been elected on an NRM party. So there are things, or rather there are ideologies, there are things that he or the people of Uganda believe in. So you cannot say, just like in Kenya, if people come to learn why we fail in corruption, nobody should bastardize that nation for coming to learn. Because as much as we are corrupt, we also have our good side. We also have things that people can learn from us. They can learn how to win marathon. They can learn how to do things. So basically, when you just measure on corruption, because it's the same example I'm asking you, just like we are corrupt, we have issues of corruption in our nation. So does Uganda have issues of governance, their president and all. So please, that is what
allow me to say this. Allow me to say this, please. Okay, we understand. We understand that when Museveni got to power, he had the assistance of Paul Kagame from Rwanda in the resistance movements, and Paul Kagame assisted Museveni to be in power. And since then, he has never left power. We have seen our deputy president going to Uganda to a person who was assisted by assistance from another country to take power. So should we allow such kind of mentorship in matters political parties, in matters politics?
That's where the intelligence, that we should use our intelligence. We should use our intelligence. No. We should use our intelligence to find out what is he going to talk. Then we come up with something substantive. You cannot start restricting people because you're afraid. That is why we have security. So the same thing you're asking, we can ask, should we believe our government when they say that this guy that was deported is a terrorist, when they use the same thing to block Miguna from coming back? They said he was a security threat. We all know he's not. So the same government which put a red alert on Miguna, that is dishonest. How then can we trust that this time they are honest?
So Mugambi, it is also, the other question. Let me finish.
Finish your question.
Bernard, there's a question from Bernard. Finally, it is also almost common sense. By asking ourselves this question. We saw the president going to United Kingdom, where we have one of the longest serving queens. Do you want to tell us alienda kujifunza jinsi ata change? You know, some of these things are not, they really don't add up. So as much as you're looking for issues, look for things that can build us or make our nation. So we need to ask Sudi what he meant. We need Nyoro to explain, because by the end of the day, they can answer better. But you already have an opinion, because someone is even asking for a comment section. What if people come here in our nation to learn how you can swear yourself in as the people's president? So honestly, let's not be petty. Bernard, ask your question.
My question to you, Dex, listening to your submission, in defense of Uganda and this Ayadin man, from the information around, he's more of a Ugandan investor than a Kenyan investor. What is the official communication from the Uganda government on Kenya and the matter that has befallen the guy? Do we have any?
I'll answer what I know. I'll answer to what I know. Number one, this guy has a working permit for Kenya, right? Do you know that? So a working permit to do what? To do what type of business? That's those, you know, those are the questions that we need answered, and that's why I said we are taking this matter lightly. So if akona barua ya kufanya kazi Kenya, na probably pia akona barua ya kufanya kazi Uganda, so who knows if he was to invest in the two nations? Those are questions that ought to be answered by the same person, or rather they ought to have been asked in a court of law, but we were not given the privilege of taking this person to the court. So if you ask me if Uganda, what he was to do there, I'll still ask you, he has a working permit.
And two, he may have wanted to pass Kenya because he loves Kenya so much, to greet some friends and then go to Uganda, because there is freedom of movement. So he doesn't have to explain why he came to Kenya, as long as he was allowed in. Whether he was coming here, going to do business in, how many times have you passed a certain town, going somewhere else to do business? You know,
and then
it's stupid.
Hold on. My question is simple.
Yes.
If the person was an investor, either of Kenya or Uganda, and then he has been arrested, if Uganda had an interest in the person, they should have sanctioned Kenya on why are you mistreating. Have any communication?
Okay. It is very simple. The answer is very simple. The mistreatment did not happen in Ugandan soil. It happened in Kenyan soil. And the person who was to defend this man, the ambassador, or rather the deputy ambassador, was there. And unfortunately, he was not given audience. And you know, if Bernard, you go to another nation, the first person that speaks for you is the ambassador for that country. Is that true?
That's what I'm saying.
So let me ask you. It is the problem. The problem is here. The problem is here. Listen. The problem is here.
Okay, we need to move forward, guys. I think you just make a comment. I don't think we will find a conclusive answer. Just comment, and another one makes his comment, and we leave it there. I don't think we will have a conclusive
Let me go first, then Bernard will finish. Now, this is what I'll say. This person had documents. Kama tu venye wewe uko na license ya kuwa na church ama ya kuwa na nini, and then probably unataka kufungua kanisa mbili, moja hapa Kenya na ingine Uganda, lakini maybe kwa sababu ya pesa zenye uko nazo na unahitaji kuanza kazi yako, uamue pesa kidogo uko nayo na ile yenye mtu atapiga simu uongezewe, ikienda Uganda itakuwa pesa mingi sana. So ukienda unafungua kanisa mbio mbio kwa sababu shilingi moja ya Kenya ni 33 bob ya Uganda. So you can imagine how much 15 billion is. So
yeah, but Tex, let me tell you, there is the challenge why we are having these issues, and you have heard today. If you look at comments from the people from your site, they have flip-flopped so much because they were answering casually the way you are doing like this. Then they realize when they bring other information, they have to change the same. They edit the same statement in less than 2 hours. Can you guys be candid? If you are defending your person, kindly find concrete information and share, rather than just answering casually. Then after you find information.
Kuna shida moja. We were not the arresting authority, so we don't need to give information for anything. We are not the one who brought the terror charges, so we cannot defend something that has not been proven. We were not the one who gave the working permit. we were not the one who allowed this person to the nation. He is the one who came to the nation. We have traveled with him time without number. So now that you feel there are challenges that probably we are getting some support from elsewhere, that's when you are raising all this. So it is not for us to prove. Actually, this is what they normally say. He
And
who
he's also
accuses
there is a
should
president. There is a president. Miguna happened to be in the same category. He came, he vied for position, and then afterwards, when he was opposing the government, they started saying he's not a citizen. And then he was given
I
a
don't
court
think
order to
you
come
understood
back.
what I was
And
saying.
the government was saying he can come back. We haven't stopped him, but yet they had already gone and they had put a red alert on him, even though they were saying to our face, to our media houses, that they did not stop him. So we have to ask: is the accuser honest? Can we trust that these accusations are honest? Are they like Miguna's? Because he seems to be on the other side and not towards the side of the government. So we have to also question who is accused.
Thank you
The
so
English
much.
person says like this. My last
Thank
statement. My last statement says like this. The Englishman said, "He who accuses must prove." It is not for us to prove we are innocent. It is for you to prove we are guilty.
And last but not least, Uganda say they do not want to be involved. I'm just finishing. They do not want to be involved in the politics of Kenya. Bernard had asked why Uganda did not comment. They say they do not want to get involved in our politics.
Thank you. And next person is Nthemba. You have been very patient. Let's give you an opportunity to make your submission. The topic is.
Can I leave?
You want to leave?
Yes, so I don't know if there was a question. There's an assignment.
No.
So nimeingia tu nisikie vile Bernard alisema atanifinya na hajaweza.
Mimi niko na swali kwa
Malizanangi mtafinyana baadaye.
I have a question to Jay.
Let's give other people also chance to contribute. Themba, kindly make your submission. The topic still is AYADIN deportation. Who is fooling who? Is it the government or the other side?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. I want to start first of all by responding to the topic. In my view, the government is fooling itself. And it's just exercising the bad manners that has been used to. It's not the first time it's happening. These security laws were supported by the Jubilee side. Detention without trial. You know, if you suspect that someone is involved in anything, you can arrest them. You know, that it has happened. So I'm wondering why we are surprised that this is happening. Jubilee proved that it can do that from the word go. So it's a bad manners of Jubilee, just continuation. The only difference right now is that the people who are raising concerns are actually within Jubilee itself. That is the Tanga side. So the government is embarrassing itself, it's fooling itself, but it has been used to that. They have developed some kind of, they do not have tolerance for embarrassment. So they don't feel embarrassed at all. But just to highlight on the question of that individual, there are critical questions we should be asking, not whether the person was deported or left by his own volition or not. But I think we are being unfair to ourselves when we are not even asking ourselves the critical question: how did he get into Kenya? You know, he wasn't here legally. You know, that in itself already, it's a cause of worry. We are not even worried that this person was here illegally and was traveling with our deputy president. You know, that already is a threat. I also want to highlight, initially the deputy president said that it was a personal trip. We don't see anywhere where our constitution allows that the deputy president, there are times he can travel in his own capacity as a person to some place. There is some protocol constitutionally. We need to know where he is. So the concern is not even Aydin or whoever is our deputy president and what is happening with him. Are we witnessing a government that cannot manage itself? And if it has reached that point, what are the citizens doing about it? Because right now we are being emotional about, getting him out as an investor. I don't think that should be the question. In my view, the question ought to be, is this person in Kenya legally? Now, the next question is, do we trust our security arms? There are several stages, just to highlight, of terrorism. The first one is target selection, planning, deployment, attack, escape, and exploitation. So target selection, these are not things you'll see. A simple person like you and me walking in the streets could be a terrorist, could be used. So we can't sit here and say we need the government to tell us that so and so has moved in and is doing this. We have a counter-terrorism police in Kenya, So I think we are also being unfair to criticize them when they're taking, if it happens like it did in this C2, D2C2, I mean, we would be saying that where was our government? What was happening with it? But now when they have in their own view information that they think is not, this person is not safe for our country, whether political reasons or not, I think for us the question ought to be, was this person in Kenya legally? If he was taken out, I think that is a good thing for Kenya. Finally, there's, in my view, hypocrisy that has been created surrounding the other Tanga guys. The first thing is they are measuring, in my view, on two areas of campaign strategy that they have consistently applied since 2018. When Uhuru was coming in, Uhuru and RUTO, they were elected in view of victim. They are going to ICC. So they worked with people in emotion. They came in. So right now, someone told them that line you've pushed a lot, it's gonna work. So make RUTO the victim. Anybody standing up, any politician with an issue is saying, anybody allied to William Ruto is being targeted. All the other candidates, according to Ruto, they are gagging against him. What would he want? They stand down so that he runs alone? Because it's a political competition. People are going to be there. So what if he's left alone? I think this concept of making himself a victim, to him, he thinks it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to work or not. Hey, okay. Excuse.
What's up? Maybe he has a problem with his connection. Are you back?
No,
Okay.
Let me finish. Someone just. So finally, now on D, the victim, Ruto being the victim, and on D, if you go back, D's wife was the one who was given the tender to make the Uduma thing. If you can go and read that. And then when she had already done it, the tender was taken away and taken by the government. So from that point, D became bitter with Uhuru. So anybody supporting Uhuru will not be with D. So as long as you don't support Uhuru, D is with you. And that's why immediately Ruto fell off. Raila started supporting Uhuru, and he fell off with Raila. Immediately Ruto decided to support, to fight against Uhuru. He was with him. So he has nothing new to offer. He is the same one who gave the Raila the economic agenda that they were pushing earlier. So it's the same thing, and that's why he's even coming to say that the same thing you guys are saying is in the BBI is what we are saying is bottom up. Finally, Jakes talked about Museveni, and he said we shouldn't comment on our Uganda and its politics. I think that is insincere. In a global political forum, we are affected by whatever goes on within our neighbors. So we have to comment, and we may not interfere, but we can comment. We can comment and say Museveni, first of all, politically, he has not opened the political space. That's a fact. We all know. So commenting does not necessarily mean we are interfering. We are commenting because it has a way of affecting our geopolitics.
Demba, is that background from your side?
It's too loud, man.
We have Okot.
So you can hear me?
Yeah, there's background noise. I don't know.
Okay, fine. Let me stop there so that maybe
okay.
Say.
Okay. Okay. The next person was, or was there a question?
Yes, I had a question. I'm Okot.
Yeah, can you change your voice also?
No, I just log in with another
Ask
name.
a question.
So the name must be different. You cannot swallow me on that. So I had a question that because I'm not well conversant with the discussion that is going on in the country as right now, but I took my time during the day where I live. Naishi na Waturuki wengi, and I had one mwenye amekaa hapa 21 years and he knows the story of the guy. So kidogo tu nimlete hapa, lakini English yake pia ni 2%, so akona story mob sana. Anyway, swali langu ni since jamaa aingie Kenya, hata kama ni kupanga kitu, si ameipanga mpaka ameimaliza. Wale wazee wa kitambo tulikuwa tunasema umetengeza deal mpaka inaivana. So why should we take him away? Eti kumtoa Kenya, hiyo sasa ndiyo suluhisho? Si tungemshika tu hapa tumfinye kabla hii neno finya iishe kwa akili zetu. Tumfinye mpaka atuambie hii deal nimepanga iko hapa, deal ya pili iko pale, ya tatu iko pale, lakini we are not safe. A terrorist ameshikwa, badala ya kutuambia since niingie hapa nimekuwa nikifanya hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi, kwa hii shamba yangu ya mboga kuna kitu nimeficha ndani, ndio hii. Lakini sasa tumemrudisha, ako na mabeshte. Sitawaambia tu ile deal ingefaa kuivana next week Friday iko pale, ile sijui ya lini iko pale. So bana, mimi am worried about our security. And then finally, DP William ni mtu mjanja sana bwana Wekesa. Nakumbuka wakati Kenei aliuawa, sisi tulikuwa tunazungumzia the real Kenei kuuawa. Mheshimiwa William akakuja na apart from the 23 minutes na sijui 6 seconds, the DCI should also prove if what they are saying is true. Wale ma DCI kuja na video, tuka shift from the death kwa hizi 23 seconds alituambia. Sasa hizi tunaongelea terror ama terrorist, DP anatuambia investor. Na sasa hizi hatumuiti terrorist, tunamuita investor. Ni investor amedipotiwa. So bana, akili yetu imechezewa mpaka anatupangisha hivi. Saizi amenitoa kwa ama terrorist, mimi nazungumzia investor venye tumepoteza investor mkubwa. Lakini nikikaa chini nifikirie vizuri pia najua pia jina yake ingine ni terrorist na kuna kitu maybe amepanga mahali. So bana, okay, so we are not safe. In fact, the show should be disbanded and everybody goes home to check whether anyway. I rest my case, Makesa. Nikikuja na jina ingine usinifukuse.
Sawa. Today me, I'm not commenting. I'm just listening. Okay. Community ancestor. You have a question to Okoth or Themba?
No, Wekesa, in defense of solidarity, Sarah dropped out before she finished her point. I think she should be given a chance to continue with her Nini, because it was network problem. It was not her making.
Say you are supporting Sarah because she promised to slap you yesterday.
No, I was just asking you. I think if Sarah must have terrorized Bernard.
No, I was very keen to
Sarah threatened
her.
Sarah threatened him yesterday.
In terms of in terms of submission, I'm only remaining with two people. I'm remaining with Joshua and Ashley. So I will Sarah will wrap up and then we can see if we can do another short topic and we go to sleep. Okay, so we do Joshua and then Ashley, then Sarah will wrap up.
Yes, hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to join you again. Yeah, I don't know why we are having this discussion of this so-called deportee and the side of the government. There's a lot of conflicting information that is being provided by different quarters of the media in Kenya. In the morning, they say that he was deported. Some few hours, then he went back to Turkey on his own will. I think it's very simple, and I think if you have dealt with these things to do with international relations, then you get to understand how different government works when it comes to things to do with protocol, and not just protocol, but also the transition of movement of citizens from one country to another on different capacity. And as you move to a country, you either move to that country, one, as the most obvious opportunity as a tourist. As a tourist, there are things that you are expected you to do when you are there in the country that you are visiting. You are there for sightseeing and enjoying your leisure time, enjoying your relaxing moment, and that pertains any activity about tourism. Number two, you can be in a country as an immigrant who is seeking for an asylum. If not an asylum, you just don't know your direction, and there are terms and conditions that comes along with such a person. Number three, there is a person who comes visiting a country as a business person, who is either one, coming to attend a business conference or an investment forum that is happening either a day or a whole week or something like that. Or a business person who is coming for an investment and he has to reside in that country. And this is a scenario whereby you are given a work permit. That work permit allows you to engage in business and investment activities that brings you to that country. The last thing that you want to engage yourself in, it is anything to do with politics or anything that has to do with political affiliation that might be seen to threaten or to to instigate something that might be of security scenario to the country. And I think this is the situation where we are. However, for a person to be in the scenario of this person, to go to that length of, because there is some, I don't know how true that is, when they say that this person has been coming to Kenya without immigration stuff, that he's exited or he entered the country. What does that tell you? If that is the case, as it is being purported to be, it means there is a very powerful hand behind this person. It means that you, as an ordinary person, he must have been given certain priorities when you come to Kenya, because when you come to Kenya, you have two options at the immigration office. No, three options. The first option is as a Kenyan citizen, you have your own counter that you follow. The third option is if you're an East African resident also, you have a certain counter that you follow. The third option is if you are a non-resident person coming to visit, whether you are a business person or whatever, you go to that line. The fourth option, and this is the one that is full of privilege, is if you're a diplomat. If you're a diplomat, you go to a certain counter, and that counter, it also determines whether are you a diplomat of VIP, VVIP, or any other category that you have to be served, like you have to be ushered into a VIP lounge. And the service that is being provided to you by immigration person, it is facilitated by a protocol officer within the immigration department. So if that is the case, then in such scenario, you can have a situation whereby his passport is not stamped as it is supposed to do, which would be an intentionally done situation by someone who has an insider within the immigration department in all entry points. That is mainly the airport. So, but we should not be dwelled to this factor, because whether he was deported or he was not deported, it is none of our business. If the government saw that, or the security agent saw as a threat person, they have the right to take you from the street to take you straight to the airport without even presenting you to court. Any government have that, any agents have that, and those are normal standards that happens. The security organ cannot extract you from a country if you do not have your identification document. And if you have followed scenarios in abroad, when someone has been arrested and he knows he might be deported, he always denies to know where his or her passport is, because the international standards dictate that you cannot be extracted from a country if you do not have any identification with you. So in this scenario, this gentleman, everything was there. So if he was a threat to the nation, and if he's affiliated with some sort of connection with terrorism, then the government has a right to exit this person. But in my simple submission is that, yes, you are saying that this gentleman is a business person with a permit provided, but the worst thing he did was to potentially engage in some political aspect that involves the governance of the country, whether directly or indirectly. So with that factor alone, he's supposed to be home. Not even yesterday, the previous day. That's my humble submission, and not even a humble submission. I also want to support Themba, his Themba submission. There is another twist you need to see in this scenario, and I think you have to borrow scenarios when Moi era. During Moi era, everyone seems to be above the law. Where even if you remember the story of the Wahindis of the River Road, where they used to take money to Moi to make sure that they are in good terms with the government of the day. It went on to have a moment whereby even rumored that the presidential escort at their own time they would go to this Wahindi shop asking for money, because it was a precedence that was already set by their boss. This is a scenario also that is happening here. There is two scenarios. Someone has been conned money and someone is a ruser, and the losing person here is a Turkish gentleman. So the deal of the money was done. The money is in the cash box. So what is the next thing? You got to go. And we have to play the game of showing that the government has prayed you. Why would the deputy president go ahead and apologize on a media on behalf of the government? Why? He's not the government. He's just part of the government. But why is he so diplomatic that he wants to be seen that he sympathizes with the step of the Kenya that have been done? As I mentioned the other day, that we've seen other diplomatic scenarios between Kenya and Turkey in the past. During Okaran time, the leader of the TKK party. So this is not a new thing. This is a very small thing. Even if whether he's a brother of the prime minister, former prime minister, whatever as they are talking about, this is a small thing to imagine of. And Turkey and Kenya, they are in good terms. They are in good books. Actually, you need to remember that the president was in Turkey the other day. He was in Istanbul for a forum that was happening there, and he had this nice reception from the president there, the Edgar. So, and the last thing that Kenya would want to be is to be in a diplomatic scenario whereby you have to fix that scenario. So the best thing to avoid such diplomatic problem, and they have to exist, they are always there, they are always happening, is
Joshua.
Yes.
Let me ask you a rhetoric question.
Yes.
Today, if you hear that a sister of Raila Odinga is trading with government, how do you react? Or a sister of Uhuru? Because the other person also is a brother to some prime minister somewhere. Because that's where the hypocrisy is.
Very good, and it is nice that you bring about the hypocrisy thing. If in Kenya if Kenya was a really an integrity place whereby people can do business with full of integrity without having hands on things to do with the tenders that have these corruption cases or just the benefit, but to have the transparency delivery of business or whatever, I would not have any problem with that. But the question would be, how will this person with the affiliation of the top-notch person will have gotten that tender? Will it be an a fair transparency process? That is the question you need to ask yourself. That is the biggest question you need to ask yourself. I don't have a problem whether the person gets a business to do. The other question is, do you deliver what you promised to do? Because what is happening in Kenya, you are given a tender, but that tender, you either don't deliver, you exaggerate the prices, and by the end of the day, the government ends up losing the money. And this is the money that has made people feel or distrust any business with the current government. Whether those corruption are true or they are exaggerated, that is the bottom point, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. We will go to Ashley if there is no question. Ashley, please take
Oh,
on.
I thought I was waiting for someone to ask a question.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I changed my name because I tried to enter earlier and I was denied access for a long time, even though
No,
the
you
people
were
were not.
in, then you dropped off. Actually, you were in.
Yeah, I was, and then I dropped off, and then I tried to come back, and I was told the studio was full, even though the other lady on the show came after me and she was able to get in, and I was still not. Anyway, it's not a big deal. So I had to change my name, and that's how I was able to come in.
No, me, I don't
Anyway.
even. I know all your names. You have 2, 3 names. I know all of them, but I didn't deny you.
You are 9, and I was being told the studio was full, but then after a while, I would see someone else come in. So I don't know what was going on. So I decided to change my name, and I'm in. So
In
anyway,
fact, I was looking. Listen, I was looking for people from the other side because we only had Duke, and I kept even posting here and commenting, but people were
No,
not
I
coming.
tried to get in. Yeah, I did try to get in several times, but it would tell me the studio is full, but there were
I
9.
don't know how I need to handle my brothers from the other side because they are so weak every time. Like we have to pembeleza them, and anytime they think like we are victimizing them. This studio is open for all, and me, I want
I
strong
know that.
people. I want strong people who can
Please, I'm
come
not
here
trying
and
to.
make my blood run. Huh? I don't want.
Okay, let's leave that a topic. In fact, I had said I'll not raise it. It's not important. I can still get in like I did now. Next time I'll put a man name. I'll call myself Kevin. So I won't put my name anymore.
I think that is very unfair because we are all going the same process. Sometimes we
I
have to
don't
wait
know all
for
these
the.
people, and
Yeah.
when they
So
come,
I don't
even
know,
when
but
they subscribe.
honestly, yeah, that's why I don't want to go. But I know honestly, I did try to come back
Look
in.
at somebody like Kizito has been in comments for all that time, and I know him. It's not like I've denied him.
What I'm saying, there were 9 before,
I've also
and I
seen
wasn't
him
being
coming
able
in
to.
severally. I don't think that is really a big
All
issue.
these people have been dropping out and coming back.
Yes,
But
I
what
also
I'm
have
saying,
challenges coming in severally.
Ashley, I tried 10 times to
All of
come in.
us have challenges coming in. I don't think that should be a big problem.
I
Because
tried
it only
10 times.
accommodates. Imagine it only accommodates 10 people, and we have over 200
you know,
people.
and I know
waiting.
that
Everybody is
Wekesa,
trying.
because I've been here a long time. So when you're 9, I know you can put a 10th person because you're the moderator. But
I
it's
tried
okay.
10 times.
Okay,
Read comments.
Okay, let's forget about that. Okay, so let me give my submission. But you know, we are all Kenyans, and I believe we all want what is best for our country. At least I know I do.
Yeah,
And
like there's a lady called 254 Blessed. Nimemtafuta hata akuje kwa stage sijamuona. She kept on complaining there. But sijamuona hapa kwa stage ya kuingia. So how do I even admit her in? Hajaingia kwa backstage.
Anyway, so let me, that is the small, you know, Wakesa, you're told not to sweat the small stuff. That's small stuff, you know, so we won't sweat it. So I want to make my submission, and my submission will be like, can we trust our government? I know we are saying who is fooling who. Now, my submission will be this, and I'll start with the election of 2017. Wekesa, Bernard, and all those people from ODM. I said I was supporting Baba, and I was. And during the election, he had his own campaign staff picked up at night, in the middle of the night, and deported. And they were told they did not have the right visas. Do you remember that? He had one person from Canada, and he had, I think, another person from another country, I think Philip Aristotle, the CEO, John Aristotle Phillips, an American, and a Canadian, Andreas. They were both deported. And the Kenyan embassy At first, they went to get them at night, and there is a long story about it, but they were deported because they were fighting, they were advising Raila Odinga and his NASA. So we can see the president. We can also see Miguna was deported and all these things about him not being a citizen, even though he had been a senior advisor to the PM, Raila Odinga, even though he had also vied for the position of governor. And then afterwards they say, oh, and he's not a citizen because he's also a Canadian. When he became a Canadian, he lost his citizenship after the fact. So we want to ask ourselves, honestly, is the government lying to us? And the problem of them lying, when you keep crying wolf, even when there will be a wolf, we won't know. It could be true he's a terrorist, but I personally am not persuaded because the person telling me has done it before for political reasons. If they are saying he's a terrorist and they are not attaching him to RUTO, maybe I would believe. But because RUTO is fighting with Uhuru, and now somehow RUTO is also associated with this terrorist, I've seen this play out before. So I don't know if I'm not trusting them. But you know, it could be true. But how do we find out? How do we find out? Because they did it to Baba in 2017. They did it to Miguna when he started fighting the government. And now they are saying the person who was with RUTO is also a terrorist. So how do we believe them? Now, the people in ODM, I know you're coming here and you want to do not assist this government to do wrong. When it was 2017, I kept writing on Facebook and telling these Kalenjins that once Uhuru becomes president, RUTO will not be supported by Uhuru in 2020. I'm telling you, I know a personal friend who I had worked with. They blocked me because they did not like what I was saying. I became enemies with my own friends. Today, I don't know what they are doing because Baba and Uhuru are working together. You know, today we are rejoicing, but let us not agree to be used. Uhuru is the denominator. He's the one who is playing us like football. Today he's with the Raila, and then he's using Raila supporters to fight RUTO, and tomorrow he'll use RUTO supporters to fight Raila, and he's the one who is enjoying all this. He's the master, and he's just playing us. And I'm telling you guys, the time will come where Baba will not be useful to Uhuru, and he also be removed. You know, people asked me yesterday, did Uhuru, did he refuse to give you a tender? Let me tell you, these are the people who are spoiling and making us hate one another and saying Kikuyus are bad, Kikuyus are like this, because let me tell you what will happen when he starts, when he is done with Baba and he drops him. You know what people are going to say? It is Kikuyus. Now it will not be Uhuru, it will be Kikuyus. So he is the one, and that's why I hate him. He is the one who is everything that is happening in Kenya. All the discourse is him. He's the root. Uhuru is the root of everything. Did they not steal the 2017 election? Why did, if they are genuine, let them open the server. Let us see who won the election. Let us start there. Let them bring to justice before they catch these other people. If they are so smart to see that part, to see a terrorist that part, then they know who killed Musado. Let them bring that case to a close. Let them bring the case about Kenei to a close. You know, let them do things for us, for Kenyans. You know, let us support them. Let us demand service from our government and not be used to they bring narrative and we go with it. Sometimes say, hell no, we are not going anywhere. We are staying here. We need answers. We need answers. If that guy was with RUTO and RUTO is a terrorist, I mean, he was a terrorist, then RUTO needs to be in jail too. They're playing with our heads, I think. But we have to get at a point where we become tired, all of us, whether you belong to Tanga, whether you're neutral, whether you're ODM. Because yesterday they did it to ODM. Now ODM is happy because they are doing it to Tanga. Who is the fool? We are all fools. And we are all being used by these people we call dynasties. And that's why I don't like them. But we are becoming their toys. So anyway, that is my submission. And last but not least, please guys, let us love our country. These people who are those you call dynasties, they cannot function without us. These are not superhuman beings. These are people we went to school with. These are people who went to school with our children or our our uncles, our aunties. We know them. They might have a high post today, but it is people like you. They grew up like you. They didn't grow up eating gold or silver. Maybe people like Uhuru, but someone like Ibicho, I know his wife very well. I know the sister of the wife. They are people like you and me. There's nothing special about them. It's only that they have been given those positions, but we have allowed them to mistreat us. We have allowed them to bring. So now look how we look into the world, because this is our politics, by the way, guys. If it is true that that guy was a terrorist today, that Ruto could be in jail. If it is really true, because that's a really high charge. So anyway, I know we are going to play politics here, but for the people who are lost, for the people, genuine people, just ask yourself a question. If this government was able to lie about Miguna, if this government was able to lie about, they had Cambridge Analytica helping them, but they did not want Raila and NASA to bring their own, their own group to help them. They deported them. So this is the same people who are saying that now Ruto is going to Museveni to learn about how to fight or whatever. They don't know what he was going to learn. So, but ask yourself, can you trust? Can you trust these people? We can't. And I can't. If you trust them, maybe next year you will be telling me something different. Anyway, that's my submission
Actually,
today.
can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think there's do you think also the RUTO site is fooling us, or they are just okay?
You see, like someone
Because
said here,
today they have issued so many statements. You wonder whether they are just trying to cover up something, or they are just trying to make up something, or playing victim.
I can't know. I can only, I can't give you an answer because I don't know. I'm not with them and I don't want to speculate. But when they come up with these kind of charges, they really need to be careful because they dilute the security in our country, because we can't believe, even though it's true, because in the past they have lied. So I don't know who is playing who, but these charges, I don't know. And most of us don't know who is playing who, but I know that the government can lie, has lied in the past more than once, and there's a probability that this is also a lie.
Okay, take two questions, one from Themba and then another one from Kenya. Then we move to Sarah, and then Nancy has come in. Finally, you have succeeded, Nancy.
Okay, I'm going to ask three questions based off what Ashley has said. Ashley has elaborated rather very well that she is aware that elections were stolen 2017, 2013 from NASA. And she's also said that she would want a situation where she's saying that you're saying that Uhuru is using the others, but also you're aware that Uhuru is not a candidate come 2022. In view of that, you've also intimated that it's possible that he might be using Baba for his own political reason. That is what happens in politics. In your view, what would you want to see come 2022? I mean, we are approaching 2022. Uhuru is not a candidate, and the political actors who are in the forefront are some people. I would want you to comment on that in view of two things. One, party politics and individual behavior of the politicians.
So the individual behavior of the politicians, Uhuru does not act like he's in any way, what you're saying, he's not going to be in the cards. He's not acting like he is about to leave. He's acting like he is trying to devise a way to stay. And that's what the problem is all about. He's trying to stay, and that's why he wanted BBI, and they are confused because BBI is not coming, and now they're trying to get a plan B or whatever they need to do. But he is not, in his mind, I don't think he has reconciled the fact that he is leaving, or he has not accepted to transition of power. That's what I believe from what I can see. Now,
can I interject there a little bit?
Sure.
I feel that you're making a lot of assumptions.
We all are. Nobody
Well,
knows.
But Joshua, you also did the same in your submission. You made a lot of assumptions in your submission. So I think it's best to let Ashley make her own assumption, because you also did. Whatever you told us was all an assumption, because you never had any facts. We speculate.
He asked me what I think, what the behavior. And that's what I'm doing. I am reading the behavior of the president, and his behavior is telling me he wants to stay, he wants to be in power, he wants to transition to be a prime minister so that he can stay in power. That is what I see. And I also see that he wants to use Raila. And when they saw like the BBI was going to pass, remember when it passed the counties, and now they saw like it was going to pass parliament, and now it was going for a referendum where they can fix it. They had already started to discard Raila. Any person with a good mind can see it. I could see that when they get to the Okoa, and he was taking a picture with the Okoa members, which was minus Raila. They were starting to dispose him. And then it didn't work. And then they brought him back to the fold. That's what I see. They will dispose him when he's no longer relevant. Right now, he's needed because their plan flopped. The reason Okoa was made, Gideon is going to play a big part in it. And what I see Uhuru looking at is moving this country back to a one-party system with him as the head. That's where I see us heading, and that is where I see BBI was going, and that's why he's getting every person in every party together. And then they will say this multi-partyism is making us fight. Kenya is best suited for a one-party system where people do not fight. That is where I see the country going.
I like, let me give a follow-up.
Okay.
I like your, she didn't respond to the second one, but I would also like her.
What was the second one?
To comment on the issue of the parties. Because as at now, we have Jubilee as a party which is hemorrhaging, and now we are where we are because of the confusion within Jubilee. And we are going to an election in 2022 because of the confusion within Jubilee.
Can I answer the party position of the problem I see with parties in Kenya is that they belong to individuals. They're not parties like Republican or Democratic parties, that they're owned by the members of those parties. The problem you have with Jubilee, ODM, they're used by these people to ascend to power and continue oppressing the poor people. The day Kenya will have, you see, like the political party, the lady, I don't know, is it Anderito? She should have cracked the whip the day the Jubilee people split and they started, because the Political Party Act says you cannot be seen to be taking up ideology of another party. We've seen Jubilee guys doing it openly. We've seen ODM doing it, saying we are doing whatever with Jubilee. That should not be happening if these parties are owned by me and you. But our leaders manipulate and use the parties for their own gains. That's the problem with our political system. The day we stop seeing these kingpins and they all disappear, Kenya will be in a better place. I think that's the problem we have.
And I also think that since the executive, they're not getting along, they should have been, people keep telling Ruto to resign. I think Ruto is conjoined twin with Uhuru, because Uhuru did not run alone. If that marriage is not working, it is time to dissolve it. I believe Uhuru should have stepped down and asked us to do a fresh election where we get a functional executive working presidency, because that is what we deserve. For them to not be in agreement and to continue in that way, they are doing a disservice to the country, and not just Ruto, but also Uhuru, him especially, because he's the one who holds the shield and he's the one who is there at the top. When he sees that he's not getting along and it is they cannot reconcile, he should love his country so much that he should dissolve it and put someone like Maraga in there. We don't mind going another 1 year and sorting ourselves out before we have an election. I don't know, but they need to step down, both of them, and leave the mess. They fight wherever they need to go, and let us elect someone so that we can have something functional. It is they're doing us a very big disservice, both of them.
And I echo that, because
three people cannot be called both. Actually, I think when you make a drug and prescribe it for a section of few people in our society, and it doesn't apply to others, then chances are you're making it's not a real drug unless it's magic. I've seen you disparage Raila and Uhuru, and you are making your Ruto look like an angel. In fact, Ruto is the greatest problem that we have in this country. So if you don't see a problem in that, then there's nothing you are telling us as a solution.
So Wekesa, what I say is because Wekesa was brought in by Wekesa. Ruto was brought in by Uhuru. So what I'm saying, Uhuru would say, I am so sorry, Kenyans. I have made a mistake. I did not vet my deputy very well. I am going to take ownership and responsibility because I want Kenya to have a functioning government. And I am going to step down with him, and so that you can choose a fresh, because he chose, nobody held a gun on his head.
That's a narrative, my dear.
No, it's not. It is the truth. He chose him as his deputy, not once,
not a baby to be brought
3 times. So if Ruto is a problem, it is Uhuru's problem.
Listen, Uhuru
you are just a
identified
moderator. I thought you said not talking. You're
a
moderating.
moderator has a chance to contribute, my friend.
Wekesa,
Okay,
can I say
Wekesa,
something?
Wekesa, let me say something, Ashley. Yeah?
I am here to balance the equation. You cannot lie to us, and you just want me to keep quiet.
No,
let me comment. Let me comment something there just before Ashley goes. Ashley, the problem, in our view, because now we can go round and round. Uhuru resigns, they get another pair, they come. The constitution is still the same. It doesn't fix the relationship between the two. The constitution doesn't fix the relationship between the two who are running. So you can choose for as long as the constitution is the way it is. Even next year when Ruto comes in with his running mate and the constitution is still the same, we could still have a similar problem. So that cannot be fixed.
No. I disagree.
Let me finish.
I disagree with what you're saying.
But that's the constitution. The constitution,
you have a right to disagree.
You have a right to disagree, but the constitution says that the president will assign his deputy. It doesn't say what it will assign.
But your BBI is not proposing to cure that problem, is it?
Let me finish. It's okay to be relaxed. We finish.
No, but you've been talking for a while, so you've been countering Ashley for a while. You've said you'll go round and round because you don't agree with Ashley's problems. So even if you counter Ashley's way of thinking, you will not agree because you fundamentally disagree with what she thinks.
No,
yeah, when it's a narrative, you just see it is a narrative.
I've not disagreed.
It's not a logical thinking. It's a narrative.
You didn't hear me well. I've not disagreed with Ashley. I said that them stepping down will not fix the relationship between the two. I didn't disagree with that, right? I didn't see who is wrong.
So in your view, what is that problem?
Can we move to Sarah? Sarah, can you make your contribution?
I have a question, Wekesa.
Yeah, well, let Sarah make a contribution, then you ask.
I wanted to ask the lady who has just spoken. Is it okay to ask after Sarah?
Shortly.
Wekesa, give direction.
You have said shortly, kindly ask.
Or shortly. Can I go ahead?
I'm saying, ask shortly?
Okay, okay. There is a
Or
problem.
my mic is off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
kindly ask the question.
Thank you. It is cracking, but all the same, my question to the lady was spoken. Her analogy is sound, looks believable, but has margins of error. I'm not getting into that. My question to her is, and to probably the whole group is, in your honest observation, do you think that had the handshake not happened, would Ruto have come up with this bottom up, and the narrative is peddling with these people? If the government was intact and everything was in order, would they have castigated the government this way? Would they have fallen out?
Of course
Had the
not. And that's why I
handshake not
say
happened?
we need, I say no, I don't think so. But that's my opinion. It's not a fact. We don't know. So we are going on assumptions. But my assumption is that they did not do anything was Miguna was being deported. They didn't do anything when violence was being meted out on ODM. And that's why I say it is wrong for ODM to also now be happy that violence is being meted on the other party. I said we need to stop being pawns. We need to stop being played. You remember I talked about that. So I said we need to refuse to take that part because we have the power, but we have to act collectively.
Thank you. Now, is it logical to reach a conclusion that all these things that are happening are simply personal interest and politics? It has nothing to do with ideologies. It has nothing to do with loving this country. It has everything to do with the power, even though the Tanga people are saying they are not tribal chiefs, they're not looking for power. Why are they traveling with the whole nation?
So everybody who wants to run for presidency has to say.
Can we? I'm making a question instead of in terms of a statement. Can we come to a point and agree that all the same, as much as we are in different sides, this thing boils down to personal interests? It has nothing to do with the ideologies and all these things that are being peddled in terms of economic model as pure semantics. Do you believe that?
Yes, sir. And yesterday, even Wekesa and Bernard was here. I did talk about that, where I said it's like having 4 different boyfriends, one Wekesa, one Bernard, one Victor, but the same thing, they're all abusers. So I believe what you just said, that all these people, Raila, Ruto, Uhuru, they're all doing it for personal interest. I don't see a patriot there. What I said we are missing is Kenya is a leader who is a patriot. And I'm hoping that one will come up soon. But if none comes up soon, I opt for Ruto.
But why would you give an example of 4 boyfriends being abusers, and the person who is engaging these 4 boyfriends seem to be the god? That's the narrative that I'm not understanding how you're bringing it out.
What I'm saying,
yeah.
What I'm saying is that they are all, like you say, to me, they are all, it's about personal interests. But since we have to elect one of them, then you go with one of the preferred.
So who said we have to elect them? No, who said we have to elect them?
So when the election comes, what are you going to do?
The kind of interrogation, we will not get the answers. I think let's give Sarah also a chance to contribute. I think we have understood what we are discussing. She has made her point. Sarah?
Yes?
Yeah, make your submission, then we go to Nancy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you people getting me?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I had earlier on said that this country it has an example of shamba la wanyama. Everyone anataka kila kitu kila mahali. Na hakuna mtu hapa atanidanganya ati sijui nane, sijui nane, sijui nane. We are all the patriot of our country. And that is why I was even telling Akina Bernard since yesterday that we need civic education to educate our people. Those, the hustlers like us. And I know everyone inside there is an hustler. Hakuna mtu yule ataniambia ati yeye si hustler. Yesterday, when I went off through when we were discussing, I had to miss in action.
I'm not
because
a
of what?
hustler. Don't call me a hustler, kindly.
Wewe ni hustler, hapana danganya sisi hapa. Tuambiane tu ukweli. Kwani wewe unatoka kwa royal family?
I think that's a narrative you're trying to sell to all of us.
No, and are you coming from a royal family?
The narrative of dynasty only exists in your mind.
So are you coming from that dynasty?
No, what is dynasty? It only exists in your mind.
So you better shut up and hear what I'm telling. I was following
allow
you
her
guys.
to make her submission. You can make corrections.
You should not force that thing down.
But not force that narrative to us, like that we are all hustlers. There is of course
that is her own way of understanding. Allow her to make.
And we appreciate her opinion, yeah, of course, yeah.
Joshua,
Yes, Sarah. Yes, Sarah.
Continue, madam. Gender.
Joshua, even your name is the name that Raila used the other day. That is the Joshua of taking people to cross to Canaan, isn't it? So
well, the beautiful.
No.
Let me correct you, Sarah. The beautiful thing. Okay. I'll allow you to speak. Then I will speak as well.
So what we need here,
allow her to. Don't interrupt her chain of ideas.
Yeah.
He's interrupting me, and the other time I was not interrupting. I was well mute.
I oblige.
Thank you. So what I'm trying to say is that I want to give you an example of last night. In my place here where I'm staying right now, there is no security. Even yesterday I was not clear. Tags were outside my compound because of what? Lack of employment. Na si ati wajasoma, wamesoma. So sahi Raila anasema nitatoa kazi. Uhuru anasema nitatoa kazi. Ruto anasema hapa nitatoa kazi. Gideon anasema huko nitatoa kazi. Kalonzo anasema huko. Na ilhali wenye wanaandikwa there are people surrounding them. Their family members, their friends, those people who are singing their national their symbol every now and then. Those are the people who are very close to them. But for us, I personally, and I will keep on giving out example of my own county. The president was there for 24 years, but we are the poorest county ever. And if you see even right now, those people have gone outside from our country. Those are from our county. Those are the people who are benefiting now, and you can see their life. They are more. It is even well over than those ones who are at that place. So what we need, it is not the narrative of that this is Tanga. This one is in NASA. Tuna NASA hawa. Sisi tuna Tanga. Hao wengine ni watermelon. No, the issue now here, we are all Kenyans. And how can we save our country from these people? And we are the only people who are electing them. Is it not us who we are electing these guys every now and then? Wakikuja na ile 50-50 bob yao, tunapiga makofi na ule the right candidate. Tunamwacha kwa sababu hana ile 50 bob. And then we suffer for another 5 years. Hiyo 5 years mtu ameenda kujiokolea ile mbaya mbovu. In fact, even right now, if you can go to do some audits about these women reps, hakuna ile pesa wametoa. Zote kila mtu ukiuliza ukifuatilia mtu anasema I want to refund my money that I gave it out the other day when she was doing the campaign. So we need to have these audits. Ukifika serikali, auditors wote wanaongwa pitisha hii. Wanaongwa pitisha hii. Ukifika mambo ya hizi tenders, people kama ujuane haupewi tender. Kama unajuana na mfuko ni mnono unapatiwa. The correct guys wametupwa nje. So where is our republic heading? Where are we heading? And that is why nilikuwa nasema saa zile kabla hata sijatoka. I was saying that we need the other guy of where was he? He was coming from Which country? Mwenye alikuwa anasema ati kila mtu agawie mali yake aende. Imefika mahali sasa we want to see Uhuru, tumwambie kila mtu nipatie share yangu, I want to move on. Sababu yeye saa hizi amekaa kwake na anakula kabisa, na ni mali yetu yenye tunakuja kukata huko chini. Hiyo mimi siwezi kubaliana, na hata kama ni kusimama kwa serikali tutasimama, na kama tunapigwa vita it is okay, but you need to speak to the truth. So mimi sina ya kusema, lakini tutetee nchi yetu na si atufuatilie hii madynasty na nini. No.
Sarah,
yes.
Sarah,
yes.
if we had 100 of you and another 1,000 of you, Kenya is going somewhere. Honestly, we need you on the show. Come on.
Thank you, my dear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Sometimes it's good when you come up with a problem.
Who is asking me a question?
Mugabe John.
Mugabe, where are you?
Where is Mugabe? I'm not seeing him. Can you bring your face here?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Listen to the question.
Yes.
You have given us so many problems about your county.
Yes.
And about the Kenyan problem.
Yes.
You are trying to apportion blames on some leaders.
Yes.
And now my question is.
Yes.
What is your solution on all those problems? Who do you think can solve the problem?
Mugambi, I think if you could have followed me there, can you show your photo? I see you. Why are you hiding? Or some girlfriends are there looking for you? Let me ask you this. I'm answering the question. I'm giving you that example I told you. Some bandits came to our place. And then the security CS, Matiangi, gave us some security. Within no moment, the area MP of that place got an appointment to Uhuru Kenyatta. Within 2 weeks, all the security they were deported. They were given to go and secure that place. They were removed from that place without us knowing even the reason why. Mbona walitolewa huko? Na ukiuliza the area MP of that place anasema sisi ndio serikali. So hawa ni serikali, sisi ni kitu gani? Sisi ni manini? So what we need, these guys 2022 they will go home. I'm not cheating you. Tutawafagia wataenda nyumbani wote. So wacha waenda waishi kwa Uhuru Kenyatta.
So who is coming with the solution? You have not answered my question.
We will ask people of Baringo. We have already settled some things that we have. We want to have national security persons, and that is police reserves. The Nyumba Kumi people. Yes.
Still, my question not answered. Give me the outright answer. Baringo is a fraction of Kenya. I want an answer that will solve all the problems of Kenya, not only Baringo. I know Baringo, you had Moi, you have younger Moi, and all Mois you have. But now, what is the permanent solution of all the problems that you have faced?
Do you want me to come in and answer your question?
No. I want that to answer. I'm ready to a point. I want that to answer.
Come again.
My question is, you have elaborated so many problems of Baringo with your Mois and the entire country. So give me a permanent solution to all those problems.
I have a question about Sarah. The reason why I think Mugambi is asking this question is because you've talked about the situation that the Mois gave you in the last 24 years and so on. So when you bring this point of saying that you want us to change, are we only changing the Moi scenario and bringing another problem which seems to be a better, because previously you were trying to push this narrative of that we are all hustlers. Are you shifting the goal from that, let's do away with this who belong to our village, but we can see this one who is giving this other alternative? I think that is the simplest question that you are asking. However, the narrative you're supposed to bring us, you're supposed to tell us that let's do away with all the political class who are currently in power, and then if we have to solve the solution, it is us And
And
for me,
that
the
is
most
where I was coming
and the
to. That is where I was coming to. And you people were disrupting me.
No,
yeah, you are taking too
Then I
long.
was
Yeah,
telling
come now,
Mugambi,
come now, come now.
I was telling Mugambi, this coming 2022, we will erase all the sitting politicians who are on the seat right now. Even if they are who and who and who, we don't want to know whichever the side of the lineage of any party. That is none of our business. Because right now we need peace. The other day we gave the Mzee, the late Moy, and then we said, let us taste the sun. The son also disappointed us to another uncle that we don't. Some of us were even saying we don't have a senator there. You've been
Okay,
seeing in
thank you.
WhatsApp.
I think your problems are in Baringo.
Sarah,
You don't have
I have a
problem in Kenya.
question.
Thank
I
you.
have a
Mugambi, let me
question.
ask you a question.
I have a
Mugambi, let me
question.
ask you a question. Sarah, have you ever had this principle called that the 20 controls 80 and the 80 controls 20? 80% of our wealth is in 20 population of the people, and then 20 population of the people controlling the 80% of the wealth. Now, whoever crafted this idea, loosely this idea of dynasty, assumed that when you do away with the rich and the poor will control, not knowing that when you take the 80% of the poor and they go in power, they only control 20% of the wealth. They will still need the rich people to get the wealth back to the economy. So you follow an idea loosely, but you don't understand the economic implication of it, which doesn't make sense. Just allow somebody to make his point first, unless you are not listening. So if you leave out all the 80% of the wealth, you will see after you arrive. I normally say after the hustlers have arrived on power, they have been given power to control now this country. They will need now the 80% of the wealth, and that's where they will go back, and they realize they cannot govern without the people who owns this country in terms of wealth. So our GTB, it's controlled by those people you hate. You think that they are wealthy, yes, but they own this country, and it's a fact, and you can do nothing about it. You only need. I think our idea of governance should not balkanize. You need to see how you are going to impress the investors, the rich, and also bring up the poor. But this hustle narrative, it's wired on a wrong premise that you have to rob the rich to bless the poor. It doesn't make sense. It has never made sense in any part of the world. And if you have ever seen it somewhere, come and tell us this country. This is happened. The hustlers came and they returned the wealth from the rich to the poor. And finally, let me tell you
I have a
this.
question.
They say that if you take all the wealth and distribute it to the poor and give it 6 months, the same wealth will find its way back to the rich, because somebody is rich not because of the money he has, but the way he thinks. And some people are poor because of the way they think. If you give them, just as people who are compensated when SGR was being built, someone got millions, and after 6 months they got poorer. So the problem of being poor is the mental thinking, and you rather train people how to transit from one state of thinking to another one, and not just thinking that you will distribute wealth and everybody will be rich. That's a fallacy, and it has never worked anywhere, and it can't work even in economic status.
Wekesa, can I come in, because you guys have been you've been bastardizing what Sarah has said. What I want to say, your last submission is also a fallacy, and it's something that has to be deconstructed and make it look like what you said you didn't even say. One thing I would say to you is this. I don't know, and I hope that because I've noticed that people don't respect, especially this show. When you're from diaspora, they say you're not a Kenyan, you don't live in Kenya. And I always find that very demeaning. I've had that comment so many times, but I'm as a Kenyan as much as everybody else on this show is a Kenyan. And one of the most interest I have is to make sure that the people back home have a good life, because my family lives in Kenya and also half of my interest is in Kenya, even though I'm abroad. What
Did
I'm going
I
to say
say
to
anything
you,
like that somewhere?
no, I'm just trying to, before I make my point, I wanted to clarify that I'm not saying you said that.
Make your point.
Yeah, so my point is, I don't want to talk about the hustler narrative.
And mine is not a fallacy. Pareto principle is in economics. You can go and check. It's not a fallacy.
That's
it's
fine.
It's a principle of economics.
What I'm saying to you, you give me a few minutes and I'll explain to you. For me, I want to fight for a Kenya where the basic human rights, it's a right to everybody across the board. Shelter, food, water, education. If you've ever, I don't know whether you've ever left Kenya and went abroad, especially, I'll give you an example of the United Kingdom. The government creates policies intentionally to enable the poor person, the lower people you're talking about, the 20%, the 80%, to make sure their human rights and dignity is respected. What I would demand of the Kenya government, we have the most progressive constitution in Kenya. The 20% you're saying can continue controlling the wealth they control, but they also need to make sure that me and you and the other people, they enable policies that create an environment that enables other people to enjoy their basic human right. But what we have in Kenya, and I want to link this to what we saw yesterday and Miguna's case. When you have a government and an opposition who have colluded together and are trying to water down our constitution for their own personal gain, it means me and you, we will still continue being oppressed and held captive by these people. What you should be demanding of this government, and whichever government, whether it is a Raila government comes tomorrow, whether it's a RUTO government, that one thing, that if you're going to be a country that is going to be successful, rule of law, let's not play politics with rule of law. A country that does not follow its own laws, it's a country that is bound to fail. The arrest of AYADIN yesterday, to me, it is wrong. We are stinking when it comes to the Western countries and everybody. People had a discussion here, the Kenyans who live in the UK, and we are appalled by what happened. If you arrest somebody, you present them to a court of law, provide facts, allow him to see his lawyers, and mind you, your government looked stupid. They gave him a work permit. Matiang'i should have come out as our internal, and also Kihalangwa, come out and tell us this person is a person of interest because of ABCD, allow him to go through the court process, be processed, and if a judge says deport him, then we would not be asking. But your coward government arrests somebody, they had given a work permit, he has a valid work permit, chuck him out of the country. They reached a compromise with him because they would have been so embarrassed, because if they took him to court in front of a credible judge, the judge would have released this guy and actually condemned the actions of our government. So to me, all of you on the panel and those people who are listening to us, let us fight for what is right. Let us stop going through our own political cocoons, and when Uhuru does something that is wrong, we don't call it out because he's supporting Raila, the man that I support.
But that's what you are just exactly doing. You have been vilifying Uhuru and Raila, and you make Ruto look like a god.
I never say Ruto. I've never said Ruto.
You don't have to say. We just listen to what you are saying and we draw our judgment.
Wekesa, wait. And also, the day the institutions of Kenya will be functioning properly.
Yes.
the day the institutions of Kenya, and I've said this point all the time, if the institutions function properly, like the way they function everywhere in the world, me and you would not be fighting who is the president, because my basic needs will be met because the institution work. But as long as you
Now,
continue to
these
perpetrate Raila identity
these
politics,
institutions are fought for you to have institutions functioning. They don't mushroom like when rain rains and then the mushrooms grow. There's somebody who consistently fights for the institutions to be established.
Very true.
And that is where you guys are losing the point. The people like Kina Raila you are fighting, these guys have been in the suffering for last 20, 30 years, fighting for the democracy. But you guys come up and you say like, listen first, you come up and you say like, let's vote all these guys out. And you think like change comes that easily? By the way, the Kina Railas and Kina Muhitas and Kina Combos of those days tried to fight Moi out, and they realized it's not easy. And those guys fought until they went to jail. And as we are seated here, and we just think like the day I will just wake up and just vote these guys and Uhuru will go away. You need to do some serious homework, have a clear strategy of what you want before you achieve the goal.
Let me first answer Wekesa. What you've said, Wekesa, if Kenya will see a positive change, you underestimate the power of social media. If me and you and the others decide that our government should implement a certain change, we should be able to muzzle that power because we are united for a good cause rather than identity politics. Raila, very true, and I've said on this show, he's fought for a lot, and I respect the gentleman for what he done previously. But when he did the handshake and we had peace and everyone went their business, it was a good thing. I never fault the handshake. Where I fault the handshake is whereby Raila is keeping quiet when the same things that were meted against him are happening, crawling back the democracy that he failed for. So if Raila today would have come out, spoke about the deportation, Raila should have spoken about demolition, Raila should have continued doing, even after handshake, he should not have allowed Uhuru to continue disobeyed court orders. He did the handshake, he had the upper hand, he would have continued on that trajectory. When people are dying of COVID and vaccine, he should have still been telling the government, you should not be investing in an arms thing. You should be first vaccinating Kenyans so that they can go back and starting making money and live a dignified life. That is where we question his nationalistic.
And you're going to elect people who have never even said anything. Leave alone. At least he has a track record. You are now going to elect people who are just joyriding and they have never done anything. They have no history of doing anything patriotic for this country. But you now think they are the alternative.
I guess my sister is
but
coming.
You don't know who. No,
she has brought me back to the show.
Rupia, please.
She was actually touching very nice areas. Today you are talking nicely.
Rupia, please, I don't want to discuss anything with you. Talk generally, don't address me, please.
Okay.
Yesterday you insulted me and you did not apologize. So I
had apologized here. You were not around. Or you want me to apologize now? Can I do another apology?
No, if you apologize, then that's fine. We start a new fresh page then.
We are friends. Don't worry about yesterday. I apologized and I'm sorry. So what I want to say, you've drawn me back to the show. I was almost going to sleep, but whatever you are saying is good. Our systems doesn't work. Like the work permit. Actually, if the government if AYADIN was a suspect, he ought not to be to have acquired the work permit given to him by Kenya government. But right now, as we speak, we are between a rock and a hard place. We have two presidential candidates, that is Raila and RUTO. And you see, if you are saying that Raila actually was good up to until he entered handshake, we on this side of Raila, we have felt this thing. We have been in opposition. Right now, there is no opposition. And we have felt it. We have tried. And we even believe that we've won elections which have been stolen by the other side. But the problem in this country is making wrong decisions during election time. Because politicians will come with goodies, with all those fake policies. Like now we have the wheelbarrow. And if you look at the UDA that you support, the same people who are actually driving the ideals and agendas of Jubilee. And they actually prioritized areas that they could get, projects that they could get kickbacks. And they actually took part in shady deals in government. Today, as we speak, the Jubilee government has tried to actually bring up infrastructure, but they have missed on the priorities. Now they have seen a loophole or a gap. They are coming with the pesa mfukoni kwa mama mboga, kwa boda boda, because they have seen that opportunity. But in real sense, they are not for what they are saying. If you look at all those people and Ruto and company, the deputy president and company, they are all pretenders. That's why I'm saying, if you compare Ruto and Raila as actually he talks of governance, good governance.
I think
Let me
Rupia, you
finish.
should let me allow me also to interject a little bit, because you made a very to me is a long narrative, because you say that now we have two candidates of presidency, and then you say that the Kenyan make mistake during the election. So to your opinion, the election here is an event. You don't see it as a process. It is only when we see an election as a process, whereby we exchange mind like the way we are doing now. Why are you only saying that we only have the two political presidential candidates, that we have Raila and we have Ruto? What about we've had Muhisa Kitui want to stand, we've had Kalonzo wants to stand, we've heard about Musalia Mudavadi want to do it, we've heard about Gideon Moi want to do it, and there are many other who have not come up. Why are we not taking this narrative to the people to make sure that we can inspire, we can create a mindset of change to the people, to make sure that whenever they go to that ballot from today, that the process has been outlined, that this is what is supposed to be done and what is supposed to be done, the people can understand that process clearly. And it is not just about individualism. It is about making sure that people do get that enabling environment, and that enabling environment is making sure that those basic needs, they can be able to access them without any having problem of one, intimidation by the government in power of the day, or they will not have to worry about, because what is happening now in Kenya, it is about the worry of what will happen after or even before the election comes next year. So we must also be sure of how we coin or how we phrase our narrative, to make sure that we can also be informative to other people. Otherwise, when you single out, and now you say, because you now went to the point where you want to say, oh, now your candidate is the one who is the best, but we have not gone out from saying that. Why do we need to choose Raila Odinga? Is it because, and we don't want to dismiss, we do not want to dismiss his good work that he has done for the country, because everyone has done a portion. But one final thing for me to close this, my contribution is, in Kenya, everything has been politicized. Everything. It is quite difficult to know what is right and what is wrong. That is the bottom thing. And the other thing, our media houses have failed. Our media houses have failed in the sense that they just want to come to the narrative that sells for the day, but not that opinion that can shape the mindset of the people. And for the people, this is the Kenyan. And that is where we go wrong.
But my dear, the same politician owned those media houses. So if you saw when Ann Kiguta was fired, she was fired because she was trying to bring people who believed differently from the person who owns K24. So to you, so to me, the fact that our country is captured, even the banks, they are captured by the same people. That's why you guys have to borrow at 24, 28%. And that's why I was saying to you, the day that you live in a working environment, honestly, there is someone who's posted and said the diaspora people don't know anything what that. I respect that, but let me tell you, living in a country where the basic things, institutions, you get services and you're fine, it's a breath of fresh air. And I hope all of us aspire to, because I don't care, like conservative who are in power here, they used to be the most racist party against Black people. But it doesn't bother me because they're in power, because you know what? I will eat, I will live well. This is what I aspire for my country. That whether Raila, Ruto, or whoever is president, children can go to school, somebody can live in a decent home, somebody can go to uni without being exploited, the hospitals are free. That is a country that I would love to see, and that's why I was saying to all of you, we need to start civic education so that we stop making the same mistakes at the ballot.
And that civic education you're talking about, can I say something, Wekesa? That yes. Civic education you're talking about, and that I call it the people of diaspora, including myself because I'm in diaspora. I call it the comfort of convenience, because we live in a comfort of convenience of other people. For these nations to get where they are, there is a story they never tell you. They shed more blood that we never shed. Leave alone that the blooding of the Mau Mau and everything. We fought it, and I appreciate it, and we appreciate the people who fought for that. But the people here also in Europe, they went real fight, and that is why they have leaders who are patriotic. They have sense of the patriotism in them, and they fight for the right of the people. That I am here. I pay the same bills like any European who stays here. But when you go to Kenya, it is totally different, and that is what we are supposed to fight.
I think you took it from me while I was still expanding on my point.
Sorry, Rupia.
And what I was saying is, you know, the diaspora, you mean well for us. But as you say that election is not an event, it's a process. Even that change that you're talking about is a process. Those of us who believe in change, and we have actually advocated for a paradigm shift, we have not gotten it for a very long time. We've fought, people have fought, some people have died. So it is like that. So the reality is, I would tell you without fear of contradiction, that we have two candidates that are strong, that one of them will be president in 2022. I am not infiltrated. I am not tribal. I'm just saying it as it is and what I'm seeing. If we have to get that change, if Mukiza Kitui would make it to president, I would also love that, because I have not seen him with a lot of scandals. I've not seen him controversial. I have not seen his style of leadership. He's an angel to me, but he cannot make it. He will not make it. So for me, to be president, you will have to wait for another 20 years. But let us look at the ideology. You know, it's not that I'm selling Raila all that much, but I'm saying if somebody who can give other people opportunities, that even a small tribe, even a small unknown community in this country can one time rise and become president and sit in State House, so that we leave alone all this monopoly that we are seeing. So all these things is a process. It's a change that we all want, but it's a process. You cannot take Mukisa Kitui there and he becomes president. You will not. That one, these people are corrupt. The corrupt will have their way. And you know, the majority of Kenyans don't think the way you think. The common
Okay, thank
mwananchi.
you.
Can we
Thank you.
change them? Can we
And
change them to make sure that they think in the right direction?
They cannot change.
Yeah, what he's saying is a process. And you guys even look at this way. Ruto is a very powerful politician. But he knew for him to make a change, he needed 4 years. He started 2017. You know, the people think like Ruto woke up today and became fun. He knew that change is progressive. He had to hammer this hustle and narrative every day. Right now, it's resonating with the majority of people. So you cannot take Muhiza Kitui today to hammer his maybe economic agenda in the next 6 months to get a change and get a leadership.
But,
so you need
but
time. Transformation is a process.
Let me ask you one question. You're saying change is a process.
Yes.
Right? Okay, I agree. But you and Rupiah and some other people believe change can only be brought about by the same politicians that we don't have faith in. Change starts with changing your mindset, Rupiah's mindset, my mindset.
Mindset is not a person. You see, the things that Raila advocates for are so young, but the guys you were bringing are telling us about 16th century inventions. That's not a change. It's not a personality change. We are talking about change of mindset. And Raila has always been pro-reform. Look at his track record. He's always pro-reforms. So change is about reformation. It's not about personality.
My brother, I want you to run away from identity politics. What I'm saying to you, for us
I don't run away. I cultivate it to a certain process.
No, for me, if we will,
and that's why you guys are helter-skeltering. How many people have hoped from one party up to the 10th party and they realize they have not got what they wanted? They were only the monkeys were shifting the forest.
Look at Jubilee.
Monkeys are the same. Yes. Now it's Jubilee running away to UDM and they're thinking they have a new entity.
ODM is no better.
Jubilee is supposed to have a scorecard.
Just look at how Raila lands on ODM. Just look at the democracy in ODM. That should tell you enough, right? Raila will not bring democratic change to Kenya. Just look at ODM.
You people, you are too much with the Raila issue. Let me say something.
Is it actually
what we have in Kenya right now?
Bernard, finish, and we were to go to the subtopic called. I want to introduce the topic. Finish, and as you finish up.
Wekesa, you're not a good moderator.
Nancy,
I don't have to please you, Nancy, and I'm not here to look for marks. Me, I'm just doing what I was given. I'm not earning out of it. I am only facilitating.
I wanted to tell Nancy something.
I am not the best. You can still come and moderate. There's the reason why I was chosen and you are not chosen.
But I think it's also
take it easy, please. Let's have some order. I am saying
you can only be good to Tanga if you are speaking the Tanga mind. Mimi si wapembelezangi. That's why they hate me.
Wekesa, you need to be neutral when you're a moderator. Just get some notes from Jakes.
Jakes, my friend Jakes anipatiangi chance, and Jakes akiniona mimi anatorokanga. Sasa unaniambia
there is nothing like that. Wekesa, you cannot force your mindset on everybody.
I am giving. In fact, the whole day I have kept quiet from Sambili. I'm only giving my opinion at the last minute.
Yeah, but you've made a statement that said mimi hawa watu wa Tanga siwabembelezangi. We give you the right.
That is true, and I don't apologize.
I had to change my name to just get into the show today.
Hang on.
That should tell you something.
You're sketching.
Next. David, can you make your point?
Let's go. Cool down, everybody.
They have learned from Ruto how to behave.
Bernard is even a better moderator. I don't know why he wasn't given that. We need to talk to Mutembei to give that responsibility to Bernard.
Let's do this, please. Let's not finish.
Bernard, Wekesa.
Ngoja kwanza. You people say you are becoming too much. That we are mean we have nothing to say. Everybody's opinion counts, but there must be order because this channel is being viewed.
Yes.
And the viewers have also rights to be...
And our moderator...
So ngoja kwanza.
Our moderator also was saying he should be neutral. He should be neutral.
Being neutral,
moderator neutral.
No opinion. If you Sarah, I have advocated for you to speak.
How wanawake they are too much. It's good they are gone.
I think gentlemen, we also have to be very fair. In this sense, it's a forum where we have to present our views. It's a forum where everyone has their own feelings, but those feelings should not be escalated to go to an extra mile whereby that our emotional political affiliation should bring out this scenario of this. And I think it's unfair when Rupia, you would say, oh,
no,
these wanawake. No, of course.
They have kept me attacking me in the comments. They
must be order.
I understand that. I understand that, Wekesa, and I appreciate your moderation effort and everything, and the frustration and everything. Bernard, allow me to finish. Just allow me.
Something I was saying that you would allow me to finish, then you can come in. Orderliness is godliness. We cannot be on this channel and create noise. The purpose of this channel is to pass information, and the priority is to pass accurate information. And so it's not every opinion that is allowed on this platform. If you are bringing up an opinion that is questionable, this platform needs to hold you to account, make you prove what you are saying. So we are not just transmitting anything that anybody brings. And we are not in support of Tangatanga or NASA or ODM. We are here to frame an opinion for Kenya.
I support ODM, and I will say it freely.
So, yes, and look at it here, Nani. Joshua, Mutembe owns this channel, but when he comes up, you normally know he supports Baba, and he doesn't hide. So these guys, I have given them time, they have talked. Me, towards the end, I also want to make my opinion. They want to make it look like I am not supposed to make an opinion.
And that is right, Wekesa, because by us having this narrative, it does not mean it diffuse our affiliation of which support side that we are. I think the most important thing is about respect, is about making sure that whatever you are presenting, it is factual. It is not about fiction. And I think that is the most important thing for this narrative. I think the other thing also, it is important also, and this is my final submission for now. It is also nice to make sure that we also address each other in decorum. And I think that is very, very important for sure.
But you see, wherever Ashley is, you will always create that fracas.
Ashley wants to talk.
Let's go there.
She consumes time.
Can we do this? We were supposed to do a subtopic and then we move. Even me, I want to go and sleep. We can do a subtopic. Kila mtu afanye 5 minutes, and then we go and rest.
I wanted to say something.
Just finish.
Leo Bena sijaongea bana.
Hata sio mimi ni Wekesa. But all the same, I wanted to say this.
Uliongea, unasema na hakuna mtu ameongea mara tatu. Uliongea ni vile watu wamekuwa wengi, walikuwa wanatoka wanaingia. Community I gave you. I remember even talking about the ancestor.
You put him on the queue, but I think you jumped him later on. But all the same,
no, he has been here 3 times. He has been here 3 times.
Can you bring the topic?
Nimekuwa lakini sijaongea chochote.
Now, you people, will anybody listen to another?
Bring the topic so that we can talk.
Okay, Bernard, say what you wanted to say, and then bring the topic.
I wanted to say that there are two ideologies that have been a bone of contention in Kenya politics, and that is the ideology of change and the ideology of maintaining things the way they are. That has been the bone of contention all along. Raila Odinga has been a representation of the alternative government, the government of change, always pushing for reformation, for a better Kenya by better laws and better changes. The other side has been always saying there is nothing wrong with Kenya. The problem we have is those people who want to change whatever we are having. That has been always the divide between every time we went for general election. And I don't see that changing any soon if we continue arguing the way we are arguing, although the other side will want us to lose that and make Raila be a representative of the handshake or a representative of compromise with Uhuru, so that we lose that aspect of change, which has been always the bone of contention in this country.
Yeah, thank you so much. And when we bring out that issue, it becomes a problem. Anyway, the second subtopic which we wanted to do is, should Uhuru stay neutral or take sides in the 2022 race? Should Uhuru stay neutral or take sides in the 2022 race? Let me begin with community ancestor. He has said that he is not talked today. Take the first step.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this very opportunity in order for me, in fact, to air my submission. Yeah, in regard to 2022 general elections, as things are right now, to me, I would urge the President, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, to remain neutral so that this commotion which is going on in between RUTO and Raila side will be able, when IBC will be able to declare the winner, then we will be able to know that truly there was no a hand of the deep state or the system in the elections. And this one, in fact, as I told you earlier on, that this the very person who is going to ensure that come 2022 general elections, everything goes well in our motherland Kenya is Chebukati. Because if Chebukati is going to ensure that he puts the server open, leave alone for 2017, because he cannot open. That is what I know. He cannot open, because if he opens and then we find that Raila Amolo Odinga won, we will jail him. So this guy is so much afraid. But in 2022, we have to ensure that we put him into task so that our vote counts. But mind you, let me tell you, if Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is not going, is going to support publicly Raila Amolo Odinga, I'm telling you, William Samoei Ruto, he will not accept that truly, if Raila defeats him in the coming election, that truly Raila beat him squarely. Reason being, maybe William Samoei Ruto, as a deep state, he knows how this system in terms of elections works. So right now, look how many hustlers who are behind William Samoei Ruto. There are so many. So if William Samoei Ruto is going to feel that because the system has rigged me out. And then he comes out and tell the entire hustlers that, look, I've been rigged out by the system. Then Kenya will burn. Kenya will burn. So me, I'm saying, Chepkati, today he has outlined that he wants money for. Oh yeah, yeah. As I finish, I'm saying today he has given us the outline that he wants 40 billion. Let him truly give us credible, just, and fair elections, so that our 40 billion, which we are going to give him to ensure that smooth running of elections, in fact, those money counts. I rest my case.
Can I go next?
Let the next person go on where Kesa seems to be engaged.
Okay, let me go next. What I would like to say is this. You know, Uhuru Kenyatta, being the president, has got a lot of information about this country. And what is the difference between 2017 and 2022? If Uhuru Kenyatta ran for the presidency, for the seat in 2017 and he was president, what bars him from giving his opinion on 2022? These things that people are saying that this country is going to burn, that is not true. We've had elections. People have been running against sitting presidents, and we've had such elections. So if the president, it is his decision whether he keep silent or whether he talks about 2022. But already he has indicated that he wants to leave a legacy. Somebody should mute their mic. He wants to leave a legacy. And you see, there's people who are trying to create some scenarios that people are going to this country is going to burn, people are going to fight. Which people are going to fight, and who is going to fight? If you know anything, you should tell us, because I believe that just the same way we've had elections before, we are going to have election in 2022, and that 2022 will come and go. We have been trying so much to have transparent, credible, and verifiable elections in this country. And that is where we want to go to. And that is what BBI is trying to bring. But with BBI or without BBI, we are going to have elections. And Uhuru as president has to ensure that this country, he leaves a legacy, that this country must get a smooth transition from him to the next person who is coming. And who told you elections are won in 1 year to election? Elections will be won in 2022, August, not now. And there are some people who are just out to create chaos. We have seen that they are announcing that they have numbers, which is not true, because everybody will go out and campaign. And after campaigning, people will go to the ballot. What I pray is that people should have healthy campaigns, not based on lies, not based on hatred, but politicians should do their campaigns neatly, so that they don't create tension, so that the country is not polarized. Because we will have, it's a case where we are going to have a president of a particular place. Let's say if Raila takes Mount Kenya and Nyanza and these other areas, Then Ruto comes with the Kalenjin vote. Then Ruto will go and will refuse to concede the elections. After he doesn't concede the elections, it's like now the president is not for the Kalenjin nation. That is what we have experienced as Lumus. We felt that the president is only for Kikuyus and for Kalenjins. So, but we need a president who is a symbol of national unity and who represents all Kenyans. So I don't see anything that bars President Uhuru Kenyatta, because even if he doesn't announce publicly, he can still influence silently. That one is also there. So whether he wants to announce to back somebody, whether he wants to affiliate himself to a coalition or a party, that is up to him. But the politicians must do neat politics, not to polarize this country, so that in the year 2022, 2023, we have a country which is still at war. We want a country for ourselves. And Kenyans, let me just take this opportunity to campaign a little bit. If we had a government from 2013 up to now, and we elected the government to do for us specific things in the name of Jubilee, when we reach 2022, which is next year, Jubilee should now be reading us their scorecard that within the period that they have been in power, this is what they have been able to do against what they promised. All the extras that they have done, they should also show us. That is, but if Kenyans are still going back to elections, knowing very well that maybe Jubilee government, with the people who are in Jubilee government, did not live up to expectations, and then there's a group that has actually coiling, actually coming from Jubilee and forming another party called UDA, and they are the people who are driving the ideals and the agendas of Jubilee.
I hope you are finishing now. Are you still on?
Actually, because the politicians are taking us for granted. So we, in 2022, we must show politicians. And if Ruto is going to run for presidency, why are you exempting Uhuru? And they have been in the power together from 2013 up to now. He's going to talk about 2022 being a deputy president. And why would you say that now the president should not talk about 2013, 2022? And they have been in the government from 2013 up to now. Sasa hiyo ndio nasemanga ukora na uongo. Kama Ashley amekuja hapa, she wants to take the show and she wants to talk all the time.
Hey,
everything she says.
Excuse me, please. Don't make it personal. Let us stay respectful to each other. I'm quiet, but I'm not going to tolerate your nonsense.
So you are
Please.
still around?
Yes, I have not. I have called Mutembei. Me and Nancy were the original people on this show. And what
It's
we are
okay.
doing, Mutembei accepts. So Wekesa cannot put us in the background, what he's doing. And he refused to put me in the big. Please don't go there. Let's us be respectful. I'm trying to do that, but I will not allow you to do what you're doing. It is very disrespectful. I tried to approach Bernard because he's a pastor, and I thought he would come in and.
You see, such things are not good.
Again.
What I'm trying to say that if somebody takes the stage, you should not be talking all the time. You're talking. You know, you are not boring to people. You are.
Rupia, your network.
Kindly let there be order in our talks. The fact that some of us are quiet doesn't mean we don't have anything to contribute, but we just respect order. And let's respect each other's opinion, even if it doesn't go well with you. Because at the end of the day, Kenyans have decided, maybe I will not even change anybody's mind here. We're only sharing our opinions. everybody has decided which side they want to vote for. So let's just have an opportunity, share your opinion, and allow other people to share their own opinion. What is wrong with you, with your mic? I think he is gone. We have lost him, so we move to the next person. Mugambi, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
I am here.
submission. Make your submission. Should Uhuru stay neutral or take sides during the 2022?
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I am.
Yeah, toa curtain bwana. Ama ushalala. We can give people who are still alive. Let me go to the next person, then we'll come back to you if you're not ready. Kindly. So we are going like that, Joshua.
Oh yeah. Should Uhuru be neutral in the upcoming election? That's a good question to ask. Uhuru is a politician, and as much as he's a politician, he would want to have his own say. As much as he has played a tactical game of being silent at the moment, it is a nice game to play when you are under pressure on scenarios when you do not want to be seen on taking side. But I think one primary role that Uhuru want to maintain is that he's very keen on that so-called legacy. But I think also he's also keen on ensuring that will there be someone who will continue that so-called legacy? Because we do not want to have a scenario whereby the person who might take over from the leadership can abandon the whole ship and decide to take another ship from his direction. So it is him to know how can he maintain his neutrality without causing any division among the people who are going for presidency and also generally for Kenyans. So for me, he has he will be in a dilemma, the sense that he would want to read, and I quote, the people from the mountain on which direction they have to take. And he has been known of this because in previous events, he has mentioned several occasions whereby he has said that he will surprise people on the choice he will make or the direction he will announce that he would want people to go towards. We are yet to see that. So as much as we would want him to be neutral, and that neutrality will probably initiate some sense of fairness, some sense of transparency, some sense of guarantee that there will be fairness for everyone who is a competitor as a president.
Yeah, Joshua, let me ask you this question.
Yes.
When and I'm referring to the quote from Desmond Tutu, the Archbishop in South Africa.
Yeah.
He said that when an elephant is stepping on a mice, will you choose to be fair in that situation? And then he went up and argued that in that situation, fairness shows that you have sided with the oppressor. So maybe, what is your take in Uhuru's dilemma?
Well, I would also want to interpret that saying of the Desmond Tutu when he used the mice and the elephant, and think about a mice when you think about the plague in terms of the disease. So when you interpret that scenario in that sense, you will see it is better to crush the mice and save the people from the plague. Yeah. And of course, it doesn't mean that the day of the elephant will not come. The day of the elephant will come, because in the real sense, they say the survival for the fittest. At one point, the survival will not survive for the elephant will not survive forever. So the dilemma of Uhuru is to make sure that, is he the elephant? Is he the mice? Is he the mice to bring the bad omen, or is he a mice to make sure that the mice can continue or help the community to continue without bringing down the granary by eating the maize and so on. So for me, Uhuru has a stake to make by coming out to the people and telling the people, these are the candidates who have fronted themselves, make your choice, and may the best candidate win. And the IBC to do its good effort to make sure that there is a proper transparency, fair, and a credible election. And on the other hand, the Kenyans can make a good decision for the choice of the leaders that they want in proper mindset. That's my take.
Okay, thank you. Any question from the panelists? Those who have a different view? Nancy, you have a question?
No, I don't have a question. Everybody is entitled to their own view, but if you ask me my view, I'll give my view.
Yeah, you can go ahead. Should Uhuru be neutral or take sides?
Uhuru has no business in the succession policy of Kenya. And I heard Joshua say, I don't know whether I got him correctly, maybe he can correct me if I misquote what he said. He said that Mount Kenya is waiting for the direction that Uhuru might give. I'm from Uhuru's backyard, and I can tell you the pain that Mount Kenya people have gone through. I do not even think majority of them think that Uhuru is a Mount Kenya kingpin. The businesses and the people who are suffering are more from Mount Kenya when they've had a Mount Kenya person in power. So I don't think that will play anymore when it comes to the Mount Kenya politics. And I think that Mount Kenya will surprise everybody the way they're going to vote. I don't think this time the vote will be the same way, the way we vote in block. But I'm yet to prove that once the statistics come out in 2022.
Can I correct you on that, if you allow me?
Yeah, fine.
I think my opinion is, by the fact, I did not say that Uhuru will influence how we will vote and me as an individual, but my submission was the sense that he will play a part. And I was trying to quote a comment that when he said that he will surprise many by the direction he would want people to go. So I do not submit that he should give us the direction, but his opinion, he will come up with his opinion to say, this is the right direction that you would want to choose or not. So
yeah. Or a subsidiary question should be, did Uhuru play a part in Kiambaa by-election? Whether directly or indirectly?
Let me finish.
Whether through resources or political?
I think that Uhuru has lost his, not even only in Mount Kenya, majority, even people in diaspora, although some people feel that diaspora people do not have a valid point to make. Even when Uhuru comes to diaspora now, not very many people have a lot of regard to what he's got to say, because he's led our country to be a lawless society. And for me, as I said, identity politics are not important to me. All Uhuru needs to ensure is that whoever is elected as the next president of Kenya, whoever is announced by Chebukati, through a fair, transparent election, that's what I'm hoping for, that Uhuru hands the instruments of power to that person, and all the succession offices should be in place to make sure whoever the Kenyans decide is the next president should be the next president. And Uhuru, if Uhuru loves Kenya and want the best for Kenya, he needs to do what Mwai Kibaki did. Mwai Kibaki knew that the country was in a precarious situation because of what happened. He was announced president. Well, we all know that maybe he had not won that presidency. So he did the right thing, kept quiet, did not give anybody money the way Uhuru is doing now, using state resources to support unconstitutional processes. So he's trying to subvert the law. So my advice to Uhuru is to stay out of it, hand over to who gets elected, and that is as far as his mandate will end. And I think he will have one of the harshest legacy come when the history is written, because he's let us down, and he's let down the 2010 Constitution, unfortunately.
I have a question, Nancy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think in your summation, you're trying to indirectly not quote the BBI, but it's nice that you also ended it very nicely by quoting the 2010 Constitution. What was the importance of the 2010 Constitution as compared to now BBI, in your opinion?
So when we promulgated the 2010 Constitution, was not to give the presidency so much power and try and create local government to enable the people from the mashinani, devolve some funds back, and make sure that representation is across the board rather than remaining at the top level. And now, and you cannot tell me that Uhuru has even tried 1 inch to implement the 2010 Constitution. And I always say, I do not believe everything in BBI is wrong. There is a lot of things I disagree with, but it was the wrong time to be doing a constitutional change when we've not even implemented 20% of that constitution.
So another question on the same. Do you see constitution?
Let me ask about the wrong time. Will you chase maybe your grandchild away just because he was born before marriage? Because it's just wrong timing?
But that question that you've asked, Wekesa, does not arise because you cannot be changing. When we promulgated the Constitution, they told us, remember, they tell us, we have our own opinions as Kenyans, that 20% of this Constitution was wrong. Fair enough, they're the politicians, but majority of Kenyans feel if they had implemented the 80% that is correct, we would not even be changing 74 changes in a constitution that has not been implemented. The only part I agree with when it comes to BBI is a 35% of, and even I would argue 50 should go to devolution and 50 remain with the top government, because there's nothing they do. The money that remains there, they just steal it and they make their own kickbacks to the top level. So for me, the BBI, if we implement the 80%, then we talk about the 20% constitutional change when we've implemented. And it was the wrong time because many Kenyans do not even have food on their table. Then you spend millions and millions of shillings going to Kenya. Like today, I lost my aunt out of COVID. If she was vaccinated, she would not be dead. So the priorities are the wrong. Every country in the world stopped everything to make sure their population is looked after.
You are in US where the constitution has been amended 27 times, and in China it has been amended 43 times.
But how old is that democracy?
No constitution is static.
Well, it's not about
that.
Nancy, it is not about how old a democracy is. It is on the necessitation of what the political class and also the citizens see is important to guide their nation. Because now, my next question to you would be, do you see the change of the constitution as a political or as a legal aspect?
Let me first ask you a question and you answer me. You've said a necessitation that promotes a constitutional change. What because remember they gave us is it a 9-point agenda, right? Mm-hmm. One of those was meant to be electoral reform. Tell me, the reason that we fight every 5 years is because we do not have a fair, transparent general election. That was number one. BBI I've read it again because many people question us so many times. Tell me one place that tomorrow, 2022, if BBI passes, we don't know what the 20th judgment will be. Tell me how BBI would have changed the scenario if Ruto says, hawakunishinda wameniibia. How would it have addressed that apart from creating positions?
It's because even if we change it, we'll still go with the same narrative that the political class want to tell us, that everything it is always on unfairness and transparency, not free, not fair. That mindset has been put in our mind to believe that we are always on the wrong.
But Joshua, that is not correct, because we entrusted Maraga, who was against Uhuru very much, and even today, we know Maraga is one of the Chief Justice who has always stood his ground, right? He nullified an election. He told us, remember, it is not me and you or the politicians who said there was a problem with the 2017 general election. It was Maraga, isn't it? So we knew there was
Court, not Maraga.
Huh?
It was Supreme Court, not
Well, he's the
Maraga.
chief
It was
executive,
a
so the back stops
collegial
with him.
decision. Collegial.
Yeah, but the back stops with
No,
him. He told us. He
if
told
they
Kenyans.
don't vote, if they don't vote and the majority loses, he can't come up with his own decision.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
It was
He
a collegial
communicated.
decision.
No, the Supreme Court, the decision stops with the chief executive of an institution. So Maraga, no, like Uhuru, let me tell you.
He's just the supreme. He's just the president of the Supreme. But the decision has to be reached by the judges of the Supreme Court. I think that should be very clear to you, Nancy.
I think you are the same person who are saying we need
Do
to
not
move
try
away
to
from
correct.
personalities.
Do not try to correct me on an obvious point. I know a decision has to be reached by 5 out of the 7 judges. A majority, it's a majority vote. But the person who reads the outcome is Maraga. So what I heard from Maraga, that they had unanimously voted, the election was flawed.
Everybody read his part. There were parts.
That is just semantics. Stop dwelling on semantics. It's neither here or there. So the fact that the 2022 general election regarding ODM has told us all along, we have a problem with the IEBC and the way it operates. What I would have expected from them even today to keep agitating until the servers are opened and that we have a fair and transparent election. But even the constitutional change you are intending to do has not cured that problem. Convince me otherwise.
Oh, can I make my submission?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Before I make my submission, I want to say something and to clarify on something. When we have the Chief Justice, behind him we have 7 judges. And upon a full hearing of the petition, these judges, they normally go for a recess to make an individual judgment. Meaning, the judgments will be written by 7 different people, but the Chief Justice will read the outcome of the majority. But the minimum of the majority will have to make their own decisions. That's why we hand Joki Dongo read a full judgment or decision on the petition. And Maraga read for the other 5. That's it. Let me make my submission. To begin with, I always think, and I have always been thinking, that in our constitution, we made a mistake of saying that a president and his deputy should be elected in one ballot. But after 10 years, the deputy president should be given a chance to run for the presidency. To me, that one should be looked, and it should be changed to say this. If a president and his deputy run their term of 10 years, let them pack and go home. And my reason for saying that is, in Kenya, we have seen so many governors being frustrated by the county government with impeachment motion sponsored by their deputies. That said, that does not exclude the president. I may be the president, Joshua could be my deputy. In my 10 years term that I prospect that I'll run the government, the first 5 years, because I want to be re-elected, I won't question whatever Joshua will be doing. And at the back of the mind, Joshua has interest to take after myself, meaning he has all the powers to sabotage all the programs that I have as a president. And at the end of the day, when my first 5 years are over, and I want to go to the second term, my deputy will refuse to work with me and begin his campaign for the next presidency immediately after. Okay. Would I be the one? Okay. I'm saying.
Sarah, can you mute? Sarah, can you mute?
Sarah, kindly mute. Okay. Sarah. Okay. Sarah. Can you mute, please? Okay, thank you. Sarah, mute. I'm saying that my deputy can sabotage my 10 years because he has interest past my term. And therefore, at the end of my term, Kenyans and my constituents will look at me as the failure. But my failure should be apportioned between myself and Joshua. Therefore, we should have the president and his deputy packing and going home. About Uhuru with 2022 interest on who takes the power, we should ask ourselves this: who is Uhuru past the presidency? Uhuru will be a leader to a region. Uhuru will be a decision maker and a consultant under the coming government. Therefore, an outgoing president has so much interest on whoever comes into office. However, I don't advocate for a direct campaign of favorism from the president. Many people may think that Kibaki was neutral during the 2013 elections. But underground, Kibaki laid all the systems in favor of Uhuru. And if I can advise Uhuru today, I can say this: you know the interest of your region besides the country. And at the end of being at the helm of the country, you are going to your region. Get someone whom you know and think can have the interest of your region. Lay down the strategies, lay down the platform for him to win, but don't interfere directly. That's it.
Mugambi, can I ask you a question?
Wait. I'm coming for the question. I'm finishing. Most of us, we are talking about the problems that we are passing through. We are complaining about a terrorist who comes in the country and goes out with a stamped passport. But remember this: when Uhuru and RUTO got into the system, they shared the government or the powers 50-50. They said that and they implemented that. Therefore, even though RUTO could be outside the system, he has the people within the system. From the security, from the civil service. Meaning, now that RUTO is is insubordinate to his leader, even the people who allege or who swear their allegiance to Ruto, they are following what Ruto is saying. Go to any public service, any public servants, whoever had any favor from Ruto, from top down, you'll hear them praising Ruto over Uhuru. Meaning, whatever problems we have, Ruto has an hand in it. Let me give an example. Take, for example, this guy that we have been discussing today. He passed through the airport. Assume that the deputy president had some interest to achieve through this guy. And in his first 5 years, he earned his person or his person in the immigration desk at the airport. This person is going to implement whatever whoever was his godfather will be. And therefore, blaming Uhuru for all the problems is a fallacy to me. And to end that problem, we need to have president and his deputy going home. Reflecting from the old constitution, a deputy president was an appointee of the president. And at any given point that the deputy went against what the president was saying, the president had all the powers to fire the the vice president and get the one who favors his agenda. Meaning, for Kibaki to achieve whatever he achieved, he had a person who told his line. But for Uhuru, whatever he is going to achieve, yes, he has an agenda, but his deputy who has been rogue in the system is trying to sabotage him. In his today's message on the social media about the terrorist who was deported, he wrote a very big paragraph, but at the end of the day, he wrote a word in capital letters, in caps, shame. Who was he telling shame? Remember, these two people, they are conjoined. Irrespective of how Ruto wants to exclude himself from the government, he is part of the government. But from his posting, it means there's a side of the government that he is shaming, and the other side of the government that he is apologizing on his behalf. Therefore, to end all the problems that we have, let us think how we can have the deputy president and his president leave the office after 10 years, or let us give the president powers, yes, to appoint a deputy president, and still have powers to expel this person from the system. Look at the Security Council. The deputy president is a member who is always there. He has been there for the last 5 years, 6 years. So he knows all the operatives of the security in Kenya. He can bring whatever he wants here because he has his people there. He can do whatever he thinks he can do to sabotage this government. Take, for example,
finalizing?
Yes, I'm finalizing. Take, for example, when Kalonzo was the vice president, whenever he went outside the country, because a deputy president should never have a leave, he always sought the clearance from the president. But our deputy, being the rogue man that he is, he can decide, let me today go and see the Museveni of Uganda. Let me go to Zanzibar. Let me do business with the people whose passports are not stamped when they come or go out. And let me do whatever I want. Let me radicalize the president's backyard because he can't fire me. So that said, I think we should apportion all the blames to the two leaders who are at the top. Thank you. Sarah,
Mugambi, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Do you believe that does a Kenyan voters vote count in your mind?
Okay. In Kenya, you may vote, but because of the set system in our country, it may not count. It should count, but at the moment, it never counts.
So, and hence your opinion that Uhuru should lay all the background for whoever he needs to win the election.
Sorry?
You said that Kibaki did put all the cards down for Uhuru to win. So your submission, the president that you're supporting today, he also did not win democratically. He was enabled to win. Is that
I'm
correct?
not ashamed to say yes. Yes, it's correct.
Okay. So you're saying Uhuru needs to do the same to enable the person that he thinks is right to be the next president of Kenya and subvert the will of the Kenyan people.
When I talk of the systems, I think to be the president, you need the vote. To have the vote,
No. You can't have it both ways. It's either our votes don't count and election is stolen from the background, or our vote counts and they just prepare the machinery for many people to vote for the person the president wants. Is that what you mean? Or you mean the votes are stolen? Either way the Kenyans vote, Kenyans should know their vote doesn't count.
What I'm saying is the president has interest for this country when in power and outside the power. As a president, Nancy, today, you can't sit back as the outgoing president to have a rogue person to succeed you. At the end of the day, maybe yes, your term could have been so well as Kibaki's was, but the person who comes after you may destroy the country and destroy you as the person who is outgoing. So what I mean by the systems, I mean this way. Whatever is required for campaign, let him provide for his preferred candidate, but let him as a person not influence whatever outcome that comes.
Why don't you believe that Kenyans are able to make a decision of who is the right person to be the next president of Kenya?
Because our democracy is so young, and most people are lured to vote through money and other fallacies that we get from politicians who are so cunning.
But Nancy, can I also create a scenario here? I don't know where you are, but we also see in the so-called developed democracies like the USA, we've seen scenarios whereby people like Ben Carso, who wanted to be a president, and they somehow dropped down their card to become president. I think these are scenarios that also should play in Kenya, whereby if we had strong parties, which we do not have as the moment as we can speak, we do not have those strong parties that can stand strong and people can agree that this is the direction we are going, like the Democratic and the Republican. So if we had such system in Kenya, then it would work. But I think the narrative Mugambi is trying to bring is that the president has an interest and he can prepare that candidate, but not influence in terms of determining that person gets the votes which people did not vote for. Yeah.
Look, for me,
Joshua, to add on you,
yeah.
I want to give an example that we experienced, I think last year when we had the presidential elections in the US. The former president, they made it former, Trump, who came and sabotaged all the Obama's strategy and the sense for US. When the second term of Trump came to be reelected, Obama himself came and campaigned for his former vice president, whom he thought and still thinks and believes he can continue his vision. That is what I'm saying. Not only in Kenya, even wherever you are in UK.
No. You cannot compare the two scenarios, because Obama did not campaign for Biden as a sitting president. He was exercising his right as a citizen, because although he's a very powerful person because he's a former president, but he
talk about George Bush and this other guy, McCain.
What about Obama and Clinton?
George Bush and McCain.
Sorry?
Oh yes, sir.
McCain and George Bush.
But I want to talk about a democracy. I live in the United Kingdom, and the current prime minister can because they, as I said, the only sorry state with Kenya, and which I would like all of us to appreciate, is because we do not have strong political parties. It is unheard for conservative to be campaigning for a Labour person or Labour to be campaigning for a conservative person. And that is what Uhuru is doing. So if Uhuru...
I hope you guys just don't want any other influence, because in US, the Trump's win was interfered with
Oh
Putin.
my God.
And then here, Ruto's win is going to be manufactured in Uganda. So is it that you have a problem with Uhuru,
I rest my case.
or you also have a problem with Museveni?
I rest my case.
No, we know all those things that are happening. So you don't just look at one side. You have to look at both scenarios and tell us.
I rest. If that is your way of thinking, I rest my case. I'm sorry.
Yes, because I have the facts and you can't defeat me. Yes.
Nancy has brought something so good about strong political parties. Uhuru, as an outgoing president, can advise. We have a strong coalition in terms of one party that carries his agenda. And in that way, Uhuru will not directly be involved in the election, but in one way, he has advised the people whom he thinks can have his dream to have one big coalition. Not that you have the system.
But again, let's argue on a legal point of view. Is there anything that restricts him? You know, we are arguing. It's voluntary. He may choose not to participate. Is there any legal restriction for him to campaign for somebody? Is there any legal restriction? If it's not there, then you leave it for him. He can choose to participate or not. We can't. Now, who campaigned for Uhuru? Who campaigned for Uhuru 2000? Was it 1997 or 2000? 2002. It was Moi. In fact, he introduced him in politics and took him up to the last minute.
Wekesa, what kind of country? What kind of country do you want for your children and your grandchildren?
A country where the president and the deputy president retires.
No, but that is not the question. I don't want to talk about the president and the deputy president. I'm asking you, in your grave, when you're sleeping there, and we are all gone and we are all dead, what kind of country do we want to create for our children?
Nancy, you asked a very good question. That when Obama was leaving office, did he or did he not campaign for Clinton? Hillary.
He did.
He campaigned
passionately.
No, and that's why I told you, hang on, you guys want to ignore facts. What I've said to you, it is unheard of for Obama now to decide he was going to campaign for the Republican. They support the lineage of their own parties because they're driven by ideology. So if Uhuru now, let's say, hang on. If Uhuru, let's take.
Do you know that Nani was just an imposter? He was not even a Republican. He just stepped in as a new person. This Trump thing.
I will not argue on that level of argument because I know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to fight for strong political parties who believe in ideology. That if this person tells us they believe in capitalism and market, we know them as such. If this person is a social democrat, he remains on that side. Then me and you are able to decide critically without the name of the person. We are voting the ideology. And that's where I would like us to go as a country. And that's the country I look forward to see for my people.
And that's why we have a committee of Jubilee and ODM sitting together to come up with a reasonable manifesto that accommodates the two ideologies. By the way, having a handshake and working for 4 years, they have an ideology that has been working. They can only formalize it. The same way Ruto and Uhuru were in opposing camps, but they came up with Jubilee and you supported it.
I can tell you for a fact.
Their ideologies were very far apart. Their ideology was very far apart.
Wekesa, take this to the bank tonight. Jubilee and ODM, yeah, will never work together. It is just something they've used. Uhuru has used it because
My
he does
friend,
not.
some of us, we know what is happening.
I
It's
can
not
tell.
an opinion.
Me,
So
me,
that one,
even
leave
I
it.
respect.
That one, leave it.
Now, you
That one,
guys,
leave it. You can't tell
you
me you are
guys,
an outsider.
let's settle this. Let's settle
Wekesa,
this.
I respect your opinion, but you don't want to respect somebody else's opinion. You've told me
No, you
that you
can
believe and
give me an
ODM.
opinion of UDA. Yes, I will accept. But
Okay,
an
Nancy,
I will
Nancy,
tell you,
what is the
I am from Mount
difference? What is
Kenya.
the difference between Jubilee and ODM that makes them not able to work together?
It is the reason why I can tell
They
you for a
worked
fact.
2002. They were together. 2002. It was Raila driving Uhuru in Mount Kenya. What is the difference?
Wekesa, do you know, I forgive Nancy because she is not around. I respect that.
Yeah.
No. Take that line of argument.
And she's talking about Mount Kenya.
I
I
come
was
from
in
Mount
Murang'a
Kenya.
the other
I
day.
come from Mount Kenya.
Ngoja
I
kwanza,
come from Mount
tafadhali.
I come from
I
Mount
asked
Kenya.
the question. I need an answer. Nancy, what is so different between Jubilee and ODM that makes it impossible for them to work together?
So for me as a person, and you guys, Lanteris, when Nakesa says Jubilee is working with ODM, I give him his benefit of doubt it will work. He also need to give my ideology or my way of thinking that it will not work, and he listens to my opinion. Then after 2022, we can come back, not even 2022, March next year, we can come here and talk about the same discussion. The problem, there is nothing fundamentally different when you listen to their ideologies, right? But the problem of the political class, it is deception, right? From both camps, right? And because the people at the moment who are remaining with Uhuru, if you look at the Jubilee split, you know why they have not impeached the deputy president? It is because they do not have the numbers in parliament. If Uhuru had the numbers, he would have impeached this man because he is a bad bearer. Honestly.
Nancy,
How
your
many
analyses are one thing.
when
Please
governors were impeached, how
listen
many
out.
senators did you have? You only had 7, my dear.
Forget about senator. I'm saying to you,
But it happens in Senate. It happens in Senate. Or where does it happen?
If Uhuru wanted RUTO out, by tomorrow morning, RUTO will be out.
Never.
Just like he did with BPI. And
in fact,
you
talk about numbers. Have you ever seen
in the mountain
it's called
voted for
UDA pass
BPI?
anything?
So it is
with
Uhuru's
the numbers.
benevolence that RUTO is still in office. If he wanted to mobilize the MPs to vote RUTO out, he can succeed by daybreak.
Okay. For me, Bernard, I do not take away what you're saying. I will never say what you're saying is not correct. That's your opinion. But I can tell you for a fact, if Uhuru had the power to take, remember, he is irritating him. You can even see the intolerance Uhuru has for RUTO. He really does not want to hear what he has. And that's why you saw he has not told us he's the one who stopped.
It's not the first time. That is how power works.
Let her make her point.
Okay.
I think Bernard, there's something I won't allow Nancy to run with. That Mount Kenya cannot support the ODM and the rest. I am around in Mount Kenya. I am privy to information of what will happen in February next year. And if she thinks of idea that the Mount Kenya she left is the Mount Kenya of 2022, that is very wrong.
Mugabe, your assumption, hang on, your assumption, and this is why you guys need to stop thinking that I'm in the United Kingdom, and the last time I was in Kenya was 2013. I come to, like the way somebody comes to Nairobi and flies back, I'm more in Kenya than maybe I'm in the United Kingdom.
When
so
were
stop
you last there? Let's be factual. When were you last there?
I was in Kenya a month ago. Okay? So stop talking about. Stop talking about. No. Stop.
No. Listen, because
hang
the
on.
truth
Wekesa,
is Mount Kenya is changing.
Wekesa,
Yes.
wait. I listen to you. You don't listen to me. Stop treating people of diaspora with a lot of arrogance, and ignorance. The biggest remittance and the economy revolves around, it is because of people like me and other people who are in diaspora. So as much as you
That
feel
is
you
not
have
the
a
argument. That's not the argument.
hang on, as much as you feel you're a Kenyan, we are also Kenyans, even though we are abroad. And I can tell you for a fact, we will talk, we know we are still alive, God keep us alive, hopefully. We will have this discussion, same discussion, March 2020. It's not far. And you
In
tell
fact,
me,
it is just the COVID that made me, we had already organized a meeting in Central with the Central youth themselves. And you will see me, I will be posting these things. You talk theories, I will be showing you what we are doing on the ground.
I
will be showing you.
I am not
It's
disputing what you're
okay.
saying.
Given Nancy. Let
Bernard, wait.
it settle there. Yes.
Wekesa, I am not disputing they're mobilizing Central. I have no problem and I am not refusing you doing it. But
Yes.
take this,
Now,
respect my opinion and take this to the
Malisa.
bank.
Yes.
The 50+1 vote for Raila will not be from Central. You better concentrate on other places where you can beat whoever Central will produce as the next president.
In
but
fact,
your vote for
we have very confidence in Mount Kenya. We like it and we have confidence in Mount Kenya.
That's fine. I'm not refusing
We
your
have
point.
tested it. Even go to the social media and you see
doesn't meet the
things
whole
have
of
changed.
Kenya. He doesn't
Now,
meet
Bernard,
the whole of Mount
make
Kenya.
your submission. Bernard.
Anything close to 10% of Mount Kenya makes Raila State House
It is
demonic.
not even 10. It will go to 40, 50. I'm
So,
telling you the truth.
As much as there will be a split within the Mount Kenya vote, Raila will have a stake in the same. That is if he runs.
Bernard, I cannot foresee a position, first runoff, Raila gaining 50+1. Explain it to me.
He has been rigged. Ruto will not make it. In fact, Ruto to make it 40%, atakuwa amejaribu.
Hatuongei kuhusu Ruto. Mimi, you know you guys.
40%.
Wekesa, me, I have not mentioned. Me, I have not mentioned Ruto. I've asked you.
If you don't want to mention me, I don't have a problem. Me, I mention. I don't fear.
Hang on,
I mention.
You tell me a scenario that will resort to 50+1 for Raila. That's what I want you to explain to me. You're three of you against me, so I want you guys to
We
tell
are
me.
not against you, Nancy. You have given us your opinion. We give you ours. Okay.
What is your question?
No, whenever I talk, you say it's a narrative I'm trying to run. But when you speak, no one is correct.
The other opposite you don't like.
I have not even given
We are
my
going to reduce Ruto's influence in Mount
you, my
Kenya.
dear,
He will get only like 40 or 45 there.
What's
and
your
then
question?
the rest of the country, he will not go beyond 30. Maybe the only place he will get 60 and above is Rift Valley. That one, it is guaranteed.
To me, the person that I foresee has a
It is
chance.
hot air. This Ruto thing is hot air. In the Western, is not there. It's just hot air.
What I'm saying, you have said what you foresee.
To me, if you ask me who I would like to be the next president of Kenya, the candidate as I see who will not divide my country that I love, as I said, I think about a country that is good for my grandchildren. It is Musalia Mudavadi, and I know maybe it's a long shot, but that's the candidate that I think can harness a lot of peace around the country. And I hope
he's just good, but he cannot even get votes from. He can only get from Vika. He can't even get the whole Western. That's the problem. He's just a good but even mobilizing is a problem.
I
Mobilizing
hope that
for
Raila,
vote.
I hope Uhuru can come out and say Mudavadi Tosha and the Central Province.
These are not hopes. The plans are there, my dear. You don't know what's happening. These are not hopes. Politics is not is done on a written script. Me, I told people the politics of Kenya were written on the 9th of March 2018. People argued, anacheza Raila. They are now the things are unfolding and people see. It's a script that was written. These others is just to confuse people, but the script was written kitambo.
Aya, Wekesa, naheshimu vile unasema, lakini si tuko dunia hii, tutaongea next year. I don't want to dispute what you and count what you're
Mimi hata
saying.
ukitaka ni kuupdate every day, I can update you.
I
Achana
don't want
next
you to
year.
update me. All I'm saying to you, we shall discount or credit what
Okay.
you've said.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay,
Let's
thank
do
you,
Bernard
Nancy.
closing remarks, and then you have done your submission, then we close. I want to sleep. Kesho niende show.
Okay. Should the Uhuru be neutral on the succession politics? He's not bound by the law to be neutral, but if he chooses, he's still right. Should he determine who becomes his successor? Not necessarily. If the the constitution structures are put in place to determine who becomes the president, it will not be a big deal to choose a right person to be president in Kenya. For example, we wouldn't be talking about what Mugambi was talking about, a rogue person taking over the country. If we only implemented Chapter 6 and intensified the demand with the anti-corruption clearance before you run for public office, that will be a very powerful sieve to sieve away all the garbage. Then we'll have fine people making it to the ballot, and the choice will be easy, and there will be nothing being put at risk. So if we will insist on the total adherence to the demands of the law and our new constitution, all these other games of pull and push will be fizzled out by themselves. And I think we need to have the current government be very clear on that, even as we approach the 2022 elections, that if you don't meet the requirement of the constitution, there's no compromise. If you don't have the degree where you need to have a degree, there's no compromise. If you have not been cleared by the anti-corruption, there's no compromise. We will have fine people, and we will end up having better governance because we'll have sieved out all the wrong people that are causing this nation to be lame when it's supposed to be operating at optimum. The issue of the DP and the president, I think it's a very serious matter right now as it has played out between Uhuru and Ruto. And I think the parliament needs to revisit it. Just look at it clearly, because this thing is making the country look bad and is painting us in wrong light. We need to come up with a way of having this office of DP either being directly in the power of the president, that's the president can hire and fire, or there must be a body through which, if wherever the DP is not playing ball, he needs to be held accountable and, if possible, be dismissed. We shouldn't get that threshold remain where it is of 2/3. But all the same, it is important that we let the president lay the ground for how the country is going to be governed in his absence. Not to pinpoint who, not necessarily for him to determine who succeeds him, but he's allowed to facilitate. One way of facilitating is ensure that they are required, the necessary reforms takes place. Like now he has appointed wherever the commissioners for the IEBC. Let him put, so that by the time we get into 2022, there is nothing missing. And I'm happy that Jebukati has already requested for a budget for the 2022 election. Let everything be done early, so that at the 11th hour, there will be no running up and down. And then we'll hold the IEBC accountable if they don't give us the required results for the election. Story at Kim hazikuwa na batteries at huko side ya kunanga network, all those excuses, those logistics must be done now, early enough, so that on the day of election, we don't want any monkey business. And I'm sure Kenyans are sober. They know what they're looking for. Nobody is going to deceive them into getting free votes. As much as everybody wants to have to take over the office after Uhuru walks out, let the required constitutional threshold be met by everybody who is asking for public office. We must not go down on that. That standard must be kept high there. Then we'll be sure that only those who make it to the ballot paper are already sieved. Then we as Wananchi will go now further and sieve them by choosing the credible people among the cleared people. Thank you.
Okay. We were concluding, then I've seen a new team is coming. Bernard, will you continue to moderate?
Hey, God, we were closing, but the new team has come. I don't know what to do. All the same.
Yeah,
Ayaga is also demanding on the other side. I don't know. Is he in the back office?
Yeah, I don't know where he is. I've added all the people who are here.
He had posted there that you should add him. All the same, I will. I think I can moderate, and then if I drop out, Duke can take over, and they go as far as they can go. But even our time is gone now. We are already 6 hours. We can't go beyond 8 hours, so we won't stay long.
Yeah, so I wanted to make my submission and sleep. Duke to take, but Bernard to continue, and then Duke will finalize. You can call Mtembei or me to come and shut the whole system down. Okay. So I just wanted to say that Uhuru is not restricted by law to participate in 2022 election. It will just be on a gentleman's agreement or in his own view that he doesn't want to look partisan. But again, the contenders of 2022, some of them have shown him a middle finger, so he may still be interested in the 2022 outcome. I think it's in all companies that you take care of transition, such that if you've done something good, you always desire that somebody who succeeds you will continue with your legacy. It's only that sometimes it's unfortunate that whoever succeeds you may not be somebody who continues with your legacy. But a good leader always prepares even for a transition. So it's not bad for him to look among the candidates and say, I think this is the right person to pick it from where I have left and carry it to the next level. If he does that, then he's only ensuring that his legacy lives on. He has also been advocating for the Big Four, but they are still at the foundation stage. They haven't materialized, so it's only proper that he hands over the vision to the next person who can carry out the Big Four to completion. I see he has also secured the cash for the Big Four, and so he's ready to see the projects continue beyond his own tenure. In terms of participation, he cannot be underrated. Uhuru has the resources, and one of the things even the hustle has made a mistake is to call others dynasty, because they lumped people they lumped people of resources in one side, and they can use their resource power to frustrate them. They can say, you called us dynasties, yes, and we have the money, yes, we can spoil the whole game until you feel us. And so you sometimes, if you choose your enemy, if he hits you hard, you don't complain. So their narrative brought Gideon and Uhuru and Raila together, and they can only regret if their financial muscle comes back to haunt them. So for me, whether he will do it at the background or in the forefront, he will be a very key player in the 2022 elections. Otherwise, it has been a good conversation. I have tried to moderate, and there are people have stepped on their toes. They have stepped on my toes, but that's the nature of politics and life. Life continues. Politics tunawekanga kwa lungs, tunapumua na inaisha namna hivyo. We don't discriminate here on this channel. It's only that sometimes we don't choose our panels. People come and we realize one side is more stronger than the other side. It's a law of natural selection. Otherwise, Bernard, take over the seat and proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Guys, we are responding to the question, should Uhuru Kenyatta remain neutral in succession politics, or will he take a forefront, and why? So far, I think Mugambi had given his submission. Ashley?
Yes, we'll go after. Just let other people go before me. It's okay.
Okay.
Next person.
Now, I don't know the order here. Can we begin from Jeff? Jeff, are you ready?
Yes. As you
Go
have
ahead.
heard, I'm Geoffrey. I am here in the United States of America. Thank you so much for this platform. I've been trying to enter. Yesterday I tried, but I could not. And I'll just make my submission for like 2 minutes because I'm still working. I'm on the road right now. I'm going somewhere. I would like to say that it's okay for Uhuru to support whoever he would like to support. But I have a different view on the people who are being supported by Uhuru because there are people who are supposed to ask themselves, why is this person so much interested with who is going to take the throne after he retires? Could it be that there are things he has done? There may be some crimes he has committed, and he is looking for somebody who is supposed to shield him from the evils he might have committed during his time in the government, because that could be a reason why he is so much interested with who is going to take power after me. I think the right thing would be what President Kibaki did. Kibaki, during the Kibaki time, yes, I know Kibaki was preferring, people were saying Kibaki was preferring Mudavadi and all that, but Kibaki was a wise president. He decided, because all these people who are contesting are Kenyans, I am going to remain silent and let democracy take its course. So my fear is that maybe, I am not sure, maybe our President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has done some things that he knows. If he is not very careful, he might land in jail. And that's why most probably he is so much concerned about whom am I going to hand over power to. So that's a possibility, and we as Kenyans should think and ask ourselves, what business does the president have with the incoming president? It is okay to be supported by the president. As somebody said, yes, he has money, he has all that. But also, it might work against the person who is being supported, like it happened to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta when he was supported by Moi. So I don't want to take much time because I'm going to do something, but that is my submission for now. Next time I'll come when I'm more organized for the debate. Thank you and God bless you. I am in Missouri State of United States. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeff. You can leave your WhatsApp number on the private chat so that we add you on our WhatsApp group. You will know when we go on air. And
Thank you so much.
what will be the topic. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, can we hear from Duke? Duke, you just came. You returned from far.
Yes, I came back.
The response to the current question.
Yes, we have actually had like just two transitions from one president to another. That is from Moi to Kibaki, and now from Kibaki to Uhuru. We are aware that Kenyatta died, so he did not personally hand power to another president. So, for me, I will advocate for the president staying out of. He should actually be quiet like Kibaki did. He should not actually try to pack somebody. Or if he is compelled to do so, he should do it in a more organized and quiet manner. Because the election violence which happens here in Kenya, it usually happens when, or let me put it this way, the person who is always accused of interfering with free and fair election is the incumbent president. So when we are transferring power from one president to another, if you go down to the history of Kenya, we have not been having many issues. For instance, in 2013, even Raila conceded defeat, and in 2002, it was all peaceful. So I feel that the president should not pack anybody, or if he's actually compelled to do so, he should do it in an organized way without trying to show extreme interest and control or a predetermined influence so that to put a person there of his liking, because he has the instrument of power, that is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So if the Kenyans have a perception that he is trying to sway, or he has the authority and he has swayed the free and fair choice of the people, then we may resort into that kind of election violence. So that's one. So for the peaceful coexistence of this nation, because if we stays out and we have two new individuals competing, nobody would have issue, because we see it as individuals who are unable to control the system or the deep state or the instruments of power. So it can be fair and it will be easy for a person to accept. Also, it will be good for him, because when Moi was transferring power to Kibaki, it was not decent. So if maybe he tries to impact somebody so emotionally, and maybe another person who feels his adrenaline wins, he will find himself in an awkward situation when he will be transferring power. So he should stay out for his own sake and for the sake of this country. So that's why I put it.
Okay, thank you, Duke. Anybody, if you have a question for Duke, you can ask now. Okay, it seems there is no question. For Duke, I would only observe one thing. Borrowing from the developed economies like the United States, We've talked about Obama campaigning for Hillary Clinton and fought so hard to secure her to win the election, but she lost. He was still the sitting president and was on the forefront of leading that campaign. What is different from America politics and Kenya that will not let Uhuru lead the campaign of his successor? And back home, history has it, Moi campaigned for Uhuru in 2002, according to you, and he lost against Kibaki.
Yes, first of all, the difference between Kenya and the US is that in Kenya, we have proper working systems. There is strong separation of power and the independence of institutions and those who are mandated to conduct exercise, which is different here in Kenya. Systems are compromised. We see court orders not obeyed. So actually, most African presidents have extreme power. They have a lot of power. So I can say that their power is not checked. That's why in the US, you see when Trump tried to stay in power, if it was anywhere in Africa, he was stay as a president by force. But because we have strong systems and checks and balances, he was able to be defeated. So that's one. Number two, first of all, yes, Moi campaigned for Kenyatta because one, he picked him. Number two, he was a person of the same party. So it's like if we have a party system, which is in the US, we have Democrats and Republicans. So people know you are a Democrat and people know you are a Republican. But here in this case, it's like there is dissolution of parties and we are going to come like there is new arrangements. Just the way it was in 2013 when Kibaki was the president. So those factors give back my analogy.
Okay, thank you for your submission. Can we hear from Jones? Then we go to Themba.
Okay.
A question to yes, sir.
Thank you. I think as they contribute, let them give us their opinion on the president and his deputy going home after 10 years or whichever period.
So thank you, Mr. Bernard, and I'd like to say hello to everybody. I think this question is a bit partisan, because I would imagine that anybody who is supporting Raila is obviously going to come here and tell us that the president should tell us what he thinks. And those people maybe who are on the Tanga side are going to tell us, no, the president needs to remain silent. So really, you're going to find that a lot of these opinions are going to depend on which side of the political spectrum you're on. And as you can see, Duke, and unfortunately, the other thing is, unfortunately, our president has already played his cards, because he has already told us that he's going to tell us. That's the first thing. He already said that he's going to tell people, and his choice of the person whom he says is going to surprise them. So he has already set himself up in a way where now the expectation is that he has to say something. That's the first thing. The other thing is that we already know the person whom he doesn't want, So in a way, he has already almost said what he wants to say. He just hasn't come out and just put his stamp on it, but he has really almost said it. And then the other problem is this: if you tell Uhuru Kenyatta to keep quiet now, what's going to happen in 2023? Is he to remain forever silent, or what is he going to do? If he decides to stay quiet now during the election, are we then going to say that now in 2022 after the election, and 2023, he has no role in politics in Kenya, if we suggest that he should stay quiet. So personally, my opinion is that he has already told us, he has already said, he has already picked a political side. Now, one side has not really come out and said, this is our candidate, but I think it's very clear that Uhuru Kenyatta is not in the RUTO camp. So, and actually, I believe he told these are the NASA guys that once they elect, they need to go and pick a person, so that he can be behind them. But they need to come up and tell him, this is our guy. So Uhuru has already really spoken, Duke. I'm sorry to say. And the other thing I wanted to say, I was listening to Nancy and to some of the diaspora people, and I think people in the diaspora are not wearing the shoe, so they don't necessarily know where the shoe pinches. For example, we hear people in the UK telling us that now in Kenya we should have hustlers and dynasties, and really, if you're in the UK, there's a dynasty. In the United Kingdom, their political system is a political system of dynasties. I mean, that's what the entire system there is. So when then somebody in the UK is trying to tell Kenyans about hustlers, I think they're completely lost. I don't even think they understand the system in which they live in. So I mean, that's my submission for today, and I welcome any questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Jones. Duke, you have a question or something?
Yes, I have a question. Actually, he has not answered the question because he has contradicted himself. First of all, you have said that he said he will pick somebody who will surprise us. And again, you say he has already given his positions, you see? So you are contradicting yourself. So you have said that if he stays out.
He has partially already told us he doesn't want RUTO.
So
he has already answered half the, Uhuru Kenyatta has already answered half the question. He has already told us the candidate he doesn't want.
Okay, then you were to address, should he continue and give a full disclosure of his position?
Yeah, I think at this point, Duke.
And then you give the reasons why.
He doesn't have the reason is because he doesn't have a choice. He already said that he will.
No, but sometimes he may change midway.
No, he already said that he will. And then secondly, if we only end up with two candidates, then what else does he have to tell us? What else does he have to say?
No, we don't have two candidates.
Huh?
We don't have two candidates.
No, I'm saying if we end up with two candidates, what else does Uhuru Kenyatta have to tell us? He has already told us the person that he doesn't want. We have already seen him go and do a handshake. We have already seen him go and campaign for BBI together with the Raila Odinga and the other guys who are supporting the BBI. He has already gone and told these BBI fellows to organize themselves, right? I mean, he has already told us so much. I think now we're just kind of waiting for the obvious.
Okay, now,
we're just kind of waiting for the obvious, and so you're going to find that people in Tangatanga,
hold on. You'll be given a chance to ask.
Yeah, they're just afraid that Uhuru Kenyatta actually has a constituency. They're afraid that this guy actually has people who actually are waiting for him to just give them the green light. I think that's what they're afraid of. So that's why this whole discussion of people suggesting that why should he keep quiet? He's a citizen of Kenya like all other citizens. Presidents throughout the world is everybody knows who like you're saying, in the United States they have parties, and if you're a Democrat, you're a Democrat. In Kenya we have what we have, and Uhuru Kenyatta is going to you know, he has a he has a constituency. He has people who voted for him, and he needs to now kind of give his
Question,
preference.
please. Question, please.
Yes.
Yeah, you're trying to articulate very well, but I'm trying to follow up from where you started from and the trajectory that you're trying to take us. And now it's good that Duke has compelled you to say where to say your mind as where you're going. So it's all good, like the way you're saying, but remember, President has had a double stand, and all of us, let us not lie to each other that President, the card he was holding, he wanted Gideon Moy, but because of political terrains and things which were happening, and you see that if I fill this candidate, I won't be able to actually get my political gains or ambitions the way he wanted. Then now the second fiddle was Baba. Hang on, let me just finish. I thought I gave you. Give me some time. Try to listen. Learn to listen first. Then you respond after. This I was trying to say that after everything went, somebody said in this show before that there was a time whereby they come with the Oko Kenya thing, and when they and that's the time when the BBI was almost actually getting through. But when a stumbling block
First of
came
all,
in,
Sam,
then
you made a very fundamental mistake and a very, very
hey,
big one. Because the first person that Uhuru Kenyatta had said he wanted.
No,
was
hold
Ruto.
on, Jones,
Was
why
hold on.
don't you want me?
Let him
Why
finish
don't
the
you want
question,
me to
then
be?
you respond.
Mbona
Hold on.
inakuacha? Singoja nimalize. What's
Ngoja,
happening, man?
Sam, just articulate your question, please.
Yes, I'm bringing the point, but this man is not patient to listen to me. I listen to him very well.
I don't think he's
This is
asking a
what I was
question.
trying to say.
Ask the
When
question.
the issue of
Ask the
BBI
question.
came in,
Jones,
yes,
please hold
I'm
on. Let
driving
the
to that
person
point.
finish the
Why is
question.
he pinching you? Mbona inakuasha bwana? Situlie. Take a glass of water, my friend. Na utulie
Sam, go
kwanza,
ahead.
ngojea swali nakuja. Yes. So this is what I'm trying to say. So when the whole issue came up like now, because it was a game plan, like how are we going to, because politicians, they have realignment, they speak in their political language, and they want to do things on how how it favors them. So when things went, and then we saw this Wetangula and these other people took say our core Kenya thing led by Gideon Moy, and then now it showed that Baba was almost being shown like Nikama is not the candidate. And at that time, when things went not like the way it was, that is the time now Baba came in place because of how they saw that to beat this one, like to be able to sail through, we really need Baba to be in card, and that is where it came from. So we will not say that the president before he had this one. When things went wrong, he changed this card. So from what you're trying to tell us that the president knew and he had and he just said he's trying to, things are not working, but it's all about the political things that are coming, he's trying to change. So he's trying to change to suit his own way, but you can't tell us that he knew it. If he gets, I'm very sure if he gets a leeway now and today, that he gets another realignment to get there, his mind, he will get someone different.
Uhuru Kenyatta told us that he's going to be president for 10 years. And then at that time, he spoke into the future and told us 10 years, and then 10 is going to be Ruto's. At that time, it was okay for him to say that. But now we don't want him to speak. Now, we don't want him to speak because maybe he may say something different.
Jones, can I tell you why we don't want him to speak?
That's the problem.
Can I tell you why?
Now people don't want Uhuru Kenyatta to
No,
speak.
I want to tell you why we don't want him to speak.
They're afraid. They're living in fear.
No. Can I give you a good reason?
Okay, Jones, let's hear from Ashley.
Madam.
Sorry, Mugambi. Hold on. Let Ashley say why he doesn't want Uhuru to speak.
So first and foremost, every Kenyan is allowed to give their opinion, including Uhuru, if it is only an opinion. Now, Uhuru has no backing whatsoever. Even when he won 2013 and 2017, it was because of Ruto. I remember one time people were telling him, you stay home, let Ruto campaign for you, and then you become president. What he has is called state machinery. That interference you see him doing, that is why people don't want him to speak. Because he doesn't just speak, he wants to manipulate, to actionize, and to use his machinery to circumvent the will of the people, which we don't want. Everybody wants a free and fair election. He's not going. Him interfering is not just backing somebody, endorsing someone, which he has a right to do. He has been known to interfere in an unfair way, and that is why people say they don't want him to interfere. That is the interference people do not want. It is not an endorsement. Otherwise, we can't stop him. Neither can we stop you or any other Kenyan from giving an endorsement.
Mute your mic so that there's no feedback.
Number one, Ashley, the problem with your statements is that they are so wrong, so fundamentally. Because your first statement, when you say that Uhuru Kenyatta won, and you're trying to suggest that Ruto is the one who should have been the president.
No, I didn't suggest anything. I said Uhuru used to show up at 11 for campaign. Uhuru used to show up at 11 a.m. for campaign.
No.
When Ruto was already on the second or third campaign, that is when Uhuru used to show up.
There's a reason why Uhuru was running for president.
Uhuru adds no value, by the way. He adds no value to anybody's endorsement. The only thing he brings is an unfair system of using the system, of using machinery.
Okay.
I'm telling you why. He will use machinery.
Jonas, please. Can you try to listen to
I have a question for you. This machinery that Uhuru has, did he have machinery on 2013?
I don't know about 2013. I did not follow those politics. What I know in Kiambaa recently, he tried to use the chiefs. He tried to use the police. You see how many he employed to try and force the people. But there was so much pressure that he only got 50%. Without the machinery, they would have failed terribly.
And you know why, actually, I think your comment about Uhuru Kenyatta is so unfair.
Okay, thank you.
Kenyatta, even now, even him is waiting. He's waiting for the judges to make a decision on the BBI. Isn't he waiting? He's waiting like everybody else. He's not intimidating judges. He's just waiting patiently. Like
he's not intimidating judges. No, the other day, what did he say in Kisumu? He did not just.
Order, everyone, please. Order, everyone. Jones, thank you. Let's hear from Damba first. Demba.
This is a very good conversation. You can hear me? Yeah, this is a very good conversation, but I want to restrict myself to the discussion on if Uhuru should participate or not. I think, in my view, as a practice, Africa over, every president wants to ensure that whoever comes in protects them. And in my view, since there's nothing that prevents him from participating, I think he should, actively so. As someone who has led this country, as someone who has known what the projects that he has started, he should participate. Because as an outgoing president, at the time, immediately after the results have been announced, his other role will be to hand over power to whoever will have been, who will have won the elections. So I think he owes it to, because I can hear the conversation, the debate. Let's give it. Uhuru has a mass of people who are supporting him. They need his direction. Whatever opinion we hold over him, whatever thing we think about him, he owes those people a direction. So it is just fair for him to say, okay, fine. You see, Moi gave a direction, but the people refused. I mean, he owed it to his people to give a direction. If you choose, it's up to you, but that's what he feels. The same thing that happened with Kibaki. Kibaki participated in even bringing Uhuru in for him to come and win. In fact, people say, there's a debatable, literature out there says that Kibaki contributed economically to the growth of Kenya, but tribal-wise, he made Kenya worse. So there's that debate out there. So I think participation of the outgoing president in an election is important. Now, the next question comes in terms of what's the level of participation? What control does he hold? Now, those others are just political, like propaganda. You can say, oh, Uhuru did this, Uhuru did that. I think, in my view, he should be able to participate. Now, another thing I want to correct Duke. In the US, the parties, Democratic Party and Republican Party, are coalitions of parties. What Kenya wanted to create when they formed Jubilee and NASA. So it is not that there's no coalitions of parties. We have liberal Democrats, we have conservative Democrats, you have all those people. If you go and do your research, you'll find that they have different. They come and they say they form a party. Like right now, say a party like Shirikisho Party decides that for us, our interests are met more in Jubilee. You see? So they align themselves with Jubilee. But when they get there, they vote according to what they think is appropriate for them. So I don't think it's also factually true to say that, in America, we have only Democratic Party and this party. There are coalitions of party.
No. I want to correct you. I live in America.
Let me finish.
It's not a coalition. It is a party of Democrats. No, you're giving him. Let me correct you on the Democratic Party. It's not a coalition. It's not a coalition of parties. It's like a Democratic Party. It's one party, but different views. There are those who are moderates who believe in a certain thing. They are half. There are those who are on the right, and there are those who are on the left. But it's not other parties. It is one party, Democrats, and one party, Republican. But in them, people have different views. Some of them are Christians, so they are called on the right, and some of them are the ones who believe in people like gay marriage. Those are on the left, and there are some who are in the middle. They are not. They are half. They are not too extreme. They are not on any. I'm telling you because I'm here and I've been here for a long time. They are not a coalition of parties.
Ashley, thank you. Ashley, thank you. Now, Jones.
Yeah. Well, I was going to just elaborate further. What I was going to say. These parties, these Republicans and these Democrats, they have a very, very thorough primary. The primary period is maybe even almost like 6 months. So everybody who's in that coalition comes out and campaigns for the end of the spectrum in which they are on. Because, like, for example, we saw Bernie Sanders and then we saw Hillary Clinton, both in the same party. We also saw a lot of Republicans campaigning against Trump. So it's true what Themba is saying. It's a coalition of like-minded people.
Yeah, like-minded people, but each doesn't have their own party.
Yeah,
each doesn't have their own party
on one side. And actually,
now, Ashley,
something of interest. Trump was a Democrat.
Yeah, and then he
Ashley.
And Bernie Sanders was not a Democrat. He just was a Democrat.
Order everyone, please. Order everyone. Ashley, you just came in because Themba was making a submission. You had your reservation. We had you. Let him conclude the submission. We are closing this thing.
Actually, if you took your time to listen to me, you'd have understood what I'm trying to say. You remember, like in Jubilee Party that came in during 2017 to right now, we call it Jubilee Party. But inside Jubilee Party, there are other parties that wound up and identified with it. For example,
and
the one that now. Hold on, Ashley. It's okay to listen.
Can you help me here, please?
No, Ashley, hold on. Ashley, there is nothing fundamentally wrong with what he's saying. Let us give him an opportunity to execute his point. you will have a time to respond. Carry on,
Understood.
Themba.
Wow. Okay. So anyway, let me leave that for now. So what I wanted to say, and probably as I finalize, is that I don't think there's anything wrong in an outgoing president participating in an election. It does, the characteristics of participation or what has happened in the previous participation of other presidential candidates in an election should not determine what we say about a president participating in an election. He is a leader and he deserves to. I want to give a case example. In Tanzania, Kikwete, initially when they are doing their primaries, Chama cha Mapinduzi, they were not favoring Magufuli. And you realize Magufuli was a last, it kind of just happened and then he came up. But you see, he needed to give guidance to people that this is the person I prefer. But when the person took the nomination, that person they supported. We don't have a scenario where the ruling party right now is having a presidential candidate. So the president is trying still to participate, but in a way that is a little, should we call it he wants to leave a legacy, but his party is in shambles. So you see, it becomes a problem on how he participates. That's why it looks a little bit chaotic, but I still think he should be able to participate. Those are my submissions for now.
Thank you, Themba. Now it.
Bernard, can I add something on the submission, please, of Themba?
Okay, carry on.
So what I wanted to say is the Democratic and the Republican Party are not a coalition. They don't have little parties like you're saying, and then they form. What they have is different ideas, but within that party, they don't have other small parties within them. They're just either Democratic or Republican, and then they have the independents and other little parties on the side. But inside those parties have people with differing and divergent ideas, but they have one main agenda that makes them become either Democratic or Republican. That's all I wanted to add. And I think Jones would add on that too, what he knows about that part of the Democratic and Republicans.
I would agree. I would agree that it's one party, but there are many views inside the party, and that's why they have a party primary, where every candidate kind of has represents a particular faction within the party, right? And then in the end, the one who wins, because actually sometimes you find that the party primaries are actually more serious than the general. These party primaries are very, very. These guys fight. They're very tough. They go at one another at the throat. But then after the primary is over, they all get together and they support their candidate. Except now, obviously, in the situation of somebody like Trump, where some of his members in the primary refused to support him. People like Bush, like Jeb Bush. They were just too,
Yeah, then they crossed over and voted for a Democrat, which is rare.
Yeah,
this time
he terrorized his own party.
Okay, thank you,
Bernard,
guys. Thank you. Let's
Bernard,
make progress.
Bernard, would
Yes.
you allow me to say something so that what they have said is exactly what I'm saying? It's only that probably they're not taking their time to listen to me. When Jubilee came together, we knew that we have Jubilee as a party, isn't it?
Right.
But within Jubilee, there were different parties which had folded up and joined it.
Right.
Where now we find the deputy has decided to come out and say that now I'm in UDA, which he said is still part of what? Jubilee.
Right.
Is what they... let me finish. Let me finish, Jonas. Then NASA had become one, like they hope that it will be one party. But inside NASA, you have ODM, you have all those, all right? So if you listen to them a while back in the campaigns for Jubilee.
Bernard.
So Bernard, we agree with Tambe. There's nothing to explain.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Gambi, then Sam, then we get out of here.
Mine is a reminder. As we submit on the opinion about the president engaging in the campaigns, let them give us their views on the president and his deputy going home together after their term, kindly, because those two things are conjoined.
You know, Mugambi, there are a lot of democracies where the president and the vice president run on one ticket. So, and even at the end of the president's term, the vice president is still free to run for president. And usually it's not automatic. The vice president has to go back to his party and win the party nomination. You know, that usually has to happen. It's not an automatic that because I'm the vice president, I'm naturally going to be the leader of the party and I'm going to be the candidate of choice. This vice president has to go back to the primaries and get a mandate from his party first and then run for president. So now maybe the problem that we're having in Kenya is that we are skipping that step where if you want to run for office, you first have to go back to your party. Your party has to nominate you and give you the ticket, and then you run. It's not an automatic, I'm the candidate. And I think
And then the people have to decide. The people have to decide if, since you are the vice president, do they want you again to come to power, or are they tired with that and they want someone else? It is the people that decide. And we can't change the game in the middle of the because then it is unfair. But if we do a law in future, I don't see why we should do that, because at the end of the day, the people have to decide.
Well, but you know now, Ashley, the government cannot make laws for parties. Parties have to decide their own constitution and how they're going to run their game. I don't think.
No, what he's asking, like, you know, it's in law that the president cannot go for more than 2 terms. So what Mugambi is asking, if it should be law also that the vice president, once you become a vice president, you cannot run as a president by law, by constitution.
The mistake that Uhuru Kenyatta did is that when he came into power, he gave Ruto too much leeway. He should have just kept him in a corner office as a vice president. Like the way
and that's
Trump,
why I say it's him that made the mistake.
Like the way Trump had kept
Pence never talked.
Trump's vice president.
Nobody.
These guys run together when they are running. They're on the same ticket. When you come as a vice, you're kept in the.
You have to show them you are the boss. So that's why I always say, and I'm told them.
And you're hidden. You don't even go in. You don't even leave the office.
And you know he has to show him his boss. So the problem, Uhuru is the problem. Yeah.
He should have kept Ruto in a corner.
Okay, enough. Thank you. Let's hear from Sam. Sam, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, your submission. The other time it was a long question.
Yeah, the other time was a question. So I'll try to be very brief. And my submission for today, I will try to touch about the president, because as a citizen, like any other person, he stands a right to support whoever he will want to support. In politics, things happen, changes are there, realignments are there. I don't think there's anything wrong the president has done. For him even not to back up the deputy president or the person that he was with, I wouldn't say that is something wrong, because everyone stands his choice. And the only thing that I was just concerned with, as much as he's trying to show us a person of his interest, is it should not at any point interfere or using the government machineries to actually outshine others or trying to put others down. Because if we believe Kenya is a democratic country, then we should give others also room, should give others also chance to actually go out and express themselves as the way the law allows them to. To say that, we know in Kenya there's a lot of things that are happening, and I would say I don't support anyone, any political group or line, but alignment at the moment, because in Kenya, like we know all those leaders, there's a lot of corruption. There's a lot of corruption. Nobody's clean. Like if we try to go back to history, the history will judge us very harshly regarding to what these politicians have gone through or have tried to. So one thing that I was just trying to say is there's a lot of things that are happening, and we wouldn't want to see Kenya going back to that state whereby if I'm the president and the person who is opposing my ideas is doing something, I have to pick up something on a corruption deal to put this person down, and also or try to withstand other people because you got in power or you have the power with you. So that's one thing that puts down democracy and makes us feel like now we are going back to a banana republic country, because as far as we see some things happening, yes, the person might not be the right person doing the right thing. I'm not saying like I'm supporting the okay, let me put it this way. If at all, let's say today I'm supporting a deputy president and this wing, I would say that the president is not doing justice, because why is it that all the people on his wing are being associated to, or are being labeled to be the corrupt, but not on the side of the president himself and Raila Amolo Odinga? That is a big question that I will ask the president. If really squarely you say, because at the moment we know even when they were voting at the Senate for the BBI, some of the senators, they were threatened. Some of them, they were, like you fear, the next minute you try to move another way. Tomorrow they will say they will pull up a corrupt thing and the file will be in DCI. Your file will be there, and they say you did this and this and this. And we know if we try to go back on what each and every politician has done to Kenya, we know there is a lot of corruption that has gone. Nobody's clean there. But now, because it is a question of who is in power, who has the state machinery to start, hooking up people, trying to put them, held them accountable. It's the right thing, but it is being pulled at the wrong time. Corruption, all of us, we are against corruption. We would not want to see any leader who is corrupt. But why do they have to be an opportunity to pull the corruption when it is at the wrong time and when that person is not favoring you? Let's take one example. Let me pull one example from the side of ODM.
Hey, can I
If
ask
today
Bernard?
someone like Babus Owino turns around and be against the president, do you know that case whereby he showed the DJ will be pulled up? Saizi hatakuwa kwa street akitembea, atakuwa saizi anaenda kotini. But at the moment, because he's on the side of the president, that thing nobody's talking about it.
Okay, can I ask something, Bernard?
We're talking about
Sam.
corruption.
Sam, hold on. There's a question from Ashley.
Yeah, no, it's for you, Bernard. Do you have a way to add people into the show? Because there are some people in the background who are asking to be added.
No, and it's only Wekesa and Mtembei that can do that. I don't have access to the back office.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Sam?
Yes?
Yes, my question to you is, when is the right time to fight corruption?
Sorry?
When is the right time to fight corruption?
The right time to fight corruption, I know like Kenya has got a lot of, like I would say, we need to undergo so many things to reach there. Like I would say the right time to fight corruption, let's say, for example, when the government is at work, like after the election and everything, or before someone holds an office or someone is elected to or appointed to be to the office, that is now the time the track record has to be followed from that point. But now here comes a case whereby if the boss, if the person whom I support is as the state machinery, and any corruption I do, atafunika tu kuchini na that one won't come up. And that is now a country where we are living, because it's another mountain to climb, because it depends with who is your godfather to actually protect you from all this corruption, So I would say corruption should be something to be fought when someone is in office and is but the problem is, yes, we can say the corruption can be fought with someone in the office, but sasa, if at all these godfathers have got their political interest and they will want to, because let's say for example someone like Ruto, according to the right man like Murkomen, let's say tomorrow he takes the government na Murkomen afanye vitu ya corruption, do you think na ile relationship na ile ukenya wetu na ile uafrika wetu tuko naye, unafikiria anaweza kumtoa na mwanike? It's very hard. So let us be realistic with this thing, and let's and know that actually we okay, like we are trying. Let us just make something a little bit better of it, because corruption is there, and I think inaweza kuwa kwa jinsi yetu in a way. But one thing I want to say is, let us, even if corruption is there and our leaders are corrupt and it's something we cannot run away with, let us try and see the way we address this corruption at times when we are dealing with the people, and especially come on this time of politics. Because if we see the side of the president, the way things are moving, it's not the right way. Because I would say, if at all there's no problem, okay, like he has his views about the deputy president, deputy president run on his own, then he should not be, trying to pull these people down, like to try to mtu akisimama kidogo anagongwa chini kidogo hivi, all those things, all those side shows, they're not really good, because we would love to have a country whereby at least kuna like make those people on the other side know that, oh, it was their right to say let someone be the president.
Sam, hold on. Don't you think the other side of the coin would also be true? That the side of I am a politician, I am a beneficiary of corruption deals. I get inside information that my file is I am under investigation, and then I need political protection. So what do? I run to the better office where I can be defended on corruption using political excuse.
Wekesa, I want to interject one thing before Sam replies. You know what we need to do to heal part of the corruption is to have a standardized price for selling to the state. When you're buying to the, like these tenders, to give the least market value. That will make them, because that's where they are stealing most. Like in the US, government does not buy at the market value. They buy at the lowest. You have to sell, even like insurance, they buy at the lowest. You have to give them a government rate that is lower than the normal price. So if we start there, that appetite of our leaders wanting to take all the tenders will not be there. We need to start somewhere like there. And it will solve so many of the problems we currently have.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Sam?
Yes?
You could respond?
Yes, I would say because okay,
my question is you said the corruption being fought in Kenya is that anybody around the DP is being targeted. Okay? I say, don't you think the other side is also true, whereby I am a politician, I'm a beneficiary of corruption, I have had inside information that I'm being followed, my investigation is underway, and I need political protection. Okay? So I choose to go and join the DP so that, because the DP is good at protecting me if the state begins to come after me on corruption grounds. So that all these people claiming that they are being targeted are not necessarily innocent as they are crying. What do you think?
So are you trying to tell me that only the people on the side of the DP are associated with the corruption, not on the other side? Because if someone asks on a corruption scandal, na anaona anaendelea kufuata atakimbia huko. Are you trying to suggest that way?
Because we are
No,
saying.
answer me. Yeah, just give me that answer.
Can I
Are you
raise
trying to
somebody
suggest
to
that way?
assist you to responding? I'm getting your question, Bernard. That one cannot be true because individuals who are being targeted have been standing with the deputy
Sam, mute
president.
your mic first. Mute your mic first.
Sam, you have not muted your mic. So what I'm trying to say is this. Bernard, what you are trying to say cannot be factual because those individuals who are being targeted, it's not that they immediately when they come to, it's not that, then the fact should be somebody is accused and then it comes to the DP. Accusation must come first for your statement to be true, because those who are being accused have been with the DP for a period of time. So it's not that, so that your statement cannot be correct. I hope you have gotten him.
No, I am saying, Mr. Duke, I am saying politicians are shrewd people. If you could, if you'll excuse that language, shrewd people, in the sense that they don't act out of no information. Being politicians and being active, they have some information that we don't have as ordinary citizens. That means they have some report, some point men, even in the DCI, some point men in the anti-corruption, and some point men even in the media, whereby if something is about to go on air that will implicate them in something, they have a way of knowing and try to abort the process. Okay, so using that information, you can use it to your advantage, in the sense that you know you're being targeted even before you are, the matter is out for them to come for you. What would you do? I mean, you will go to the office where you will be defended. And then when you reach there, what will be the excuse? This is only politics. It is not corruption. And that is the narrative we have framed and we've been hearing all along. If I am innocent of what I'm being accused for, why can't I go to clear my name other than saying I'm being targeted for political reasons?
You know, all those who are accused, they are presented to the court of law first. So what makes us say that they are falsely accused is because there is no evidence to convict them. You are just accused, then you are taken to a court of law, and then you have actually been, you go out, there is no evidence. Then, but the other side continues to say that the DP is working with thieves. So they are just accusing falsely people so that to create a narrative that this person is working with thieves because they are the one who have instrument of power. They can convict individuals. Actually, we are not even interested in convicting individuals. We are interested in them recovering those resources so that they can assist Kenyans. So the fact that the resources are not being recovered, individuals are not being imprisoned, what can we say about that? And they are the one who have all the instruments of power. So that's what makes us say they are falsely accused.
I agree with you on that one. It is possible that they are okay, not necessarily that the accusations are false, but also prosecuting corruption cases is not a walk in the park, because we have a culture of trying to defeat justice. You do clean games, like for example, what Ashley was talking about. In Kenya, you don't supply. You just sell to the government pays you, you don't supply whatever you said you will supply, and you run away with the money. And so there is a lot of supplying of air, not even overpriced, okay? There is overpricing, but there is also an aspect of where I'm committed to do a particular road, and then I will get the tankers to pass around it and pour some little thing on top. I remember going to the village and finding my road is black. I came out of the vehicle to see. I was surprised. Our village road has been tarmacked. Only for me to get out of the vehicle to step on it, and it was maram. Then somebody came and poured the tarmac on top of maram and took pictures and submitted that the road has been tarmacked. And so he's fully paid for tarmacking the road, but he did not tarmac the road. So there is a lot of evil in this country that only God will help us.
Actually, to add on that, what he said was very accurate about having the standardized prices of commodities. You see, if you go to some counties and even government institutions, you find suppliers quoting pens, just a pen, 5,000. You see, then there was a wheelbarrow which was put at 100,000. You can imagine of that. That's actually more than a motorbike. Some
And
motorbikes
that is called price gouging, and it should be a crime.
Yes.
You know,
So
people were criminalized in during COVID, when they started putting the prices of things like sanitizers high. They were criminalized and they were told to return, so they actually went at a loss. So you see, we really need a president who is serious on corruption, because such people need to be held to account. Really, that's the price.
And also to add on that, we should be focused more on tracing and recovering resources. You know, when we too much, like we are following an individual, it's like we are actually, they can go to their supporters and then it's like it can appear politics and it's not politics. So if the government will focus on resources, for instance, if there is embezzlement of funds, let us say they were transferred to a specific company, and these are the shareholders, and the amount can be traced and recovered practically, even without, let's actually, the recovery of resources comes first, and then we will trace people first. So that one can reduce the politics we have in corruption. But now currently we have that individuals are named first, and then the resources are not even recovered at all.
I agree with you, Duke. The only way for us to win the war against corruption in Kenya is to make corruption not profitable. The moment we will make corruption become a loss, that's when people will keep away from putting their hands in the government's coffers and trying to get away with it. So when we make it painful, we make it such a way that you had invested, you build several houses, and then you are found with one house that had corruption, and then they take the rest of the houses. That's when we'll have a serious approach in terms of securing the country. And like Ashley said, we need a nationalist in the office of the president, somebody that has the nation at heart, who will do anything to secure the nation as a whole. The moment you are in a national office and you are servicing the interest of a clique of people, the people who made you president or the community that voted you most and things like that, that, in my opinion, is the reason why Kenya lags behind. We need to have the spirit of our founding fathers that risked everything to secure Kenya. We need to have that aspect. And then if we get such a person and put them in the national office, we will be sure that the least community in this country will be served just as the greatest community in this country. And the development will be even, in such that no county will be left behind. The marginalized counties will be lifted, brought up to the required level. And then when we have the entire country well structured and well functioning, our prosperity will come from within ourselves in terms of our productivity. Our agriculture products are going to the market. We have exchange between counties. The counties that are producing maize are selling to those that are producing coffee and things like that. We will not even need external help for us to stand on our feet as a nation. So it is my prayer and my plea to the rest of the country. Elections, let's think deeply and make choices that are far-reaching in terms of securing this nation, and not just securing my man and my person in wherever position that we would aspire. And that will be my last remark. Duke, if you have something, or Ashley.
Yes, I do have something. I haven't talked much. I wanted to say, I think, like the way this issue of RUTO going on a private business, just as Uhuru was not allowed in the BBI to present as one of the original people of the BBI, the same reason why RUTO cannot leave and say he went there on private business. As long as he is the DP, he should not be conducting any private business. I think that's something that should be put on paper, because then there is conflict of interest. He should not be conducting any private business. He is, he's the deputy president. So, like even in America, people had a problem with Trump because he did not divest. Like when you become president, they want you to divest your businesses into a company where you do not know whether it is gaining or losing until you stop being president, because you can make laws and policies to benefit yourself, which is a crime. So that is something that Kenya needs to look into. Brookwood, the president should not know how his businesses are doing. He should give them to other companies and give them out to like a stakeholder, give them out to someone else outside his family, outside his business, and once he gets out of office, that is when he'll go back and see whether he went at a loss or he went at a profit, because there is the temptation to increase the price of milk so that his company can gain. So I think I hope that Ruto comes to that realization, because then there is a problem if he becomes president, if he's going to also be conducting private business, because that is where the problem actually is with our leaders in Kenya, about mixing, where you have conflict of interest. So are you working to better the country, or are you working to deepen your pockets? And that is where the big problem is. And I think we need to have a discussion and laws put in place where people in certain positions cannot also do private business. So you choose whether you want to serve the people or you want to be a businessman and pursue your business aspirations.
Very true, Ashley. You have nailed it. And we once had a law like that. I think it was reversed in the 70s, was it 1975 or something? Initially, it was illegal for you to do business with the government if you are a government officer. And even doctors, they were not allowed to run private clinics if they are working with the national hospitals. And that was the time when Kenya was an economy house, where the Kenya shilling was stronger than the sterling pound. I think we need to review those kind of laws, and as much as we'll have now, where we'll get into the trouble of human rights conflicts. It is my right to do business. It's my right to work for government.
When you call yourself a public servant, then you cede that right to as a private. You cannot be both, because then there is a conflict of interest. So nobody put a gun on your head to be a civil servant. So you make that decision and count the cost before you put your leg into the race. If you decide you want to serve people, like as a vice president, then you cannot travel as a private citizen. That is simple as that.
So Duke, your closing remarks?
Yes, so I agree on that. But actually, what happens in Kenya is those people are not even businessmen. They are all business persons. Actually, they take money, the government funds, on daylight, billions, which cannot be generated by any business. So I think all it stops with fighting corruption, and also something to do with lifestyle audit, because for instance, if you take samples of those first world countries, there is no politician who's the richest in any nation. But if you go across Africa, all the richest in each nation is actually, you can find they must be a president or somebody of such kind, because they actually root They just take the government money. And also to add on I want also to give my closing remarks regarding today's deportation of the Turkish individual. If you go, for instance, before the 2010 constitution, the president was having power to detain an individual without the consent of any institution. That's why Raila Odinga was detained falsely that he was involved in 1982 coup, just because the person who was heading the coup, he was called Esekaya Ochuka. He was coming from Nyanza, and they connected that and said he must be getting instruction from Raila Odinga, and then he was detained for 7 years. So that's why there was an introduction of the new constitution, which said that an individual should not be detained nor imprisoned without the due court process. You can be arrested and then you have to be arraigned in court within 24 hours. So that provision was failed to mitigate the misuse of power. And it's unfortunate up to today, we find that those issues are recurring. For instance, you can see Miguna is out of Kenya despite the court ordering him to be here. So for me, I'm not aware. I don't even know that guy. I have no information. All what I've been getting is from information from the media. I don't know whether he's an investor, whether he's a terrorist as the government is trying to claim. So we want the due process to be followed so that regardless of who becomes the president, each person will be protected. I remember, Bernard, the other day you said that you were in police custody for 2 hours, and it was like a lot of time. So you can imagine if you are arrested, you are accused of something, you are not afraid to court, there is no information given to you or to your family. So what you want is the government to be transparent, to have proper official communication. There is nothing for the government to tell us this person was not an investor, maybe he was doing this. Yeah, there is a clear official statement. Up to now, we have not seen an official statement from the government. Even the news we are hearing that the documents were not stamped. There is nobody who has said that officially. So the government should be proper and the institutions should be respected so that in future, if we can find somebody who is so malicious, all of us get protected because he has to obey the due process. That's my closing remark.
And you know, on top of that, he's also being called a terrorist. I had Gambia calling him a terrorist, yet you're not sure whether he's the one or he's not. So his name has already been dirtied. So I think it is important for them to come out and say exactly what he did, because it's unfair for someone to be called something that he's not, especially such a huge, I don't even want to repeat that name because it's such a huge name. It's just the mentioning that would just, even on your, if you're on a phone call and you talk like that, you'll easily get tapped to call, you know, that name. So that's a huge thing to call somebody when they are not. So I hope they do the right thing.
So thank you guys for sticking by and making your contribution. Let's keep Tembei TV flowing. Keep sharing with everybody in your life. And for the viewers, thank you so much for watching. We look forward to doing this again with you in the next show. God bless you. See you in the next one.
Good night.
Good night.